keeping it real. I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to Pubg Mobile National Championship Bangladesh region. This is going to be the final day that we'll get jumping all along with. But joining, of course, is going to be Ankit to take us through these 6 games. And Ankit, again, finally,
Yeah,
throughout the entire saga, this is the final day where these teams have these 6 opportunities remaining with the 6 games. And of course, in that, well, right off the bat, to get the thing started off, of course, $30,000, yes, is on the line. But the pressure level, let's talk about the pressure level that the teams on the second half of
yeah.
page must be facing.
I mean, immense. There's no two doubt about that. But not only that, it is going to be the 1, 2, 3 Venom, A1, and 7C, the pressure. Because at the end of the day, you will be getting the Erangel, you will be getting the champion stage for you. You will be getting the 10,000 prize pool. But PMPL slot is also there. So a lot of thing is on the stake as the team will be jumping and the whole course of tournament we have been with you narrating the facts, narrating the stories and thinking and getting all things done. But I guess this has now been churned down to the last the death, the zone death, I would say, because this is the last day of these all action as everything will be wrapped up today. But for now, it is going to be the total prize pool that is the total 30,000 US dollar that get distributed to the first place, 10,000, 5,000 for the second, 3,500 for third, fourth, fifth gets the same, 1,750, 1,250, 6 to 7. So a lot of decency in terms of the prize pool that they will be getting, and each and every team will be getting something out of it apart from this the experience that they are going to play, the starting performance, the name, the fame. Because till now some teams that didn't have performed well, and I guess they are on the 8 to 10 to 9, 15 and 16, their players have actually shined upon and they have some real bright future. But what basis they are playing for? This is a point system, the same throughout the tournament, the same for the last 1 year or so. And now the players and the teams have been a lot of experience holding that. The first gets 15, second 12, and it keeps decreasing down 8 to 12, to 1, 13 to 16 gets none. But 1 kill equals to 1 point, and it's their Venom Legend is actually maneuvering their move, and just because of that, they are on the top.
Well, they most certainly do find themselves at the top, but to contest them, of course, today we will be seeing the teams, A1 Esports as well as 7C, or maybe even another team for that matter, that could hopefully jump in along to make it that much more spicier when it comes to the action-packed games. But talking about those action-packed games, we've got 6 games lined up, of course. This is going to start off on Erangel as we move on through Sanhok, and then the games will continue on, of course. So that means today, once again, we are looking at 2 Sanhoks and 1 Miramar. So the opportunity to be able to, get teams... get the teams acclimated is going to be there, because after all it is Erangel that will be played the most, as it is every single day. So, well, what I'm trying to say is the comfort level, that when it comes to the pressure, yes, the pressure is going to be intense for all of the teams, because the money bring in a lot of opportunities as well that are going to be well given as well as lost for a few of those teams. But alongside all of that, it is also something that they need to fall back to, which is the comfort zone, right? That they have been playing all of these games, the team have been playing against each other as well, and now in this sort of a moment, rather than experimenting and whatnot, just fall back onto what you have been doing is what I would say to the teams, right? The teams that are feeling the pressure, so to say. Because again, for VNM Legends, A1 Esports, 7C,
Yeah.
and the likes, I mean, they have the experience, but the teams who are the dark horses, so to say, who have genuinely just picked themselves up from absolutely nowhere to, well, absolutely being the next stars of PUBG Mobile Universe, so to say. It is going to be an incredible start that you have to be optimistic and you have to play your game rather than getting into the strategies. But enough banter from my side and enough motivation from my side. But moving on to the flow, it is going to be, of course, as you were perfectly mentioning, VNM Legends, who are reigning supreme with the 18-point lead that they created yesterday.
Exactly, 18-point lead between them and A1 Esports, then a 25-point lead with which A1 Esports is sitting above 7Cs. There is a lot of point difference also between 7Cs and TRZ Esports, and that is going to be of 28. So 28, then 25, and then 18. That means the difference between all these teams gets decreasing once they are moving towards the top. But then Kings of BD, as we just mentioning, they are probably the next stars, and also TRZ and also rest of the teammates. But on the second half of the chart, we got to see Unstoppable with 110 points, and the difference between them and Bad Intentions is also sort of uh, not too much. It's just the 15. It's just a mediocre point difference, and that can be eventually caught up in a game or so. And RZ Esports also sitting at the 11th position, but I guess now is the time that the team sitting on 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th can just go all berserk, maybe just go all guns blazing, play YOLO, because they have everything to lose for now. They have nothing to lose actually, because they have already been on that slot for a long time. And second half, maybe just try to surprise one team that they're actually not ready for, and then we can get to see some other sort of thing. But for now, it is going to be the head-to-head between #1 and #2 Venom versus A1 Esports. Surprisingly, it's Venom Legend that is trespassing A1 Esports with the damage dealt ratio also, received ratio also, kills also, survival time also. And if you are ticking all the 4 boxes, if you are putting all the 4 attributes in your favor, it is bound to have the total point that will also be going in your favor. And that's why we get to see 18-point lead is where the team is sitting with. And then we have 7C Esports complete roster with Rufford, Badrev, Evilai, Kapshi. So Evilai in all these tournaments has been the absolute stunner of a performer, be it with the quarterfinals, be it with those semis, and now in the finals. He has also showed the metal of which he is made of. 80 matches, 32 kill. I mean, the one who is closer to him is Kapchi, and he's still eventually 5 kills away from him. Then it's Rafa, then it's Badrev. And mind you, one thing that he has got the second highest average survival time in his own favor. That means he's not only taking up the fight, he is also making sure that he will and has been finding himself towards the last part of the circle. And time and again, we have seen he has been the rescuer along with Kapshi and Badrev. And I guess if 7Cs needs to jump up, it is going to be Raffat who actually needs to perform to its own best, because he has a lot of experience in his scholar. He has been a star performer. If he performs today, there won't be any stopping for 7C's GSM. And I mean, if he starts performing, it will get more trickier and trickier for A1 Esports and Venom Legends, and then accordingly they will be setting up the bar.
Absolutely. And again, when we talk about these teams, let's also bring up, of course, the gameplay that has absolutely been completely blown me away, and that's going to be from Mambanu for the side of TRZ
Yeah,
Esports, right? Another team that is looking so tremendously well in terms of the
yeah,
way they play. And again, that is the team, and especially, of course, Mambanu being that one X factor from coming up from that team that has absolutely annihilated the lobby in certain games. Hopefully, today's game also does end up favoring them, as they are also in the vicinity to perhaps reach that star mark, which is, of course, going to be in the first position with the $10,000 in your bank. And of course, with that, as you were perfectly mentioning as well, a slot into PMPL season 4. So amazing things that are lining up for these young lads. And
yeah.
eventually, even if that all fails, the opportunity that has been showcased and been perfectly utilized by these teams. For example, I mean, I don't want to name names particularly, but I'm talking about the teams on the second half of the leaderboard, specifically teams from the, well, let's say from the 10th onwards, right? I mean, we do have IPGx, we do have BIP in there. These are really well known and have showcased some prowess in terms of the play and in terms of the gameplay that they have been able to collect into their favor so many times. But along with that, now it all falls back on to their synergy and their comfort, and that is what I'm hoping that these teams are going to fall back to as well. With that, first game is going to get started off with the fight path taking us all the way from the eastern side down towards the western front, where we do have a flight path being showcased going down towards hospital regions, roughly put, and it is going to be favoring the northern side a lot more than the military base island and so on when it comes down to the drop locations. But eventually, we shall see what sort of a drop will teams be making, because when it comes down to the Novorupnoi region itself, we've seen 7C try and go down there. When it comes to the military base South Bridge, we've seen Python try and utilize that opportunity. When it comes to A1 Esports, we see them south to Pachinki have a really flanked out approach. And for TRZ, we've seen them go down towards Primos Path. The spike path is certainly not going to be allowing that exact opportunity to those teams. So we are seeing a little bit of a change when it comes to the drops, of course, based on the fight path itself for the moment.
Bound to happen. Bound to happen is what the flight path has already given. And look at this TRZ Esports right off the bat, just trying to get their vehicles in their favor. And this is a good strategy. So now, one thing that has TRZ done, especially good in just the 1 minute of the game, they have made sure that the at least two vehicle is what they will be securing for their rotation. And so I'm pretty much happy for them. And this is a positive start. Very, very, very positive start. On the other hand, since Novorupnai and Primorsk was not only Primorsk, the southern complete southern island was just unglidable. It is Seven Seas that has jumped somewhere else. It is IPG that has jumped somewhere else. That has also been going down. But Python and TRZ seem pretty much in the same place, and maybe we can get to see some fight in the early stage of the game. Seven Seas, on the other hand, they have gone down towards that. Western side of Georgiapol, where we have those city areas, those lots of compounds. They will be getting a lot of shares loot acclimated. But in all these fights, again, A1 Esports, right off the bat, Sinister is going for the move. And since he knows that Ferry Pier and Primorsk is the area closer by vicinity where the players have actually not jumped up, he has a very good chance to create the flank angle and play that 2-2 approach in the early stage of the game, and just try to sit in and predict in where the circle can come in. Jax, again being the flanker for his team, has completely find himself away from the situation, but Scorpion is in a chase to actually remove and eradicate one player from the sides of Python. And since Sub-Zero didn't find actually anything from that shack, Scorpion predicted that he might have something in his bag. He might could have found, but Python Sub-Zero is completely isolated. And since their drop was just not able to be glidable, players are actually now trying to go away from the situation. Already, GRZ7 on a roll, just trying to get more and more kills into the number. Now, talking about this team, this is also a team that actually took the fight in yesterday's game. They were taking the fight, but somewhere down the line, they were just losing the fight. So that's happened because that's what happens because you will be taking the fight, but you need to make sure that you don't lose a lot of members, a lot of team in the early stage of the game. If so, you will be losing on getting closer and closer towards those chicken. Because yesterday's game, we saw Kings of VD raw aggression was just punished when they were going to push against RudeDude. RudeDude was on a back foot, but this was certainly not the way where Kings of VD should have pushed. So it is okay to go for the raw aggression, the sheer aggression where you get a lot of kills, but you need to make sure that it needs to be counterbalanced with the formation that you have with a lot of information. I mean, do it only when you have the exact position of the counterpart.
Absolutely, that's so very crucial indeed, and that of course will be setting a momentum and a pace for where the game will be showcased from that individual team. But eventually, when it comes to this game, it is now been etched into our memories. I mean, that screen itself, when the game was launched, right? Since then, it has slowly and steadily been making history all across the planet, and of course, in that, when it comes down to right now, where we jump into the Bangladesh region itself, national championship itself has been reigning supreme for so many of these teams and players. I mean, they've been able to showcase some classy plays, some very cheeky angle plays, and eventually, of course, the skills. And that is what the entire thing falls back on to. For example, we would have never come across Mamba Noob or the likes of course, T4M for that matter as well. I still remember that first game that we saw this team, or rather, I personally remember that on the map of Miramar, they found themselves a really cheeky spot across and they were able to almost capitalize onto that game. And it was just a two-man army from T4M. So certainly memories have been created throughout the national championship of the Bangladesh region from so many of these teams where ex-brothers chimed in along as well and showcased some perfect plays that were working in their favor. But now this is what it all goes down to moment, second after second, as the clock is ticking onto the top right of the screen. It is just one of those games where breathe and just take it in. Of course, all the teams want to be on the top, but practically, eventuality, it is just not going to be happening, right? Because you've got teams who have created such a massive lead for themselves, or where we are talking about the top four, that it is almost ludicrous to think that 6 games are going to go in your favor. All that these teams that are ninth and below can do is try and sustain that position, if nothing else, and of course, try and maybe take better fights. Right now, we, of course, as the game started off, till now, haven't really seen any first blood situations, but as the game started off, we did see Sub-Zero almost succumb down, and thankfully was not. And of course, Python was able to get that player Sub-Zero away from that situation, but that was a tricky affair. I mean, drop location not working for you, getting caught off guard, and then being run over in the first 30 seconds itself on the final day would have been miserable for Sub-Zero. So again,
Sure.
graciously, he was allowed to keep his life. But of course, as the game progresses on, that will not be the case, as all the players and teams are now going to be getting themselves acclimated with the loot, and now will be a possibility for us to see a little bit of a skirmish being showcased from these teams.
Yep, indeed we will be, and slowly and steadily the pace is building up, and this is what it stages for the beautiful Erangel for you. We get to see every sort of hill. You get to see that Stalwart Hill, that Mount on the southern Mount Everest on the southern side of Georgia Pool. Then we have a lot of mountains in the southern military base island itself, and a lot of team actually dropped down. But since today the flight path was actually not favoring, it is completely being okay. But I really expected some fight to actually go in the early stage of the game. That was averted. But since a lot of players are now playing in a good approach with a good mindset that yes, we are not going to be taking the fight in the early stage of the game, they are settling for truce, and we got to see the same sort of strategies in the yesterday's gameplay also. Now, it is the map that we have in front of us, and I'd like to talk about the rotation. Since Silent Cloud dropped down to the area of Lipoka, this time I guess they are going for a different sort of approach in sort of their rotation. They have not gone straight away into the middle, rather they are going towards Yasnaya Pulyana area, or maybe it's, some sort of different jump in drop location altogether. But the fact of the matter is that A1 Esports again sitting in the center has been common, has been so persistent, have been so consistent throughout the whole course of the tournament, be any sort of game. But extra they are doing, they need to make sure that they don't continue to come and crosshair off of VNM Legends. Since Nightwing is just trying to spot him down, AKM6X is what he is using for now. I mean, we have seen every sort of thing. We have seen Mamman using that AK6X in the game of Sanhok, and then we have got to see Nightwing using that AKM6X. And since XBROTHERS didn't actually find a good sort of rotation, they have to cut off guard earlier on VNM Legends front. Now it is going to be unstoppable, removing 2 players in the early stage of the game. This is going to be helping Kings of BD in terms of total points, because 2 players playing the rest of the game. I mean, if Kings of BD have all these news, their eyes must be lit up.
Well, most certainly will be the case, but right now it is not the play that was anticipated from the side of XBROTHER as they made that rotation. But there were just so many teams in that vicinity, in towards the compounds as they tried to cross. Of course, just not the kind of result that they anticipated, but it is what it is. And with that, of course, XBROTHERS losing 2 players, we move on along, and it was, of course, Unstoppable X. And right now, also, they are still taking on fights. We saw a few minutes ago that, yep, there we go once again. Unstoppable are still taking on fights, and it seems like they are trying to pursue the remaining players of XBROTHERS and try and bring them down to the knees as well. As of now, they seem to have fallen back on the other tangent. Sub-Zero from Python, who was earlier left to stay alive, has now taken on a complete different form as he takes on Sinister down to his knees. This is not anticipated, but in retaliation, of course, A1 Esports players are also chiming along, where it seems like Sub-Zero has been brought down to his knees. iHigh is going to try and give that revival to him, but when it comes to A1 Esports' Sinister, well, his teammates are there, but will they be able to come out in the open to give that revival? When it comes down to Python, they are in a pretty wonderful situation that could very well result in them walking away with a point right now, but A1 Esports is trying their level best. We do see this jumping in and trying to get that revive for his teammate, but will it be enough? On the other tangent, at the same point of time, Hi is giving a revival to Python's Sub-Zero as well, and has already done so. So now it is going to be an equal fight once the revival has been taken care of from A1 Esports, but it is not going to be an out from Auto Wayne, as he is just raining in supreme with those bursts going on down towards that area, and has now resulted in taking down 2 players of A1 Esports, and it is going to be confirming it into a kill. 6-9 boy remaining. It is not looking good. I mean, this is not the kind of play that was anticipated from A1 Esports indeed, but what could you have said? I mean, nobody could have predicted that Titan would
Exactly.
be bringing that sort of annihilation against a team like A1.
Dante and Jax are still surviving, but A1 still not in that group. They are not playing the A1 game because that was pretty much risky, the revival that they went for. And since now they are completely engulfed in a shack, it is inviting for a complete wipeout. If Python actually plays their card well, it can be a moment where 4 players, if charging in onto the small shack, already A1 Esports will be on the unsettled position. And the way Python are going towards them, or maybe not, I just want them to actually go towards them, and maybe we can get to see some extra masala. But no, Python just playing on the safer side. They actually have that opportunity because this is the only team that eliminated 2 players. That means they have an info that 2 players are only surviving, and they could have won. But since they just have one US, maybe they are just not looking, because once they do so out in the open, they can also be caught off guard. And since the circle is slowly and steadily moving, third party is also also a situation, and so wisely they have now fallen back. But a lot of teams are getting caught in the rotation where Silent Cloud holding the compound towards the area of Gatka, and the Gatka split are trying to maneuver the crosser onto the players of Team 4M. So now Team 4M is a team that did completely reduce A1 Esports in yesterday's gameplay in the game of Sanhok. And today, I mean, they must be looking to get more and more kills. But for now, it's A1 Esports that have given a lot of sound cues. And since the door has been broken down, I mean, they already are down, and this is not looking good. TRZRA also going on the rotation, and Jax is also taking fire onto that. Just imagine one team or maybe 2 player with a cover fire from the back end side just finally tries to make a push onto them. It can be really a dead end for them, and in a moment or two, they can be completely eliminated. But for now, it is going to be the airdrop through that is already onto the ground with MK40, the beast. One gun that can actually be used on attack front, and also with AR extended clip activated, can be used as a complete AR. For the moment, it is unstoppable again. Unstoppable, as they are now trying to pin down the players of IPG. As Sun said, he's just trying to heal himself and patch himself with those first aids and those bandages, but they have been pinned down. For the circle has also gone for a shift on the east side. That means our team that really predicted to come circle towards the area of Gatka. This is not going to be the case.
This certainly has resulted in a bit of a tragic situation for a few of these teams as the game progresses on along from the third zone into the fourth in a few more seconds. As of now, we have not really seen Kings of BD chime into the action. On the other tangent, talking about 7C, they a few minutes ago were in the crosshairs of Unstoppable and did take a knock as well. So as of now, of course, they are looking pretty A-okay, but for how long? As they make that rotation very close to Kings of BD's players, it seems like Tiger was almost about to retaliate, but will not be able to do so as of now, and it is going to be 7C who shall find the comfort of a compound. So a neat play being showcased from their side, but will it be enough? Because as they do, they've given a lot of audio cues, and that now has resulted in, of course, not only Kings of BD, but also Bad Intentions, who are very close in the vicinity, to have the idea as to where this team has jumped into. And of course, we can clearly see Ferdinand with his TP is trying to get the angle straight, is trying to get any single cell or any single opportunity to be able to take on against the players of 7C. But for now, it is not going to be the case. 7C are being very, very quiet and hush about it. They are not being very close and peeking on unnecessary angles, and that is good. That is certainly good because they do know what to anticipate. But on the other tangent, it seems like Winter has been able to get a cheeky angle onto 7C's players and has actually been able to bring down Kapshi. So a GG play indeed coming in from the side of Winter. A gameplay that we've been missing from the side of Winter from Bad Intentions is now finally being showcased on the final day.
Exactly. Now they're looking in a formation. Two players in different direction and one player just trying to engulf from different direction just to surprise where players from the sides of 7C's GSM would be actually surprised to get so. But this was certainly going to be the case. TRZ a moment ago were trying to go for the rotation in the same area, but the moment they realized that it's two players that were completely pinned down in the shack, A1 Esports really losing the mark in the first game itself. And I guess it's a team that will be taking nothing from this match. Zero is what they will be standing for the moment, and I guess the fans must be really obviously tensed because already Venom Legends is sitting, and since Venom is getting a lot of opportunities. Since they all have 6 matches, it's just the A1 Esports that has just been eliminated. So Venom Legends have a real good chance to capitalize upon onto the lead. And since the pressure with which the finals is being played, this was bound to happen. But Python, the team that reduced 2 players from the sides of XBROTHERS, is now getting a challenge onto the players of IPG as they are now going for the push auto. And if this grid connects, he will be surely for down, but that just overshooted. And IPG also needs to realize that they need to make an entry into the zone. 300 to 340 meters what they need to travel, but from different directions. Although AIM has tried to spot down the players and Simpson goes down, but Mehfooz Whitey with that UMP comes to grab him as he takes one more player down. And Sub-Zero, everything resides on his shoulder. Every sort of responsibility is onto him as he tried to switch on the player, but he is bonding. He is starred out to dead as he just spots on the player. He has been pinned down. He doesn't have any 13 bandage what he's pointing at the moment, but he will be taking down as the moment as the 2 players on the backhand side are trying to give a cover fire, which IPG needs to realize, and they just need not to overshoot. Ihai and Basil are now trying to go away, but no, he also will be taken down as play zone comes into play, and slowly and steadily the players will be trying to move. Will Batsel be allowed to and go entry into it? That is a question. Till now he is moving, but where is he moving? The place where Bottom already have a safeguard, already have a stronghold. The moment he is trying to go away from the central line of the circle, he will be taking down. But 28 is what he's going at the moment, and he will be taking down for sure as he is in the lap. He is into that crosshair where 3 players are already pinning it down. 1 can do the business. Yes, it will still seal the deal for Bots Pajamas. 1 kill already onto the name, but BMO has certainly been eliminated with Python making an exit. We still have 40 teams alive in.
Well, on the other tangent, when you talk about the center of the zone, it seems like TRZ Esports have somehow found Venom Legends, and it was none other than Mamba who was at the receiving end this time around from the side of Venom Legends. But we shall see if a kill will be confirmed on towards that tangent. As of now, Venom Legends do not have a single point. That means the kill has not really been confirmed. But this is looking like a really precarious situation for a lot of these teams as they find themselves out in the open, being caught off guard as they try and make that rotation. For now, it is going to be XBROTHERS King GG who is trying his level best to try and say surviving for as long as possible, but he is the only solo man surviving. Right next to him, TRZRA is Mr. 7 making rotations and trying to just run him down. He's finally going to be able to do so and confirm the kill. With that, it is XBROTHER being eliminated on the 14th spot, and TRZRA already looking pretty comfortable with 2 kills to Mr. 7 on and 2 more kills to the team in total of 4 points. So absolutely perfect. And TRZ are still not done as they try and take on the onslaught against the players of Unstoppable. They're in the open, but the aggressive stance that they're showcasing is certainly not dwindling down.
Mr. 7, the one actually who ran over the last player, has also taken down 7C's Kapshi as he goes down with a skull-cracking Car 98 shots as they will now be catching up on. But certainly TRZ are need to make sure that they just don't give a lot of sound cues because they are in open. Mr. 7 from their side was really doing good in terms of getting a lot of info, and eventually made all clear that it one in the closest proximity, and once they will be speaking and peeking, they will be at least making 50-meter entry into the zone. But for now, it is every team that is onto the edge of the circle, apart from 7Cs that is holding close to the center line. But Kings of BD, they are holding those important places at the moment. They are holding that sewer that will be, that will be still in the zone. That means they just now make a 10 to 12 meters movement forward, and a lot of motion is already set up as Kapshi takes one more player down. Venom Legend onto the inside have been quiet for a long time. Now it's 130 meter is what Steelshot needs to travel, and once they do so, it will be Kings of BD that will be challenged upon into all these towards areas, and slowly and steadily a lot of will get to see. A Silent Cloud is now facing the brunt of Venom Legends with Nightwing flying things off with that buggy. We are getting to see a lot of action that is about to stage in this first game of Erangel, and trust me, brother, this is going to be hell of a game. 13 teams, 44 players, 5th circle. completely open, just wheat farm, Gatka areas. I mean, these are the sort of circles where we get to see a lot of numbers, a lot of gameplay. But I think needs to make sure that he doesn't go down. But Void goes down, and Cole Balish, it takes an important knock and some follow-up grenades just to finish things off. And certainly VNM Legends were just not ready for this. But the way Silent Cloud are maneuvering this fight, it is going to be just phenomenal. And Cole Balish is also getting in return those sweets, those grenades from the sides of Silent Cloud. But Void will be giving the revival as Nightwing is still holding that small little angle on the left hand side with Steelford getting a good cover fire, but he will be taken down. And for the moment, it is Rage Kid that is raging in those areas.
Well, this has turned into quite an annihilation for the side of VNM Legends. Even though they came in looking pretty confident and dominating, it is certainly going to be Silent Cloud that is being very resilient, and of course are showcasing the fact that, well, this was their place and there is no way that the team can jump in along. But in doing so, it is Kings of BD who have jumped in and taken a third-party situation against the players of VIP. What a phenomenal turn of events on the other tangent it has turned out. VIP has been sent back into the lobby, a GG place, and now it can very well be a question where Silent Cloud could find themselves in a bit of a middle ground. But on the other tangent, TRZ Esports are taking another fight against the players of Kings of BD. In our kill feed, we are looking at a lot of kills being brought on from the side of VNM Legends, as well as, of course, Kings of BD, where it is going to be Katappa who is trying to get this annihilating play against the side of TRZ, and Atomic, being the man, is going to try and run away. Being the final man of the team, is going to try and run away with 10 teams remaining. The kill feed is just absolutely ludicrously jumping. If VNM Legends Frypan is taking on players again and again, and it is Mamba Noob who was at the crosshairs, and 7C also chiming in. This has just absolutely turned into a chaotic final few moments in this game.
Indeed, it was to happen, and RudeDude finally finding their way, but still not enough. Flex is still hiding, but does 47 actually know that he's still very much close towards him? He can actually, at any point, if he tries to spray some random fires, they will be peppered on with some lead. But the way Silent Cloud is just not allowing an inch to VNM Legends, they are just stuck for that same place for last 5 minutes. They are not able to move at least an inch forward, backward, left or right, and it seems that they are in that precarious situation, in that predicament where they need to find themselves away, and now they are trying to go away from that. There are two trenches parallelly, one held by Kings of BD, another held by one team, that is going to be the Nightwing, and the end side of it will be closer where it is going to be Silent Cloud. But Bad Intention are still holding those compounds that they have been holding for a long time. On the other hand side, it is going to be IPG Dictator that is still surviving from his other side. Atomic is in the open, so Atomic is in the situation where if he gets spotted down, it will be a day over in this very first game. But Kings of BD are really looking pretty strong because they are holding the edge of the circle. They don't have any sort of cover, but they have these benches where if they play to perfection, that can be one moment. But whenever if any two teams tries to sandwich them, it's really tough because it's a dip where a grenade actually gets connected, and if it gets connected well, things can really turn different. But Cole Balish goes down and has been finally finished. A team shot takes one more kill, and now VNM Legends are just retaliating in fashion as they have that 2-run power. Team shot from the upside above of this trench will be getting a lot of info as Silent Cloud has been completely filled down, and now it is an entry for VNM Legends. They will be trying to make a go, but Devil's OP with that grenade takes down VNM Legend as they have already provided a lot of counters and from different direction. Now it is going to be NRZ pinning down the players, which is sadly situation where they will be roasted for sure. I'm talking about VNM Legend. There we go. Nightwing goes down. Void has already been pulled down. Frypan has also gone down. That means Steel Shot, everything resides on his shoulder. 6 kills already on him. That means 6 points is what they will be taking. They need more and more points. And Shifa goes on with that burnt Molotov from the sides of Kings of BD. Things are really looking pretty not good in all these trenches. Will it be a graveyard situation? We have to still wait for that. But Bad Intentions, but it comes in all these actions with that DP and eliminates one more player. But this has certainly given a lot of time for VNM Legends player to regroup, and it seems that all 4 players there will be standing. And this is that dangerous situation for the rest of the body.
Well, in all of this, when it comes down to the zone itself, 7C have the compound worker in their favor, and that is something that, if the circle favors them, could very well turn into their game. But eventually, we shall have to see how this progresses on long. As we can see in the kill feed, 7C are taking on the onslaught to the players of T4M. And as you were perfectly mentioning, Venom Legends, having given that sort of a small little break, have been able to recuperate and, of course, have been able to get the revival on all of their players. With that, 7C on the other tangent is going to be eliminating T4M from the lobby, thus leaving only 14 remaining. On the other tangent, Devil's OP is trying his level best to hold the fort against the players of Venom Legends, and it is turning into his favor and his tide for the moment. But for how long? I mean, he's used so many utilities over there. He needs his team support, but will it be enough to stop Venom Legends in their tracks? When it comes to the tunnel itself, it has been completely shattered with those broken vehicles. But this is not going to be easy for Venom or
They can't cross.
or Fasim to be.
I guess they can't actually cross. They really need some good parkour actions. If they have some other plans, they actually need to find themselves away from this. But if they go from the backhand side, it is one of the two that is going to be punishing them. But Frypan goes down. The tough part from the backhand side takes one more player down, as Venom Legends in all of these certain situations are being completely pinned down. Void takes one more knock, but Tappa is now slowly and steadily going down, as Venom Legends Nightwing with that M249 action is really putting a big dent onto the players. A small little break is what Kings of PD actually need, and then they will be good to go, as Shifu is giving the revival to Katappa, and once they will OP is given that revival, will he be or not, we have to still wait for that. But Frypan finally picks again Katappa down, and I was just waiting how Venom Legends will find away from this. Here they are with that completely being decimated, and now it is a turn for bad intentions. But in all the situation, it is 7C's 4 players alive, 7 kills, smoke cloud, different angles that they have created. They are looking pretty much strong, and also they are holding the compound, they are holding the edges. So they have a lot of info when the team are actually fighting their middle on.
Yes, they have a lot of information, and that is something that they are utilizing to perfection, as we can clearly see when it comes down to this play. But it is, of course, going to be Kings of BD once again from the side of 7C that will be sending them back into the lobby. But Venom Legends, I mean, the way they have aggressively pushed out from one team to the other, this team is looking annihilating in terms of the way they are bringing down teams. Of course, Bad Intentions have the cover of the compound working in their favor still. Venom Legends have lost their players again and again, and still being able to get that revival complete and moving on along with this play is absolutely ludicrous. But in doing so, 7C's Kapshi has been able to bring a knock and a blow to Nightwing from the side of Venom Legends. Boyd has already lost his life. Frypan as well as T is not looking good when it comes to the health department, and it is going to be a conversation where Bad Intentions as well as 7C, if they play their cards right, this could be the demise for Venom Legends, and it seems like that is exactly what they're trying to do. So, but for Dean, opportunity for him, but of course, first things first, he's going to try and get that revival, and same is the conversation for Venom Legends. Of course, indeed, in doing so, 7C are taking a better brunt of this fight against the likes of course, Bad Intentions as well as Venom Legends, and in doing so, Venom Legends have already gotten 10 kills, but same is being seen for 7C as well, as they've now converted into 11 kills, almost at the brink of bringing it down to 2 teams. And yes, they will be able to do it. Venom Legends have been eliminated. Now it's only Bad Intentions and of course 7C, and it is not looking easy for the side of Bad Intentions because the circle is favoring 7C for the moment.
Exactly, Circle favoring the 7C's players, and Ruffle with a flank angle on the right hand side. It is going to be a day end for Bad Intention as Stalker goes down with 7C's GSM, 7C's GSM are taking him into his action, and Ferdinand doesn't have any other place to actually fight upon, and he just had that small little angle between that haystack and that broken boundary, and there we go, right off the bat, 7C, the team that we were actually talking about a lot. It is Ruffle that got the final in the coffin, 14 kills, 29 total points, 2043 total damage. Straight on to the second rank. That means A1 Esports have now slipped down to the third point, and this is not a good sign. This is certainly not looking optimistic in the very first half of the game. And Erangel, as we just moved to see and got how 7C is got close towards the chicken. It was the sword that was actually favoring them, but kudos to the guys that actually involve themselves in a lot of fight in the early stage of the game, and when they realized that they can actually put down the players at the right point, at the right moment, they started striking the blow with the brute force, and with that, Kapshi becomes the MVP. 1131 is the total damage, 323 healing, and 5 kills, 1 assist. He has been the man in form for today's gameplay. Evilai has been in the past. It is now Kapshi standing up. This is certainly looking too positive for 7Cs.
It most certainly is looking good, and GG play indeed being showcased from the side of 7C. When it comes down to Venom Legend, well, there was nothing stopping them in terms of the play that they were forced with, right? I mean, Kings of BD from one side, and then NRZ's player Sazad was coming in along with the Nate Parade as well, where it almost seemed so bleak for VNM Legends' future in the game itself, but somehow they recuperated and were able to resiliently move ahead in from that position as well. It seemed like a dying team, but they still managed to get a few more kills before they eventually succumbed to, of course, the wonderful play that was showcased from 7C as well, Bad Intentions a little bit, because Bad Intentions, even though having the compound, they were just not able to get that working in their flow. But talking
It was
about
steel
yes,
shot. Sorry to interrupt you. It was steel shot that was completely taking the course, and it was looking too much misery for bad intentions. The steel shot brought 2 to 3 knock again and again on bad intentions, and
yes,
he was just surviving on the sliver of an HP, 20 HP, M24 and his hand. He was just not waiting. He didn't care about anything. He didn't have any first hit, but had the 10 bandage. But his only motive and only objective was to decimate the lobby, just get more and more kills, more and more points. And this has certainly showed what sort of mindset with VNM Legend has come into the game. And there we go, 9 kills, 10 points, 19 total points. Daughter, there you go.
well, what a play this has turned into. I mean, just the kind of game that was anticipated, right? Finals,
Exactly.
day, first game, and you're looking at 7C Sports walking away with 14 kills. VNM Legends walking away with 9 kills. Did not get that final kill. I thought they did and moved up to 10 kills, but GG played nevertheless. Indeed, on the other tangent, again, I mean, a blow to the face it was when it came down to the play that was showcased from Python against A1 Esports, and that too was unbelievable, and that is the kind of play that is required on the final day to spice things up, so to say, right? And of course, I'm hoping that that's how the entire day progresses on from one game to the next.
Exactly, but certainly this was not the game for A1 Esports players, fans, and 5 more opportunities left. You really need not to worry about these things, because at the end of the day, it is A1 Esports that at any fine day has that caliber, has that potential, has that metal to get 2 back-to-back chicken, or maybe 2 back-to-back 30 total points, and then that can eventually be 2. So I'm not going to talk about all these things, because we are down to the final where we again get to see one esports just falling down. I guess this sort of revival was actually very much tricky, and they were just too much overconfident that they could get down and hounded down, but so was not the case, because Python was really ready for it.
Most certainly was, and resulted in, of course, taking as many opportunities as they possibly could, even though, of course, they ended up falling down to their knees as well eventually as the game progressed on along. Those were the only 2 kills that Python walked away with, but that's the kind of playstyle that is required. Even though that team is on the 60, they are not wanting to take away from the fight, and this is the moment where we did see a crazy turn of events, where indeed it was Legends on the other side. It was, of course, Kings of BD along with Silent Cloud as well, and the fight just kept on going and going and going. And throughout all of this, we also had NRZ's players, as we can see in the minimap, in the cream, and this is when it seemed so pretty much like done dusted situation for VNM Legends. And yet, as we can see, Frypan is down, Void is down, and then eventually on the next front, they were all revived. And
Exactly.
I mean, just perfect team is what this is.
And not only revived, they eliminated Kings of BD before going into the zone. Before that, they also eliminated Silent Cloud, thanks to that monster that came in from Kings of BD. But then here we go. It was Steel Shot that was completely taking the course in his own way. First taking down Dean, then it was the last player, but finally he was taken down as he was surviving the sliver of HP. Rafat with that final nail in the coffin get the last kill for this match. And with this, we head towards the overall ranking, where the point difference is not so much between 7C's Esports and A1 Esports, it's the 4, but it is now 37 between A1 Esports and VNM Legends, and obviously to the match it is just 29 between 7C's and VNM. TRZ have certainly got 5 points, I guess, 5 or 6 points, because it was just 196 or 195 before this match actually started. But certainly Kings of BD have gotten a good chance, and now they will be contesting for top 4, as XBROTHERS 166. Bad Intentions also really played good. RudeDude also have a good chance because they have got that much chicken, but Bad Intentions, I guess they could have gotten one chicken else, because at the end of the day, there were 3 players surviving from their side, and they were holding the pounds. They had a lot of info, but then it was the experienced team that was in front of themselves. It's never too easy. But unstoppable again for it down, and the rest of the lobby, rest of the card remains the same.
It absolutely does remain the same for the moment. And again, I mean, nothing taken away from the teams and their gameplays. All of them both trying their level best, and in doing so, are bringing in, well, beautiful plays for us and memorable plays that we can actually remember all these teams with. And of course, that is just post game being completed. We've still got 5 games remaining before we finally know who is going to be the national champion from the Bangladesh region. And of course, with that, we talk about the damage histogram, where indeed 7C were absolutely in control. 2,743 damage that they were able to dish out. Sadly, there are a few teams onto the latter half who were not able to even get a single kill for themselves. Sadly, XBROTHERS lost to the cause with only 93 damage that they were able to dish out. A1 Esports tried, but 327 damage. And again, same for Silent Cloud. I mean, they tried and tried and tried to take on the players of VNM Legends, but 520 damage, and then sadly not being able to convert that into points itself resulted in them also remaining on that same position in the overall. So it is getting bleak. It is getting really bleak for a few of those teams that are on the second half of the leaderboard, but it is still okay. I mean, they're playing their cards right. A team that's on the 16th position like Python are still wanting to take on the fights, and that is what matters. That sort of momentum, that sort of a mindset is what matters. You just keep on progressing along rather than accepting defeat. And well, that's what these players are made of.
Definitely, they are made of metal. As we just saw, Steel Shot getting just 20 HP, still taking on the players. Python was out in the open, tried to took two players down. They did took, but then it was some different sort of strategies. TRZ, RA coming in. So a lot of fight that actually happened in the early stage of the game by those teams that are on the second half of the chart. Removing A1 Esports was really fantastic for them from this lobby. But since it is 5 games left for the day, A1 Esports is surely going to make a comeback.
Well, hope so. Certainly hope so. With that, we've got 1 game done, 5 more games remaining. But before we jump into game number 2, we're going to go on a short little break. Be right back.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
হ্যালো এভরিওয়ান, আসসালামু আলাইকুম। টাইবাটা গেমিং আছি আপনাদের সাথে। আমরা চলে এসেছি নতুন একটা সেগমেন্ট নিয়ে, যার নাম নো ইয়োর চ্যাম্পিয়ন্স। মিস্টার বিবিসি, ইউ গাইজ নো হিম এজ বিবিসি, আই নো হিম অ্যাজ প্রবলেমো। সো ওয়েলকাম টু দ্য শো।
থ্যাংক ইউ তাইমান।
ওকে, সো প্রবলেমো ভাইকে আমরা কিন্তু অনেকদিন ধরেই দেখছি। আপনাদের বিআইপি অ্যাকচুয়ালি মানে অনেকগুলো টুর্নামেন্ট কিন্তু আপনাদেরকে আমরা দেখলাম। সো রাইট নাও ইউ গাইজ আর আ পার্ট অফ এ বিগার অর্গানাইজেশন। হাউ ডাজ ইট ফিল? কেমন লাগে এখন একটা স্পন্সর টিমের আন্ডারে খেলতে?
যখন শুরু করছিলাম তখন আসলে আমরা সবাই নিজেদের টিম ছিল, সবাই নিজেদের চিনতাম, কিন্তু যখন 1 বছর পার হয়ে যায় তখন আমি চিন্তা করলাম একটু চেঞ্জ আনি টিমে।
অবশ্যই।
তারপরে চেঞ্জ আনার পরে তারপরে আমরা আস্তে আস্তে উপরে উঠি। তারপরে এখন মোটামুটি একটা প্রাউড ফিল হচ্ছে যে হ্যাঁ আসলে একটা ইন্টারন্যাশনাল লেভেলে।
অবশ্যই অবশ্যই ন্যাশনাল লেভেলে ইউ গাইজ আর অন দ্য ফাইনালস। সো ফাইনালিস্ট হওয়ার আনন্দটা কেমন?
হ্যাঁ অবশ্যই ফাইনালিস্ট তো আনন্দ আছে। গতবারও পিএমসি তো টিমও ছিল আমাদের ইয়েতে। ও আসলে আমার ভাই অ্যাকচুয়ালি।
আচ্ছা, আপন ভাই? আচ্ছা আচ্ছা, আই ডিডন্ট নো। আপনাদের চেহারা কিন্তু একই রকম।
ওই তখনই আর কি ও টিম তো খেলতে পারছিলাম না, কারণ আমি মালয়েশিয়াতে থাকি, এই জন্য হচ্ছে আমি খেলতে পারি নাই। কিন্তু এবারে আমার চান্স, এই জন্য আর কি আমি খেলতে পারছি, এই জন্য।
সো অ্যাকচুয়ালি দ্যাটস এ ভেরি গুড থিং। আপনারা একসাথে যেহেতু আসলে মানে টিমের মধ্যে আপনাদেরটা কিন্তু অ্যাকচুয়ালি জাস্ট নট এ টিম, ইউ গাইজ হ্যাভ এ ব্রাদারহুড। সো ভাইয়ের সাথে আসলে খেলার এক্সপেরিয়েন্সটা যদি আমাদের সাথে একটু শেয়ার করেন, কেমন লাগে অ্যাকচুয়ালি কম্পেয়ার টু আদার টিম মেম্বার্স?
অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমাদের ইয়েটা আসলে মেলে, কারণ হচ্ছে আমাদের সিনার্জি আসলে মেলে, কারণ হচ্ছে আমি হচ্ছে জোন নিয়ে দেই, আমি ওকে একটা জায়গা দিয়ে দেই, ও হচ্ছে এখান থেকে কিল করতে পারে। এটাই হচ্ছে আমাদের খেলা, আর বাকি দুজন আমাদের সাপোর্ট দিয়ে থাকে। এই
তো বেমোর কথা যদি আমরা বলি, সে কিন্তু অনেক কিল বের করতেছে অ্যাকচুয়ালি রিসেন্টলি। আমরা যদি সেমিফাইনালস এর কথা বলি, ইভেন গ্রুপ স্টেজের মধ্যেও বেশ কয়েকটা ম্যাচের মধ্যে সে অনেকগুলো কিল বের করেছে। সো অ্যাকচুয়ালি মানে টিমটা কি বেমোর ফায়ার পাওয়ারের উপরে বেস করে এখন চলতেছে কাইন্ড অফ?
ওই হচ্ছে আমাদের মেইন অ্যাসাল্টার এখন। ওকে হচ্ছে বাঁচায় রাখা আমাদের হচ্ছে আসল দায়িত্ব। আমি হচ্ছে রোটেশন দিয়ে
ওকে
দেই,
ওকে
পজিশনটা নিয়ে নিই। ও হচ্ছে অনেক কিল নেয়। আহ, মানে ওকে ওকে সাপোর্ট দেওয়ার জন্য আমরা যা যা প্রয়োজন তা তাই করি আর কি।
ইনশাল্লাহ ইনশাল্লাহ। বাট যেহেতু আপনারা এখন একটা স্পন্সর্ড লাইন আপে আছেন, সো এটা কি আপনাদেরকে প্রেশারাইজ করে?
না, আসলে এটা কোনো প্রেশার না আমাদের।
হুম।
ফাইনালও খেলেছি, মানে আসলে কোনো প্রেশার পড়ে না আমাদের ম্যাচের মধ্যে। এটা
আচ্ছা।
একটা ভালো দিক।
তো বন্ধুরা, শুনছিলাম প্লেয়ারদের কাছ থেকে তাদের পিএমএনসি এর জার্নি সম্পর্কে। তো অবশ্যই ফাইনালের জন্য তাদেরকে সমানভাবে চেয়ার করতে থাকবেন, যাতে তারা তাদের বেস্ট পারফরমেন্সটা দিয়ে বের হয়ে আসতে পারে। এবং অবশ্যই পিএমএনসির অ্যাকশন দেখতে ভুলবেন না পাবজি মোবাইল বাংলাদেশ অফিসিয়াল ইউটিউব চ্যানেলে।
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Bangladesh Region National Championship. All thanks to, of course, Oppo F19 Pro. We've got done with one game. We are on the finals day where 5 more games remain. And now, Ankit, as the journey continues on, it is getting too tough. It is getting, one of those moments where you just need to bite your nails and be like, which team is it going to be? Because, well, the plan wants, of course, A1 Esports to take the reign. But for the moment, 7C are doing pretty phenomenal for themselves. So is
Yeah.
VNM Legends. And VNM Legends, the way they're playing, are creating a lead. And if this continues on, if this sort of a pattern continues, then it might be a train that has well left the station for A1 Esports. What do you think?
Tough to say.
Nobody
Tough to
wants
say
nobody
because
wants to think that, right? Yeah.
exactly, because this is a team that actually has the potential, as I've mentioned, that maybe to back-to-back chicken or maybe back-to-back 28 or 30 points lead. And I guess this is the game where actually even esports need to shine upon and just outshine other players, because it's Sanhok, it's the randomness that brings in at any particular day. We have seen just Circle favoring the Paradise or boot camp area. This can certainly be their game, as we have seen in the past. Even esports, uh, every map has been a strong suit, but whenever this sort of map comes in, they have a very good chance to get capitalize upon to that. But we have to still wait for that. As you mentioned, that 7Cs have now started and have rung the bell for rest of the lobby, especially for VNM Legends as A1 Esports. And this couldn't have been a better start with 7Cs now jumping off, because till now in yesterday's gameplay we saw VNM A1 Esports competing back and forth for 1 and 2. Just imagine the third team getting closer towards the second and now eyeing for the first, and already set of competition that has been staged between 1, 2, and 3. And in all these, it is us that we need not to forget that TRZ was also in the run. In the last game, it was a topic that should have gone for the survival approach, because he was the last man surviving. But in these sort of case, imagine if the scope favors that Camp Alpha and that gets formed on the western side. This is certainly where TRZ can capitalize upon that, because this is also a team that has a real potential in the caliber to just overcast a big shadow and maybe make other futures look bleak. But for the moment, it is each and everyone who is settled in their own grooves. As we just talk about that, the circle for just a moment, for a second, we got to see that has already been formed on that eastern side, where it will be Urban Esports sitting in their own spot, and it will be 7Cs in their own boot camp area, finding themselves in a good, comfortable position. But certainly not the case for Team 4M again, as Bamboo is running out in the open slowly and steadily moving and trying to congregate their own player where they are active. And these early stage of the game, I can really expect the Sanhok to just explode, because this is a map which actually allows player to take down the players, but accelerate is completely a different direction. That means maybe Team 4M is challenging our just trying to pin down the players of Silent Cloud with different and already state strategies. This is not a misfortune that Team 4M is facing. This is an intentional push with the looks of it. I can see from it. We have to still wait for that. How effective, how healthy it is for them, as Team 4M is also looking. They got that one good match in yesterday's gameplay where they were getting that chicken, but still not getting that. But the way they actually performed was just that we get to see again Shiv taking down his own teammate Devil OP, Kings of BT. The same sort of strategies, I mean, this is not actually strategies, maybe a wake up call for Shipu and the rest of the teammates. Yes, this is the moment we need to go hard, we need to go strong, and I guess Grenade is the way they actually wake their players up.
Absolutely. For now, that might just be the case indeed. But on the other tangent, as we have seen again, it is T4M that were on the running front, simply put, on towards the Cam Bravo region, as they did probably spot a team go on into the base itself, and it is none other than Silent Cloud who are getting themselves acclimated. But look at the way T4M have themselves fanned out, because this team does not want to let go of the team that has jumped into the camp itself, and it is going to be Silent Cloud who are now going to be out in the open, but with the loot looking in their favor. What exactly is T4M planning? Well, this is exactly what T4M is planning, and right off the bat, Spidey takes on a shot and brings down Kobiraz, and this is not looking too good, of course, even though Kobilash is right now looking absolutely phenomenal with in terms of the loot that he's got. Eventually, he is so far away, and again, off angle, T4M, the way they're playing is so very good indeed, and within a few minutes itself, it seems like Kobiraj is going to lose his life. Rage Kid has been spotted down and is onto his knees. This is not looking good for Silent Cloud. I mean, yes, when a few minutes ago we were looking at the team, this team was looking really, really good as they were trying to get their loot acclimated. But what did they know? Little did they know, rather, that T4M were right around the vicinity and certainly were trying to, well, pencil them down, and have done so absolutely to perfection. Two players have already been brought down. Sparrow, the only one remaining, is going to try and run away, fly away from that situation as far as he possibly can. But T4M, what a play! This was absolutely wonderful GG effect indeed. Without having a single bullet hit them, they have been able to get 3 points for themselves.
I told you, bro. I told you this is an intentional push because the way the players were actually positioned, it was a moment they were just waiting where the players on the sides of Silent Cloud would come out of that Camp Bravo island that we can get to see in this map on the eastern side, complete eastern side. That square is where the Camp Bravo is actually situated. They were just waiting for that. They will be gunning them down, and this is that intentional push. This is that intentional formation with which they have been rewarded with the 3 points, the 3 kills, but still game of a long journey is what they have to travel because it's just the early stage of the game. They must be hunting down to find the last player. Will they be able to take him down? We have to still wait for that as we get to see the beautiful scenic that cinematographic shot of this Sanhok, a beautiful, beautiful place to actually be in. But obviously, from if you are viewing it from the top, and if you are just seeing it sitting right back at home, but certainly not for the players and for the team, and this is certainly helping the team for him getting more and more points. But since TRZ also tried to make an entry, they will be getting an early positioning as Seven Seas have also left Boot Camp. Paradise is also now vacant, and the players are certainly hoping and hoping the circle might form a way towards the age of 20 or between Lakavi or maybe towards the age of Bhan, where everyone is sitting in the dead smack center. It is going to be a long rotation for Kings of BD, a water rotation. Sort of some players are trying to rotate, and also for TRZ, we'll get to see a lot of fight. Maybe that can help. For the moment, it is going to be bad intention that is charging on the players. Obviously, the bad rev have already spotted him down. We'll still wait for that. And Winter is completely in that open situation. The rock is already there. That means he must have gotten that angle. But Winter, the way he is jiggling, and now since he has pulled up a grenade, bad rev. Dude, he really find himself away from that situation, and he saw that trajectory. He didn't hear that sound, but he saw that trajectory that yes, something is coming to us. Is there a gift in front of that grenade? And since then, he has now fall back. He was just lucky to survive on the 26 sliver of an HP, but now Bad Rev is also in an animation. He is also with a grenade, but the grenade is completely in a different direction. A burst in that area that might be there some sort of vehicle or so, maybe a gas can also, or maybe a vehicle. I'm not sure about it, but certainly Seven Seas are being pushed. A good push coming in from the sides of bad intentions, where Fardeen is now made himself a snake as we get to see the action coming in from the area of Sanhok.
Well, what a play this is turning out to be indeed. As we were talking about it, this is the moment where the teams are going to try and bring out the best in them and bring out the best skill in them, and that is what Bad Intentions is showcasing. But on the other side, when it comes down to their opponents, 7C, they are also trying their level best. And but damn, in doing so, it seems like 7C's Evil Eye has been caught, and it is going to be Bad Intentions who will now take on a charge and a front, and of course will push on to take more fights on into their favor. This is where Kapshi is probably going to be able to bring another player down. So it has been converted into a kill as well, where indeed it is only Kapshi who remains. All of his teammates have been brought down to their knees, and Kapshi is utilizing the opportunity absolutely to perfection as he takes down a 1v3 situation. Only Stalker remaining, but before Kapshi moves on along to take Stalker down, he's going to be, of course, utilizing that one and only help first aid that he got, and eventually will move on to get those kills confirmed for himself. What a massive turn of events from 7C's play this has turned out to be, and all thanks to Kapshi and his phenomenal play. Now, of course, the conversation will be, will he try and take on the kill or will he try and get the revival? On the moment, the decision has been made. He will most certainly be going for the revival, and it is looking like Stalker is on the run. This is the team that initially pushed on and along aggressively, but now they find themselves on the run where counter has been let go of, and it is going to be a perfectly set up. Oh no, this is a third party from XBROTHERS, and even though it was such a good fight for 7C, it is XBROTHERS that will take the limelight away. Boy, oh boy, it was. Oh, not good. Not good for 7C. They played their cards right, but sadly, of course, that's what the game is. And especially on a map of Sanhok, you know third parties are going to be a part of it. And XBROTHERS just so easily,
Wow.
convincingly come in with the Molotov, complete the kills, and yay. There they
Also
go.
getting that Karen away, and also getting that loot, and also getting
Stealers.
exactly. I mean, a lot
Killers.
of opportunities, exclusive thing, getting in straight away into the lap of X Brothers. They are now looking good at the moment as they now move slowly and steadily. And just imagine the team that got a ticket in the last match gets eliminated at the first position with taking, I guess, three total points from this match in terms of kill that they have secured, but certainly zero in terms of placement points. And now RudeDude is the one that is pretty much close to this, but slowly and steadily, it is a game where A1 Esports making a comeback. Sinister has called on some of the players of Team Tournament. Again, it is going to be a King Really, they had a fight against the RZRA. I guess this is a fight that might have erupted on the southwest side where the RZRA might come and make an entry into the zone of the area of Pine or maybe towards the dock area or somewhere down to the line. But A1 Esports needs to make sure that once they are taking the fire against one team, it is going to be RudeDude that has now actually slowly and steadily sneaked their way into where Sinister is finding themselves into the position. Nightmare is just holding himself massively into that position, just waiting for one wrong mistake for A1 Esports for finding themselves in the open, and he will be pouncing upon the whole of the team. A1 Esports need to realize the situation that somewhere down the line in the same proximity there is one team that is already present, and it cannot be a good chance more than this for Rude to capitalize upon to that, as Flex is also holding to different directions, that even if the players gets the knockdown, he will be the one that will be getting the revival in a for sure. But since Fardeen's door has been broken down, that means some of the players from A1 Esports might have spotted down the exact positions of Rude's player, but do they know? Do they know that Nightmare is the one that is closest to
Well, for now, of course, Dude are not letting go of that position and are completely being absolutely silent and resilient for that compound. But again, what are the chances of Fruit Dude again and again finding one esports? I mean, the rivalry that they've created is most certainly turning into quite an aggressive stance that both these teams end up creating. For the moment, once again, as the circle does bring itself on towards the third one, it is looking like it will be certainly favoring both those teams. But on the other tangent, talk about teams that are not being favored by the circle. It is Kings of BD on the receiving end. NRZ not looking too good. Levithan, well, absolutely no idea where Levithan is, but he is looking pretty neat. Yep, he's going to be given a revival to his teammate. And of course, in that to win so, T4M chimes in along and takes a kill for themselves. An interesting play is what this has turned out to be for the side of NRZ. And on the other front, for Kings of BD, will they be able to move away from the warehouse? That is the conversation, because NRZ Sports, they do know exactly where that team is. And now, after having gotten the health revived them, all of their teammates pretty much looking to lead. They are going to try and bring on that domination once again to the players of Kings of BD, where it was almost Megamind who was brought down onto his knees, but it was just enough to suffice and give them the opportunity to run away. And in that win, of course, now this is turned into a 4v3 situation where Devil's OP, yesterday this dude was creating legends across the play because he was just absolutely mocking the entire lobby with the kills that he was able to get all by himself. But will that be the same case today? He started it off. He's got that one kill confirmed, of course, leaving only Leviathan and Sajid Lopi to be able, the ones who will bring up that onslaught to Kings of BD. Of course, it was NRZ that was taking the reins when Kings of BD were knocked, but now it is Devil's OP turn, and he is just very, very, very angry because one after the other, he's just bringing down the players like flies from the side of NRZ, and all they can do is sadly run away.
Definitely, and also not being too greedy in the terms when he was offered with the opportunity to loot that crate, but just trying to gun down the players. The way he is moving is certainly looking good for Kings of BD, but not for the opponent teams. But certainly, Sajitobi has gone down. That brings Leviathan the last for survival. Eventually, Sajitobi will finish off. Mega Mind goes down as one player has been spotted down, and this is King TRZRA that is punishing them really hard from some different directions. And this gave a lot of chance or opportunity for Leviathan to run for his lap. 270 meter is he needs to travel into the zone, and this is not going to be an easy task. And since we talked about TRZRA making a rotation, I guess Kings of BD should have realized because both the teams were actually in a scuffle a moment ago, and since they didn't care about the back, TRZRA were there that we will be taking things in our own hands. Since we have won some kills, now is an opportunity that we will be taking the course and the positioning ourselves well. They have a buggy, that means they will be making a safe entry, a quick entry, not a safe one, because at the end of the day, it is a third circle of Sanhok, and that is a smaller one as compared to the Erangel and the Miramar, but certainly an opportunity again for a lot of team to actually find themselves in the center of the circle, but all of a sudden is on back and also punishing down the players. Team 4M on the hand side, 6 kills. The team that actually also punished the players of NRZ that was caught in the open when they were finding themselves in a fight with Kings of BT is now standing with 6 kills, edge of the circle. All 4 players looking pretty strong. Bamboo 1 kills already onto the name. They are just looking phenomenally well and slowly and steadily marching into the zone. They have brought down some of the troops to their last player standing. But in all this situation, it's Kings of BD and NRZ that have been completely decimated. And with this shift into the area of Paradise Resort, this is going to be tough for most of the teams, but certainly going to be helping the course of VNM Legends that was expecting the circle to come into Paradise Resort. But Python, since the back and side of Paradise Resort has a lot of cliff, has a lot of elevated angle, VNM Legends just one impediment from the backhand side that we need to make sure. But T4M is just not stopping. They are taking each sort of fight that is coming into their way. But Bamboo, with that sort of a different deflection of the grenade, was just not able to connect it well. But Claw, if he gets that connected, then he can be really tough. But before he gets connected, this Bamboo straight into that small little sniper tower takes the kill. Eldon's own name, 7 kills already on the way. 1 player has been lost down, but 7 kills with that momentum the team is going in. They are certainly reminding me of the one game that they played in the final.
Exactly. I mean, T4M, that day also we did discuss the same thing, that if you've got so much of accelerated energy within you, then why were you hiding it? What was the reason throughout the entire national championship? This team, I mean, yes, they have had those wonderful plays for themselves, but over the moment, over the period of the semi-finals and then into the finals itself, the team has fallen down, no two ways about it. And now finally, as they try and get themselves into the arena itself, it is going to be a bit too late as they find themselves on the 15th spot, but GG play is what they're showcasing. And well, I cannot complain. I'm loving it. And along with that, as we move on into the zone itself, it seems like A1 Esports are going to be maintaining the edge, the southern edge of the circle for the moment. And they, of course, do know that there are 12 teams in the lobby. And as the other teams try and make that rotation south towards where A1 Esports is gathered, it is going to be a tricky affair for them to be able to get away. And it is none other than, of course, XBROTHERS, who seems to have found the vicinity of A1 Esports. On the other tangent, it is TRZRA, who still have players remaining and moving on along with quite a lot of commitment and force. They are going to be rushing the players of RudeDude. For now, it is 3-man army for the side of TRZRA, and same is the case for, of course, RudeDude as well. On the other front of the map altogether, it is going to be TRZ Esports, Atomic, who has taken another fight all by himself as well. So number of teams who are not going to be jumping into the arena to take on those fights, because after all, this is the fourth zone, which is now going to be jumping it down to the fifth, and that restricts the opportunity as well as the area that is available for so many of these teams. And of course, with that, the final blow being showcased to the players of IPGx and TRZ Esports, looking real neat and in control of this entire fight, send the entire team of Team the BD down into the lobby, and they are not yet done. Anaconda on the other side of the sister team TRZRA are going to be pushing and punishing the players of RudeDude, even though RudeDude were looking pretty prepped and ready to take on the onslaught. It is going to be the better half of Anaconda who will be taking the fight in his favor, and 2 kills already confirmed for him. His free throw remaining, and once he does that, yep, they are going to get the 5 kills for themselves. A GG play being showcased from TRZRA.
Definitely, TRZ are looking pretty much strong at the moment. 5 kill is what they are at the moment. RA just going all berserk at this moment. But TRZ Esports is also looking pretty phenomenal with 4 kills already into the name. We got to see those Hawkeye direction from the prediction end, where we get to see Team Forum and now slowly and steadily inching towards where A1 Esports is actually positioned, and they are in a split. It's not going to be an easy task for Team Forum at any particular day to take down A1 Esports, as the split actually helps them to gather a lot of information. Bamboo on the other side is just waiting slowly and steadily. If Dante makes the smallest of the mistake, he will be punishing him, he will be biting him, and it seems that yes, he is going closer and closer, but still not in that crouch position. He's still not standing, he's still holding his ground, he's still proning down situation. Looking pretty much strong at the moment, with bad intentions and all this fight have been completely pinned down. And now there we go, all the 3 players charging upon to the players, and since he has been pulled down, Sinister can become the last target, as it seems that he has been also spotted down. But 6ix9ine Boy tries to engulf them from the back and side. Now Team Forum needs to make sure that they need to check the back, dude, check the back. If you don't, you will be taken out for sure. But Bamboo needs to make sure, and he made sure that he will be checking the back, but Jax from different direction is bringing that flank angle into its own position, and he has now started knocking the players down. Exploit is still surviving, Bamboo has gone down, but Spidey and rest of the lobby will be facing a lot of loose. Jax, one more player down, and I told you it is not going to be an easy task to put A1 Esports down. 4 kill with all 3 players lost. It is all down to how Jack survives the onslaught. He is on the edge of the circle, but certainly in that susceptible position where he is still on the crosshair of Spidey, where he can be taken down. Playzone takes on Bamboo, and Anaconda takes down Jax. That means TRZRA. One more kill, eliminating a big team as big as A1 Esports. Again, A1 Esports faltering down. That means Venom Legends Real have a good shy on this chicken, but PRZ Esports 4-man bringing in, finding themselves away from the Paradise Resort. Their big challenge is going to be Venom Legends that are finding themselves into the position. But no, this was not the case. You just need to find themselves away from these positions. Revival will the key. Revival will be given, but will they be able to file themselves away from this Paradise Resort? They really need to find some different exits, because all these exits, which till now was their chance to find themselves away, has now been blocked down, and they are going in the split situations. We have to still wait for that how the facts actually comes out.
Well, for now, it certainly is looking like TRZ are in control as they try and get themselves accumulated across the board. But on the other front, it is TRZRA who seem to have lost to, of course, the zone for the moment, and not looking too good. They will be sent back in the lobby with the 5 teams remaining, and Venom Legends now jumping into the action have already been able to bring SCFU down to his knees. Mamba Noob and of course with Red FPX are going to try and bring on a lot of onslaught to their teammates, and Mamba Noob just taking in that onslaught, bringing down Python, and as they move on along, it is now going to be a chance for them to take on the onslaught to the players of Venom Legends, but they are 1 man down, and that is something that of course Mambanu knows clearly. But BIP, they are looking very much in control. They've got quite a lot of players working in their favor, but as soon as I say that, the casters first working against them, it is going to be Venom who are going to be bringing in that perfect Molotov as well as the spray and burst damage to the players of VIP, that is resulting in them not having the percentage of the forecast, and in that, it is Sudden Cloud off of nowhere that has also been sent back into the lobby with thanks to, of course, Venom Legends. So Venom Legends, they are in control of this fight. There's no two ways about it. They know exactly where BIP is, and their players are accumulated. On the other tangent, they know exactly where the other team, that's going to be TRZ, is going to be setting themselves up. So it might just turn into a 4v4 affair between these two teams, Venom Legends as well as TRZ. But we shall have to see what sort of an X factor can BIP bring to this table.
Definitely, we are obviously Positive Pajamas really pinning down the players of TRZ, but Atomic takes down BBC and Atomic puts the final in the coffin as BIP gets eliminated and Wipeout has also been wiped out. Now it is a Mexican standoff between Venom Legends and TRZ Esports. We have seen in the past both the teams have actually played to perfection whenever we talk about the last circles, but TRZ's players are in a susceptible position where Nightwing is not aware of the position where TRZ's actually positioned. Certainly, they will be taken down for sure as now it is SPS squad that will be finished off. This brings down to only two players surviving where Mama Noob is still holding its angle and certainly he is the last player alive. Completely decimation is what TRZ is facing completely decimated by the onslaught that is coming in. And there we go, a chicken going into the favor in the second game of Sanhok. All Venom Legends, they were just not given any sort of chance, any sort of respite, and a complete merciless wipeout for TRC in this game as Venom Legends secures 9 kills, 24 total points, 1369 damage. First rank was already there. This game, they are in the position now. They will be securing the lead. 24 total points. They will be helping their goals for the rest of the day and also for winning that championship of national championship region.
Well, they are getting closer and closer and closer. They still have 4 more games to go through before they can be given that title of national champions. But for now, they certainly are looking like in a dominating force. And again, I mean, we were talking about A1 Esports and how they are kind of being pinched down from the lobby, and that is what ended up happening in this case as well. A sad state of affair, but on the other tangent, talk about the team that was able to do it. T4M. I mean, this dude, Bamboo right here. Yesterday also he showcased a brilliant performance. Today also he's doing exactly the same with 4 kills and 4 assists that he was able to bring in just 19 minutes of survival time with 740 damage dished out. Amazing stats working for this dude's favor. I mean, he's strong, he's resilient, and he's flexible in terms of the different opportunities that are faced for the team of T4M. And Spidey Senses Tingling has also resulted in him being the 3rd in the top 4 list. But eventually, I mean, Venom are just decimating every single time when it comes down to those fights. Venom know each and every angle and where to expect the corner team from, and they just completely bring down that barrage and the foster utilities and always walk away with decent amount of kills. So yeah, the lead that they're creating is going to be pinching A1 Esports right at this moment.
Exactly. I mean, no doubt about that because I was expecting a comeback for teams like A1 Esports, but certainly this was not the case for them. It was Venom getting away with the chicken. But talking about the match summary, we got a lot of players on the side of Venom Legends. Eventually, it's the only player featuring in 2 different lists, and that is going to be the highest skill and also the maximum assist, and that's where Venom Legends actually find themselves in a better progress. But A1 Esports 6'9" boy with that longest 287 distance skill, and that's where A1 Esports were taking the fight against a lot of teams, and then they were being wiped out. Team 4M Bamboo with that highest damage stats. So somewhere down the line, Team 4M is started performing, but it's too late, I guess, for them. But STF got with the most utilities used in this last part of game, and with this we head towards the match ranking where we get to see a lot of points being shared with Venom Legends, TRZ Esports and What's Pajamas with 24, 20 and 16 with just 444 decreasing points, and then we have T4M, TRZ RA, so a lot of teams that have stood in the second half of the chart just like What's Pajamas and Team 4M, like TRZ RA by the TZ have got a good points, but A1 Esports 6 point. I guess this is not going to be enough as 4 games are still left for the day. Fingers crossed for the fans and also for the players.
Well. In all of this is not the kind of play that was expected. But one thing is for sure that worked out in the favor is the fact that till the 15th team, the points are being distributed. And that's a good thing. That means the entirety of the game, those points were being distributed from one team to the other, and of course there are going to be a few of those teams that will not be able to participate in that, but never mind. As the game progresses on and on, we are going to go through the Oppo F19 Pro moment, and this is where Kapshi's 1v3 situation was absolutely decimating. He was so much in control of this fight all by himself and not taking that much damage as well, but sadly just a few seconds after, it was XBROTHERS who chimed in along and just completely stole the entire the highlight or limelight, so to say, away from Kapshi and took them back into the lobby. But this is another point where T4M shown, and it was none other than Bamboo. I mean, in that boom.
Definitely, Bamboo completely bamboozling Unstoppables last year, but then it was the RZRA that was trying to backstab the situations for our RudeDude as Ferdinand, and RudeDude went down, and then it was looking pretty much bleak. But Team 4M, as soon as they found Dante, it was all the people charging in. Bamboo also made sure that he will be taking sure of the last player to the backhand side, but then. Since the circle was giving a lot of damage, they had to come out of all these open situations. Spidey was the last player alive, and he was not for long. PRC Esports, on the other hand, they were finding themselves away, and they had to come away from the Paradise Resort. They took the fight against Titan, and that was a successful fight. But then here, VNM Legends, the way they held the ground from the right hand side, they were hitting on both pajamas. From the left hand side, it was TRZRA. But one thing that surely went in the way, that was the ground. That was that curve that went into the way. All I could expect it that PRC Esports may had just flanked from the same direction from the right hand side, rather finding yourself into that curve in that steep where things could have really turned odd against them, had really turned odd against them. But that's the randomness that game brings into you. And with this, the highest damage graph goes into the name of Team 4M. 2079 to be, I would say, is what Team 4M got, and how we get to see a team that is on the 14th, 15th, and 16th position getting a damage more than 2000. This is certainly a title that Team 4M must be proud of. And as you have mentioned in the game, while we were just casting, that if you have sort of gun gameplay, why don't we show? Why don't you just go for it again and again? It was Team 4M that has shown in the past, but it has been a long break that we got to see one more these sort of finish. And with this, we get to see some certain big blocks also against the name of TRZ with 1485 and 1395 with VNM Legends. And talking about that, we surely are going to be heading towards overall ranking. And now VNM Legends are flying away with the points. 256 to 56. A1 Esports are trailing the tally, with the 7Cs Esports certainly dominating in the number of kills. But 3-1-1 is where VNM Legends are there with 6 chicken in their number.
Well, they are certainly looking pretty neat in every single game that they are part of. Our Legend on the other tangent, A1 Esports. Hopefully now the things are going to change on along. Talk about T4M though. I mean, this is the conversation of the hour. T4M, the way they played, have been able to move themselves from the 15th now onto the 14th position and tying points with TRZRA. So again, I mean, not that big of a difference between them and NRZ Esports as well. So if T4M keep on playing the cards like this team could very well jump up. And when it comes to jumping up, well, you're walking into getting that much more money as well. So I guess that is what the motivator is, and that's what was missing for T4M. And now finally on the final day, they realized that it is time to get that report card working in their favor, and they're doing so perfectly, I would say. I mean, 10 kills, as you so perfectly mentioned, 2000 plus damage. Could not have anticipated that from that team whatsoever at all.
Exactly, especially in the game of Sanhok, where we get to see a lot of standard situation. The team actually was, whenever they were entering into zone, they were taking their course, they were finding the angle, and it was something that was really mesmeric to see from a team that is standing at the bottom with that power. I mean, absolutely phenomenal.
Absolutely. With that, 2 games are done. 4 games still remain when it comes to the final of the National Championship Bangladesh region. But before we jump into game number 3, we're going to go on a short little break. Be right back.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
হ্যালো এভরিওয়ান, আসসালামু আলাইকুম। টাইবারটা গেমিং আছি আপনাদের সাথে। আমরা চলে এসেছি নতুন একটা সেগমেন্ট নিয়ে, যার নাম নো ইয়োর চ্যাম্পিয়ন্স। এই মুহূর্তে আমাদের সাথে আছে পাইথন থেকে পাইথন ব্যাটসেল। সো ব্যাটসেল, ওয়েলকাম টু দ্য শো।
থ্যাংক ইউ তানভীর ভাই।
পিএমএনসির ফাইনালিস্ট, চ্যাম্পিয়নশিপের টাইটেলের খুব কাছে। কেমন লাগে আসলে এতদিন পরে এসে? ইউ গাইজ আর ডুইং সো গুড।
আসলে প্রত্যেকটা কম্পিটিটিভ প্লেয়ারেরই স্বপ্ন থাকে অফিসিয়াল টুর্নামেন্টগুলোতে ভালো করা। তো আমরা এরকম একটা চান্স পেয়েছি যে অফিসিয়াল একটা টুর্নামেন্টে ভালো করব। তো উইল ট্রাই আওয়ার বেস্ট, চ্যাম্পিয়নশিপের জন্যই যাব।
লক্ষ্যটা বড় রাখাটাই ইম্পর্টেন্ট, এটা কিন্তু অ্যাকচুয়ালি ভালো। তো অবশ্যই আপনাদের টিমের এখন যে নতুন স্পন্সর্ড লাইন আপটা তৈরি করেছেন আপনারা, ইউ গাইজ আর টিমিং আপ উইথ পাইথন। সো এটা ইভেন্চুয়ালি আপনাদেরকে কেমন বুস্ট দেয়?
আমরা যখন একটা ব্যাকবোন পাই যে সাপোর্ট করবে আমাদের টিমটাকে, ফুল সাপোর্ট করবে, তখন আমাদের কনফিডেন্সটা আরেকটু বুস্ট হয়। যেমন আমাদের স্পন্সর আছে, আমাদের রাইচু ভাইয়া, উনি আমাদের অনেকভাবেই সাপোর্ট করে।
আপনাদেরকে আমরা কিন্তু এখন লাইক অফিসিয়াল টুর্নামেন্টে দেখছি, আনঅফিসিয়াল যে থার্ড পার্টি ইভেন্ট গুলো আছে সেখানে দেখছি, এন্ড আপনারা এখন আগের তুলনায় অনেক বেশি রেগুলার। আপনাদের এই লাইন আপটাকে কিন্তু অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমরা অনেকটা সময় ধরে দেখেছি, এন্ড
জি জি
পারফরমেন্সটা অ্যাকচুয়ালি এই লাইন আপ থেকে আমরা আরো কতটা বেশি আশা করতে পারি সামনে?
ইনশাল্লাহ ইন ফিউচার আমরা আরো ভালো করে ট্রাই করব। ইনশাল্লাহ আমাদের যে কোচ আছে ওসিরিজ ভাইয়া, উনি আমাদের সবকিছু বুঝিয়ে দেন, যেগুলো আমাদের মিস্টেক গুলো হয় ওইগুলা বুঝিয়ে দেন, ধরিয়ে দেন। আমাদের আইজিএল আছে, আমাদের প্রত্যেক দিন রাতেই ডিসকর্ডে নিয়ে মিটিং বসাই যে কার কোনটা ভুল হয়েছে, এরকম ভুলগুলা শুধরাই। আগের ভুলগুলাই আমরা নতুন ভাবে ঠিক করে আর কি।
আমার কাছে কেন যেন মনে হয় যে আসলে পিএমএনসি তে ইউ গাইজ আর গোয়িং ফর দ্য প্লেসমেন্ট পয়েন্টস কম্পেয়ার টু দ্য কিলস। সো
হ্যাঁ।
অ্যাকচুয়ালি এটা কি হেল্প করে আপনাদের?
জি জি আমরা অলওয়েজ সার্ভাইভ করার ট্রাই করি, আমরা অলওয়েজ স্লো এন্ড স্টেডি খেলার ট্রাই করি। আর
Okay.
কিল পয়েন্ট তো এমনিতেই আসবে, যদি আমরা সার্ভাইভ করতে পারি কিল পয়েন্ট এভাবে এমনিতেই আসবে।
মানে ইউ গাইজ আর গেটিং 15 কিলস এবং চিকেন,
হুম, হুম।
সো এটা কিন্তু একটা অনেক বড় অ্যাচিভমেন্ট। লাইক
হুম, হুম।
এরকম একটা ন্যাশনাল লবিতে এসে 15টা কিল বের করা একটা ম্যাচ থেকে, ইটস আ ভেরি টাফ জব। সো সেই সময়টাতে আসলে আপনারা আপনাদের নার্ভটা ধরে রাখেন কিভাবে, আর জেতার পরে কেমন লাগে?
জেতার পর তো অবশ্যই ভাই ভালো লাগে। যেমন যদি আমাদের একটা ম্যাচ খারাপ যায় অবশ্যই নেক্সট ম্যাচে ভালো করার ট্রাই করি, তো নেক্সট ম্যাচ দিয়ে আগে ম্যাচটা পুষিয়ে দেই। আর আমাদের সেমিফাইনালে আমাদের যে আইজিএল ওনার মিড এক্সাম ছিল, তো ওইটার জন্য আমরা 3 ম্যানও খেলা লাগছে অনেকগুলো ম্যাচ, 5টা ম্যাচের মতো।
ফাইনালসে আপনারা কি কিলের জন্য খেলবেন নাকি আপনাদের এই রেগুলার গেম প্লেটাই থাকবে?
না, আমরা স্লো এন্ড স্টেডি খেলবো। প্রত্যেক ম্যাচে আমাদের টার্গেট থাকবে 13 থেকে 15 পয়েন্ট, যাতে আমরা
That's
ম্যাচে
really nice.
জি
That's really nice. এটা কিন্তু অনেক বড় একটা ক্লেম। 13 থেকে 15 পয়েন্ট ধরা, 10 পয়েন্ট ধরে কিন্তু অ্যাকচুয়ালি ইটস কোয়াইট টাফ। আপনারা যদি এটা ধরে রাখতে পারেন দেন আমরা কিন্তু মোটামুটি আশা করতে পারি ইউ গাইস ক্যান বি আপ দেয়ার। তখন কিন্তু পিএমএনসি টাইটেলের পাশাপাশি পিএমপিএল এরও একটা
আমাদের মেইন লক্ষ্যটাই থাকবে যাতে পিএমপিএল স্লটটা পাই। ইনশাআল্লাহ আমরা ওইটার জন্যই খেলার ট্রাই করব।
তো বন্ধুরা শুনছিলাম প্লেয়ারদের কাছ থেকে তাদের পিএমএনসি এর জার্নি সম্পর্কে। তো অবশ্যই ফাইনালের জন্য তাদেরকে সমানভাবে চেয়ার করতে থাকবেন যাতে তারা তাদের বেস্ট পারফরমেন্সটা দিয়ে বের হয়ে আসতে পারে, এবং অবশ্যই পিএমএনসির অ্যাকশন দেখতে ভুলবেন না পাবজি মোবাইল বাংলাদেশ অফিসিয়াল ইউটিউব চ্যানেলে।
All right, welcome back once again to PUBG Mobile National Championship Bangladesh region. This is the final day that we are on. We've got 2 games already completed, one in favor of 7C Esports where they got the chicken dinner, second one where VNM Legends have gotten a chicken dinner and have created a big lead in terms of the points itself. Now, third game, they do say third is a charm. Third game is a charm. Third time is a charm. And hopefully, that third time hopefully works for A1 Esports. But now we're going to be jumping into Miramar. So, well, let's see. It is going to be a tricky affair for for A1 Esports based on the way the lobby is playing against them. What do you think, though, Ankit?
I mean, it is going to be challenging for each and everyone with the T4M actually chiming upon maybe one more game out of this where they might challenge A1 Esports or Venom or 7Cs because they have challenged one team out that was on the down table because they get to see because generally T4M hasn't challenged Silent Cloud on the Crab Island. Maybe whenever in this game of Miramar, some other team might be challenged because Team 4M is certainly relying upon their gunpowder. You have seen, and somewhere where they were inching towards the circle, I got to see they were looking quite strong at the moment. But with this, we head towards the third game of the day. A flight path that is not looking good for most of the team that loves to go towards the 8th of El Pozo, Hastiana del Patron, El Hazard. One thing right off the bat, we are gonna get to see a lot of contesting. There is no two ways doubt about that. But if that doesn't happen, I mean, I would be surprised to see.
Well, let's again. I mean, there's just so much of anticipation, right? There's so much of anticipation based on how A1 Esports have been playing in the past and how wonderful they have been in terms of their gameplay every single time. And now to see that opportunity run away from them is certainly unheard of and unexpected. But of course, 4 games opportunity is still quite a lot, and we've seen the likes of A1 Esports be able to convert one game into 30 plus points. So even though VNM Legends have a 50 plus point lead, they will, if A1 Esports play it right and are allowed to play it right, actually, they might just be able to cover it up. But in all of this, we do have 7C sitting in middle between A1 Esports and Venom Legends, and the way 7C is also performing, they are here to last and outlast the competition. But with that, let's jump into the game itself, where we do see it is going to be players of TRZ R8 who are going to be going and choosing down the prison island that is going to be towards the southern part of the map itself, and that is where they end up most of the times getting themselves segregated onto the other tangent. When you talk about the 7C positioning, well, they are going to be going down towards Porto. But before we can talk about any of that, it is looking like TRZ Esports seems to have this time found themselves in close proximity to Python Esports' players, and it seems like Python's players are in for a fight. And of course, Mamba Noob is not wanting to take any chance in any of this, is trying to, of course, retaliate. But on the other hand, it is Kings of BD who seems to have this time found P4M. So, talk about that first blood situation. It is Kings of BD who will be fulfilling that agenda, and they will be taking the fight into their own hand and converting that into a loss for loser for the side of P4M. On the other tangent, once we come back to the fight between TRZ Esports and Python, it is looking like Python might have a slight advantage, of course, based on the positioning that they find themselves, because they are on top of that mountain, and TRZ find themselves in the vicinity. And of course, when they do try and make that rotation, also it could be tricky for them. But seems like Python are not interested whatsoever at all. One by one, we can clearly see Auto Aim has already fallen back. Bad Cell is now falling back, and it is Sub Zero who's holding the ground, but probably not for long, as the entirety of the team probably is going to be wanting to run away from this position and try and sustain and well, survive for as long as possible, because this is just 2 minutes in and we're already part of 2 individual fights that just took place.
Indeed, it is. Chumasura is where we are heading to this fight, and it seems that the players on the teams are settling for truce, as Atomic and STFU bot are just segregating their loot and getting the things separated from them. Getting distributed is what we expect at this moment. Chumasura is a city where, obviously, a big city to talk about, and that is distinguished between that road and the cliffs and all these things. Where all of a sudden, rear FPS has gone for the flank angle. Rest of the pack remains away from the situation, but Auto Aim, who is found himself away in the open situation, the PD are just not stopping. They are punishing and gunning the players of T4M. So a start that Kings of BD have been looking for, a start that Kings of BD really wanted, is what they are getting at the moment. But in the same proximity, Marcos also has fallen down. That is not looking good. Certainly a bleak future for the sides of T4M, and Bamboo goes down. That means 2 players just pushed upon the last player, and that was Bamboo. And the squad wipeout still not because team number is still showing 60. That means the players are also one man standing. But talking about the situation where Python is still holding the top elevated advantage, where Auto Aim is just trying to position himself to that area where he can actually get the big half of uh, TRZ Esports. Certainly doesn't have a good gun if we talk about the long range fight, but you see a close range beast 25 bullets if straight away put into the chest that can fall and bring down the players. But IPG is also slowly and steadily heating up the engine, as they are now taking up the fight unstoppable as Hassan goes down. But certainly, TRZ Esports, the players have retreated and has made a lot of distance between them and Python. So a good sign for TRZ Esports, because they don't want to lose upon those early members. Eventually, just imagine if they would have taken the fight just for one say, if they have gotten the 4 members in the advantage, if they could have pulled down all the 4 players for Python, but on the cost of 2 players getting down, that would have certainly not been the case. Rather take all the 4 players down to the fourth circle, to the last circle, and then to the last, and then just try to bloom the situation. And just that distancing is what we are getting to see, and it's pretty easy to say about all the situation, but it was really tough for TRZ Esports as they now find themselves away. But certainly IPG, the players are inching towards where it is a stronghold of unstoppable. Dictator needs to make sure because he is in the open situation, and at any point, at any moment, he can pull down. But unstoppable is also slowly and steadily moving towards them as IPG is in that position.
Well. This could have turned into an ugly fight, but this seems like not the case because Unstoppable players, as well as of course IPG's players, have not been able to get into that opportunity to take on the fight. But Unstoppable certainly seem to be wanting to take on that retaliation, and we can clearly see that Insane and Claw are going to try and set up a little bit of a roadblock situation for the rotation coming in from the side of IPG. And on the other tangent, when it comes down to Unstoppable itself, Hassan has been lost to the cause, and then they leaving us with a three-man this team with a three-man army. They find themselves 1,700 meters away from the center of the zone and still moving away. So it seems like Law and the rest of the team have something in mind. And what exactly could that be? Not entirely sure what their plan is. But for now, as we move on into the zone itself, El Pozo is where we see bad intentions all by themselves, absolutely no team around in the area. But south of that location, it seems like NRZ are going to be making a rotation and might just move in towards the proximity of bad intentions, where a fight within the circle could be anticipated. Towards the south of the zone, we see PRZ Esports have made it their base and are going to be keeping that edge themselves as they try and gatekeep the situation as other teams like Python make that rotation. But will TRZ Esports be given a kill on that moment on that front? We shall have to keep an eye out towards that onto the front itself. We do see A1 Esports also making a rotation down towards Picardo, and of course when it came down to that area itself, there was absolutely no team that could bring in that retaliation against A1 Esports' positioning or rotation. But as the conversation progresses on, now this is a team, XBROTHERS, who last time brought in that third party situation. This time around, also maybe going to be part of fights or not. But eventually, when it comes to their positioning itself, they are looking pretty comfortable on the 11th spot with total of 99 points. So they are trying to, of course, level up in terms of their play. But my apologies, it was XBROTHERS who are on the 6th spot with 170. And right now, of course, when you talk about BIP, this is a team that's on the 11th position with 99 points. VIP, another team that hopefully should be able to get themselves up onto the 10th position or the 9th position as well, but it's not going to be easy because Unstoppable, as we can see in the kill feed, is not wanting to budge away from that 9th position and are taking down players. And finally, it seems like the plan, the fight has worked in their favor, and Unstoppable are now slowly and steadily taking the fight to the players of IPGx altogether itself.
Exactly. The fight's just heating up at the moment as we still are with the 16 teams and 55 players into the lobby. A lot of players have been already eliminated in the early stage of the game. We've just talked about IPG, it's Sunset that's just fallen down. And talking about falling down, it's Scorpion that has gotten a lot of fall damage and he has been knocked off. Mr. Seven is completely in an isolated position where he can be pinched if Unstoppable has realized that it's Mr. Seven in the lobby and that is the case. Mr. Seven is black for sure, but in all the fights that have happened in the blue and all the teams, as we have seen in the past, Circle has ended in the northwestern side. That means all the teams make an entry into the zone, and this is certainly not the case. Where they need to pick the fight as 1280 the total that they need to travel with. Unstoppable Insane goes down. Ragnar is the one that has been on the receiving end of this trade, but it's Wanda. Okay, so he also goes down and plays Don't takes down the course for Claw as Unstoppable is looking completely decimated. And yep, there we go. Mr. Seven puts the final nail in the coffin as the Insane has also fallen down. Unstoppable becomes the first team to get eliminated, and we have still 15 teams. 56 players left in the lobby with IPG who's now hovering his crosshair on the last fight, but he needs to make sure that it is going to be not an easy task. 1600 meter in the terrain that Miramar offers to you. A, B, the number of teams that are already in protection. C, that whenever they make a rotation, it will be a time where they might be hitting that third zone where whenever they enter into as soon as they go into zone, they need to find a good spot for the movement. But it seems that Mefuz and Sins are completely away from that angle, and yep, they are now healing up themselves at the moment. As Fazal has also been the part of the thicks and thins as Katappa is trying to bring him down. A1 Esports, on the other hand, is also looking bit unsettled at the moment because they have been pinned down from a different direction, from different angle, where Kings of BD are in the king of a hill situation. A moment ago, they were pinning down Falzon, and now they have their crosser set up on A1 Esports because A1 Esports are going to be the next target for sure.
Well, it certainly seems like they have the situational awareness a lot more, but we shall have to see if even esports are able to get that marker or not. Of course, we did see that Kings of BD were bringing in a little bit of shots, so that sound cue should have been able to give a little bit of an idea to even esports. But eventually, from the looks of it, it is going to be Kings of BD that will be moving away from that position to another side of the entire mountain itself, which is going to give them that much more of a better slight advantage because, well, after all, they should be keeping a move on rather than keeping stuck to that one position for too long, and that is the way that a sniper should play. But along with that, or a sneaky play should be made. But along with that, when it comes to A1 Esports, they also are not actually keeping to that same spot. On the other tangent, it is going to be VNM Legends, who are 1,300 meters away, but are still not wanting to jump away from the opportunity of taking the fight. And it is going to be Steel Shot who shall take the first fight against the players of RudeDude and bring him down as he tried to make that rotation. On top of that, T4M, a team that we were hoping and, well, not praying, but certainly hoping that they would be able to bring in the same sort of play that they in the previous game, has certainly not been the case. They've not been allowed to do so, and they are sent back into the lobby with 0 points. So that is going to hurt them a little bit, but if they keep on playing it the way they are, well, things might just change for them, because after all, 3 games after this are still remaining.
Definitely, they can actually puncture the hopes of the teams that are looking to get more and more bucks in their bag, and eventually also glimmer their hope of getting more and more money. We have a sort of different approach to that, but for the moment, it is bad intentions that have fallen on the players of Kings of BD. Kings of BD are holding the compound, are in the fortified area, and all these fights are happening to the center line of the circle towards the El Pozo, where Kings of BD for a moment ago had that. Ground advantage, that hill that we talk about on the eastern side of El Pozo, but for now they have fallen themselves away from the situation. But even esports is somewhere down the line at the same point where they were, and now can face a situation where they can actually cut off the rotation of 7Cs. If 7Cs don't take an alternative direction, they will be facing the brunt. But as soon as they'll be formed, 7Cs were just waiting, and this wait will be pay them off well. And this is the patience that actually pays you off. And even esports, since they will be going in the circle, it will be a passage, I guess. I hope at least for them to go and make an entry. But Kings of BD obviously are into the centralized position earlier a moment ago, but after the circle, they are holding the edge. Will they be leaving all these and relinquishing this compound? That is a question. Or maybe going for the entry, or maybe still finding themselves in 4 to 5 days. I mean, to still wait for that.
Well, for now, it is certainly Kings of BD who are reigning in supreme when it comes down to the observers, because again and again, we seem to be coming back to the players of Kings of BD. As of now, they have not found action yet, but in certain time, they most certainly will, as the zones keep on restricting and teams keep on preparing themselves in individual compounds to get themselves the teams that are rotating skills. It is going to get interesting, but right now, it is going to be Silent Cloud jumping in and trying to get as much of a best rotation coming in, and right now it is not looking good for them, because Bad Intentions of our team is trying his level best with, well, he has been able to actually. I was just about to say that the vehicle that is so strong, but it is not the case, because it was finally brought down to his knees, and eventually kill will be confirmed or not entirely sure, but right now it is A1 Esports who are now being pushed on against the players of Kings of BD. Kings of BD, just a few minutes ago, we had the information, and of course we're relaying it to the players of the entire team of Kings of BD, but eventually now they have decided to jump into the arena, and 6ix9ine Boy with a perfectly set up nade is going to be bringing Devil Dirty down to his knees, and in doing so, on the other tangent, 6ix9ine Boy is also trying to take on a fight with the players of 7C. So a very multifaceted fight is what A1 Esports find themselves in, but where is the flank angle? I can see there is none for the moment. It is going to be a chaotic fight for the side of A1.
They need to play it strategically too well in order to actually outshine the player and outdo the player. 7C's Rafat actually takes a lot of shots, but Rafat needs to actually find himself away from all these fights, because he's still away from the central line of the circle. On the other hand, it is A1 Esports that is ready to bring him after the fight and eliminating one player. I guess the guys of Kings of BD are now strong and just not willing to get an inch of their land. 7C's GSM players with Madrev moving along, and the Kings of BD at least one player down. Take one player down. Just force down that vehicle, but still not enough. Oh yes, there we go. Jax with that angle just took down one player with that vehicle burst, and that was so preempted because the terrain was in the up situation, and that actually slows down your motion. Now Jax needs to be careful because he have already given his position away with the eliminating one player, but 7's GSM, I can really feel for them. I can really feel for them. After hoping for that player to get eliminated, I can really feel for them.
Well, again, should not have been the cause, but it is A1 Esports after all, and they are always on point when it comes to the fights. And in all of that, actually, another thing to bring up is going to be Kings of BD. I mean, they thought that they were going to take on the players of A1 Esports. Well, rather, Devil thought that he could, but eventually he was put down to his place, and Kings of BD have decided to move away from that situation, at least for the moment. But the fights are still not done as we move in to the 16-minute marker of the game. Fifth zone going to be drawn onto the maps, of course, in just a couple of seconds, and that is when teams are going to be restricting that much more, because right now, even though we're 16 minutes in, 14 teams are still alive with 49 players, and it seems like when it comes down to Kings of BD, they are, of course, looking pretty comfortable for the moment with 4 kills that they've been able to attain, but now, as the zone restricts, they better not be out in the open. I mean, the way Tiger is trying to get the information, it is good that they got the information, but well, be very, very careful as they try and retaliate, because there are teams that will now be able to third-party individual fights as well.
Definitely, but the circle has tended to go away from that so and into the western side of Mountain Road that brings 7Cs into Deathmatch Central. There are some sort of hills which is being captured by TRZ Esports. Now they have a real good chance with VNM Legends making an entry from the western side. It is not going to be an easy task as they will be facing the brunt of TRZ RA's onslaught on power that we talk about with battle tensions falling down. It is going to be also a tough affair, and slowly and steadily Watson Pajamas also making it pay for themselves. But TRZ Esports, what a game it has been for them till now. A day that has actually been in their favor, and they are looking pretty much strong at the moment with the mountain and the elevation that is favoring them, and also the circles and numbers advantage. They are pretty much strong at the moment, but certainly not Python Esports as I goes on. Auto is trying to revive himself from the back end side, but IPG, who's Whitey, is pretty much close towards the player, and a fight that we didn't expect to happen is now actually happening from the southern side of the map, where we get to see 2 to 3 teams already into the same vicinity and fights. And since they can now get a lot of respite, as now IPG shifts their attention and directs it to where TRZ RA are trying to backstab the situation. Who's Whitey is in that situation where he can be spotted down and he can be picked down at any moment. With TRZ, Anaconda, and Scott holding that angle, Python Auto Aim can also jump off the fight and on the other side, but NRC from the other side is also making it tough for King G3 to actually crown themselves out in this match. With NRZ, all 4 players making an entry into the other side, it is going to be a fight between them and Bad Intentions, as Bad Intentions just a moment ago has lost 1 player. So we need to see how Bad Intentions take up this fight with numbers advantage down in their favor against their numbers, but Stalker has certainly brought down 1 player from the sides of XBROTHERS, and that is going to be Venom. Playzone takes care of VNM Legend as a kill got secured into Bad Intention favor. NRZ Libertan comes into action as Sherlock puts the 1 more knock, and it is certainly not looking for XBROTHERS and also for NRZ as Sajidopi is just burning.
Well, that is not the way you want to be able to play. But as of now, of course, when it comes to the teams, they are taking on a resilient approach to try and convert those fights into points. And that is what the teams are trying their level with and doing so pretty much all of them are for the moment. And NRZ right now having completed 2 kills for themselves, 2 points absolutely done with that when it came down to the rotation brought in from the side of Bad Intentions. For Dean right now, it is not looking easy. It is not looking good because, of course, his information has been given away, and it is going to be none other than, of course, 47 from the side of NRZ, who will try and push that rotation from the side of Bad Intentions. But Bad Intentions of Fardeen, he seems to be caught off guard. And as his teammates push on along into the same exact arena, it is going to be a very tricky affair. For Counter is not looking good. As he comes down, it is going to be 47 who will push on to take on that onslaught and will be able to, of course, bring that knock onto himself. But as he did so, he was in the open, and Bad Intentions Fardeen was finally able to bring a blow to him as well. So a GG play being showcased from the side of Fardeen, and it is going to be an absolute chaos that the team of Bad Intentions find themselves as they get into the zone. But giving away the information is one thing. Now being able to retain the information and then utilizing it to create a counter is where Bad Intentions lie. But we shall see if that will favor them or not, because on the other front, NRZ were looking pretty prepped and ready and had everything working in their favor, but not been able to capitalize a lot on it. On the other tangent of the map altogether, we are looking at A1 Esports jumping in with quite a lot of blows being showcased to the players of Silent Cloud from the looks of it. And in all of this, it is going to be Fadeen's team, Bad Intentions, who have also been lost into the lobby and they will be sent back. And of course, this leaves us with 11 teams remaining.
XBROTHERS now slowly and steadily just trying to make an entry in the zone, but Shifa will be taken down for sure with an M416 streamlined play coming into the favor where the grenade goes into follow-up, but certainly XBROTHERS will be getting its scores in its own way. But Kings of BD are now with Pincer down as NRZB Veteran tried to deploy one more grenade, but Boston Pyjamas have been certainly spotted down with XBROTHERS leaving the lobby. It is down to 18 and 26 players still alive, but A1 Esports in all of these matches, in all of these chaotic scenes, are reigning supreme as they try to take one more player down. And on the other hand side, it is going to be VNM Legends Shot that is getting a lot of credit to their own numbers. So three big names all of a sudden are indulging into the fight with 7C's, GSM, Rafat also taking the fight. A1 Esports is just not stopping with taking more and more kills into the number. 3 kills is where 7C's are standing at the moment, and with the hill that they have capped for now, and with the numbers advantage, it is not going to be an easy affair for VNM Legends. Simatan going in 1-1 with Katappa will be taken down for sure as the now blue he will be trying to he will do so, but in order to doing so, he will be finding himself back as Shifu takes him down with Mapanu still surviving from the sides of TRZ Esports and the other player in the back vicinity. 7Cs really need to deploy some more grenade in order to shut down the player for TRZ. Kapshi knows the exact position, this is for sure, and Mambanu is still hiding precariously into that small little extreme edge of the rock that gets created, but 7Cs needs to be sure as TRZ is also pointing that can pull him down, and in all this situation, it is going to be VNM Legends that will be timing upon. But the question is, how is Mamban going to retaliate to the situation? He has an answer. He brought on Kapshi to 20 HP, but Kapshi at the right point, at the right moment, he just crouched himself down. But this is also going to be tough for Mamban because all now the 3 players and concentration set upon one player, and that is going to be Mamban. In all the situation, a grenade was all the answer that he will be getting. So, and Mamban, he has been out.
He has been knocked down. He's been sent back into the lobby. On the other tangent, it seems like Python are pushing on against the players of VNM Legends. 2 shots have been killed, and it is a confirmed set. But on the other tangent, when it comes down to Python's players themselves, they are finding themselves in the open, and as they do so, it is going to be 7C's player, Kapshi, and the other, who is going to be bringing in those leads to the player of Python, and that's going to be Auto Aim, who is down on his knees, and most certainly will be giving away a point to the team of 7C. Now, 7C looking absolutely control, and on the other tangent, when it came down to A1 Esports, they are not yet done with TRZ. A1 Esports are taking on a fight against the players of TRZ. Of course, we just saw Mambanu being brought on down to his knees. Atomic has been brought into his knees. STFP, the only player remaining, and all the other players done on his knees at the moment when A1 Esports will be able to utilize and capitalize, and will do so gracefully with a perfectly set up nade. And Sinister confirms those kills and sends TRZ back with 3 teams remaining. This has turned into quite a fight and very entertaining situation that we do see 7Cs moving in with the rotation, and of course A1 Esports getting themselves the comfort of the northern side of the zone.
Definitely A1 Esports with 3-4 men strong into the circle. They are looking strong at the moment, and Evilai going down. It is going to be a tough affair for 7Cs to rise from this ashes. They have deployed some of the smokes to find themselves into the situation, but they are going to fight one on the right hand side, and that is going to be 7Cs, and it is just going to be a matter of time where A1 Esports will be reigning supreme and will be coming out of all these situations. It's just the 2 teams, 8 players alive, but most of the players of Python needs to give the revival with these grenades coming in. It is also going to be a very precarious situation, and Python needs to come out of this predicament and all of these thicks and thins in all this situation. It is a mesmeric gameplay again coming in with Dante. That grenade that gets connected, Sub-Zero falls down, and it is all down to the last player that is still surviving, and this is going to be a game end with the moment. Grenades are just raining on the head in the lap of Python, and Python being decimated with the last player. I mean, they have massive amount of potential A1 Esports in terms of gunplay. We have seen in the past, but the way they eliminated his complete squad, the last squad, it was just the top perfection in this game of Miramar. A1 Esports 29-point lead. Second rank is where they're standing, and this will certainly be helping their course in decreasing the deficit that they were actually standing upon. 1855 is what they were able to secure as a damage number, and A1 Esports getting first win of the day in game number 3 finals. 3 games more left competition, the challenge, the neck-to-neck, the head-to-head, things are pretty much still on because they have made a comeback.
Hey, third time certainly is a charm, it seems like, because A1 Esports has made it the
Totally.
third game around. Beautiful turn of events indeed, but the journey is not yet done. As you so perfectly mentioned, 3 games are still remaining and they are not on top. And of course, that is where A1 Esports wants to be, on #1 position. That for the moment is being held by VNM Legends. Moving on to the MVP coming in from this game, it was Jax with 5 kills and 4 assists that he was able to be a part of in this game, and 582 damage. So very, very efficient in terms of the kills that he engaged in. He was able to absolutely confirm them, and along with that was also able to dish out assists of 4 numbers. So a GG play in 22 and a half minutes of game time, that is quite a lot, and only 48 heating. So again, an aggressive stance is what the Air Sports took in this game. Along with that, when it comes to the top 4 players, we do see Jax there along with his teammate Dante on the second spot with the same number of kills and very close damage point. But on the third spot is Steel Shot from the side of VNM Legends with 4 kills and 511 damage. So another perfect game being showcased from VNM Legends, as they did not get the chicken dinner, but they certainly were part of those kills department, and of course that is going to be helping them create and multiply that lead that they've got on A1 Esports.
Exactly, and also not to forget about it, was 7C that was also getting a lot of kill with eliminating 7C's
True.
mom and then pinning down the players from the right hand side that was coming in, I guess, from the side of NRZ, I guess, from that side where they were pinning down for the moment. And because of that, 7C is 15 points is total what they have secured for now. But A1 Esports have suddenly found themselves on that good lead where the 7Cs were finding themselves away a moment ago. But Python easy. Now, 2 kills, just 3rd placement points. This is a constant way with which the team from the bottom rises and shines all of a sudden with the placement points playing a certainly in the way. But A1 Esports have certainly flying away with a lot of points. Close to double is what they have secured over what Esports secured. Bad intentions again. Now, with IPG, just the 4 kills, it was again pots and pajamas that didn't look strong, unstoppable. So now all the 3 games haven't been their way. And RudeDude, just because in this game they faltered down, it's still a big point difference between them and the team that is sitting in the top 7 and top 8. I really want Unstoppable to find them on the top 8 or top 7, because this is the team that really showed a lot of prowess, a lot of hope when they were playing the quarters in the semis, but all of them, they are not good at the moment. But one team that looked good in the early stage of the game, that was of completing.
They most certainly were. I mean, they were the ones who got the first 2 first blood situations basically in their favor, and this is when it kind of faltered down a little bit for them, where Devil's OP thought that they could take the compound, and that's when he was just completely handed over thanks to the nade being brought on from 6-9. But as they did so, we move on to XBROTHERS, another team that has kind of been trying to get the gameplay working in their favor, have not really been able to do so gracefully yet, because the kills department as well as the placement points are not looking too good for XBROTHERS, but they are maintaining a decent position when it comes to the overall ranking, and is working for them. On the other tangent, as the game progressed on along, it was just absolute annihilation that was brought on right here to the face of TRZ, thanks to 7C's players. And as TRZ were left with just 1 player STFU remaining and trying to give that revival, A1 Esports chimed in, and well, A1 Esports chimed in with such aggressive stance. They walked away with 14 kills in this game. So wherever you see, I mean, A1 Esports were part of kills, were part of points, and those points have now accumulated in them being on the 2nd position on the overall ranking.
Exactly, as we just saw a moment ago, that they have actually climbed themselves, and this is certainly going to be boosting their morale up. And this is where they are boosted with 1855 total damage, 14 kills already. The numbers are so listed. A1 Esports engine is also warming up, and they are finding themselves in the group with 1006 damage. That keeps OBD. They secure VNM Legends 924 damage, 6 kills, 7 Cs, 1343. So a lot of team that really did fall down. The last match really had a good time in this game, with the NRZ also winning a good chunk of total points. TRZRA 805 is somewhere down the line. TRZ Esports, the lead with which they were sitting a moment ago. It's still Kings of BD that are in the first position with them, and Kings of BD, the lead is still pretty much, but it is where 7Cs are now flying away with the points, and this is getting more and more. But what a sort of performance it has been by A1 Esports, 7 starting days off with that good chicken. The lead between them and A1 Esports is just 14 till now, with A1 Esports still 3 games left. I have to still wait for that. What else they have in the bag, because the VNM Legend team is sitting right there at the top with 20 plus 15. I guess it is 38. The lead with VNM Legend is sitting. That is pretty much doable. With 2 games back to back, maybe one more good game for A1 Esports. I mean, a lot of possibilities are still.
Absolutely, a lot of possibilities still remain open for these teams to be a part of it. When it comes down to the teams that find themselves in the 14th, 15th position, only 1 point shy is what T4MX is at. Move on above from that to 12th and 13th position, we see, well, again, only 5 points difference between TRZRA and NRZ. So competition is very much going on from one game to the other, especially on the second page, where again you move on to 10th and 11th position. They've both got 102 points, and then there's a little bit of gap between them and then the 9th position holders. That's Unstoppable X with 116 points. So second page, every single game they are collecting points and they are moving ups and downs in terms of their own gameplay.
Yeah.
But of course, 3 games is all that these teams are left with, and $13,000 on the line is also, well, not confirmed yet, because VNM Legends, even though they have a lead, it seems like A1 Esports is coming back strong.
Exactly. I mean, 38 point can look dwarf at any moment when A1 Esports starts dominating. It was just the 29 point to be more precise, that they took away. At the end of the day, it was not A1 Esports completely decimating gameplay. It was just the natural gameplay that they played and still take 29. Just imagine one bunker of a gameplay, and it can be a game for them. And also that first spot, we have to still wait for that.
Absolutely, could very well be happening, but certainly not right now, because right now it is time to take a short little break, after which we'll jump into, of course, match number 4.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
হ্যালো এভরিওয়ান, আসসালামু আলাইকুম। টাইমারটা গেমিং আছি আপনাদের সাথে। আমরা চলে এসেছি নতুন একটা সেগমেন্ট নিয়ে, যার নাম নো ইয়োর চ্যাম্পিয়ন্স। এই মুহূর্তে আমাদের সাথে জয়েন করে ফেলছে সেটে। সো রুদ্র, ওয়েলকাম টু দ্য শো।
থ্যাংক ইউ।
সো এন্ট্রি ফ্র্যাগার হিসেবে আসলে রুদ্রর উপর কিন্তু প্রেসার অনেক। সো দিস ইজ দ্য ফার্স্ট টুর্নামেন্ট দ্যাট ইউ আর প্লেইং অফিশিয়ালি। সো অফিশিয়াল টুর্নামেন্টে খেলতে আসলে এখানে এসে কেমন লাগছে?
আসলে এটা আমাদের ফার্স্ট টাইমের অভিজ্ঞতা, এবং আমরা বলবো আসলে আমরা প্রথম থেকে অনেক নার্ভাস ছিলাম। আসলে আপনারা দেখতে পারবেন সেমিফাইনালের প্রথম 2 ম্যাচ আমরা মোটামুটি খেলেছি, কিন্তু পরে দিয়ে আমরা অনেক নার্ভাস ফিল করি, যার কারণে আমাদের পারফরমেন্স তেমন ভালো যায় না। কিন্তু তারপর আমরা ফাইনালে কোয়ালিফাই করতে পারি, এরা জন্য আমরা অনেক থ্যাঙ্কফুল। এবং অবশ্যই আমাদের টিমের একদম অনেক হার্ড ওয়ার্কিং, আমাদের টিমের প্রত্যেকটা প্লেয়ার অনেক স্ট্রাগল করছে, অনেক দূর আসছে ওরা খেলে, এবং আমি তাদের প্রতিও থ্যাঙ্কফুল।
মানে এখন আপনাদের এটা প্রথম টুর্নামেন্ট, বাট এর পরে আপনারা যখন হচ্ছে নেক্সট পিএমসিও আসে এন্ড আদার্স অফিশিয়াল টুর্নামেন্টও কিন্তু খুব তাড়াতাড়ি আবারও শুরু হবে, যেটা আপনারা অলরেডি আগে জানেন। সো এই টুর্নামেন্টগুলোতে পার্টিসিপেট করার ব্যাপারে আপনার এখন চিন্তাটা কেমন?
আমার তো ইচ্ছা আছে, যত অফিসিয়াল টুর্নামেন্ট আছে বাংলাদেশ হোক বা বড় হোক, সবারই ইচ্ছা থাকে যে এসবে জয়েন দিবে। এবং আমাদের যেহেতু এটা আমাদের প্রথম স্টেপ এই পিএমএনসি বাংলাদেশ, এবং আমরা এটাতে এত দূর আসতে পারছি। এখন আমাদের আরো সামনে যাত্রা অনেক দূর হবে, আশা করি যে আরো অনেক দূর যেতে পারবো। এবং আপনারা সবাই দেখা যাক কি হয়, দোয়া করে যাবেন
ইনশাআল্লাহ, অবশ্যই। সো পিএমএনসি রিলেটেড যদি কয়েকটা মানে পয়েন্ট তুলে ধরি, A1 Esports এর সাথে আপনাদের কিন্তু একটা অন্য রকমের রাইভালরি তৈরি হয়েছিল গ্রুপ স্টেজেও, ইভেন সেটা আমরা কিন্তু সেমিফাইনালসেও দেখেছি। সো হাউ ডাজ ইট ফিল টু কম্পিট এগেইনস্ট দ্য বেস্ট টিম অফ বাংলাদেশ?
আসলে এটা আমরা রাইভাল বলবো না, কারণ আমাদের আইডল হিসেবে আমরা A1 কেই দেখি, কারণ A1 বাংলাদেশের সবচেয়ে বড় এবং সবচেয়ে ভালো একটা টিম। তাদের যে গান পাওয়ার, তাদের রোটেশন, আমরা বিশেষ করে আমি এবং আমার যে আইজিএল আমাদের টিমের প্লেস, সে মনে করেন আমরা একসাথে বসে স্টাডি করি যে কিভাবে রোটেশন দিতে হয়। এসব দেখে মনে করেন অনেক সময় A1 এর খেলা দেখি, কারণ A1 এর সেমিস্টার আমার মতে বাংলাদেশের অন্যতম সেরা একজন আইজিএল। তো সেই হিসেবে অনেক সময় দেখা যায় যে তাদের রোটেশনের সাথে আমাদের রোটেশনটা মিলে যায়।
সো এখন পর্যন্ত আপনাদের টিমটা কিন্তু বেসিক্যালি নিউ, সো ইন দ্য অফিশিয়াল স্টেজ। সো হোয়াট ডু ইউ থিংক যে স্পন্সর সাপোর্ট এবং আদার বড় অর্গানাইজেশন, কোচ, অ্যানালিটিক্যাল স্টাফস, এইসব যদি আপনারা পান, আপনারা কতটুকু হেল্পফুল হবেন এই ব্যাপারটা থেকে?
যদি আমাদের কোচ এবং বড় বড় কোনো বড় হোক ছোট হোক কোনো স্পন্সর পাই, তাহলে অবশ্যই আমরা সেটাকে একদম পুরোপুরি কাজে লাগানোর চেষ্টা করব এবং আমাদের টিমটাকে যেন আরো উপরে যায় এবং পুরো বাংলাদেশ যেন এবং বহির্বিশ্ব পর্যন্ত আমাদের এটা যেন টিমের নামটা ছড়িয়ে পড়ে, সেটার চেষ্টা করব
ইনশাআল্লাহ। সো এনি স্পেসিফিক মেসেজ টু ইয়োর ফ্রেন্ডস অর ফ্যামিলি?
আমার ফ্যামিলির জন্য আমি একটা মেসেজ দিতে বলবো, কারণ আমার আম্মু আব্বু আসলে প্রথম থেকে কোনো সাপোর্ট করে নাই, কিন্তু ধরেন এই যে এইসব ম্যাচ আমি আমার রেগুলারলি আমার বাবা মাকে দেখাই যে দেখো আমরা এরকম খেলতেছি, এরকম আমরা কালকে ফাইনালে উঠছি। এখন তারা তো অনেক খুশি এবং তাদের আমি সবার ফার্স্টে বলবো যে A1 যখন দুবাই গেছিল তখনই আমি আমার বাবা মাকে দেখাইছিলাম যে দেখো ওরা এত কিছু করতেছে, এত করতেছে। কি বলবো, এটা জাস্ট আমাদের একটা স্বপ্ন পূরণ হচ্ছে, বলতে গেলে স্বপ্ন পূরণের প্রথম থেকে শুরু হচ্ছে এবং অনেক দূর যেতে হবে এখন।
তো বন্ধুরা, শুনছিলাম প্লেয়ারদের কাছ থেকে তাদের পিএমএনসি এর জার্নি সম্পর্কে। তো অবশ্যই ফাইনালের জন্য তাদেরকে সমানভাবে চেয়ার করতে থাকবেন, যাতে তারা তাদের বেস্ট পারফরমেন্সটা দিয়ে বের হয়ে আসতে পারে। এবং অবশ্যই পিএমএনসির অ্যাকশন দেখতে ভুলবেন না পাবজি মোবাইল বাংলাদেশ অফিসিয়াল ইউটিউব চ্যানেলে। আমি তানভীর, ইউ গাইজ নো মি অ্যাজ টাইম বার্নার গেমিং। এই মুহূর্তে আমাদের প্লেয়ারদের কাছে কিছু প্রশ্ন থাকবে, তাদেরকে জিজ্ঞাসা করবো আজকে সকালে তারা যে জিনিসটা দিয়ে নাস্তা করেছে সেটা যদি তাদের ইন গেম নেম হয় তাহলে কেমন হবে?
সকাল নাস্তা করছি তাহলে হবে ডিম হোয়াইটি।
ডিওয়াইটি, ওকে।
আচ্ছা, সো এরকম যদি আমি তাহলে আমি অ্যাপেল বলবো। অ্যাপেল কিউট, আমরা আপেল ফোন ইউজ করি সবাই।
ওরে।
এটা আমি সকালে খাইছি।
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা,
অবভিয়াসলি ওটা চা হবে, বিটেক্স চা।
বিটেক্স চা। আচ্ছা,
ডিম, রুটি, আলু।
মানে সব একসাথে ডিম রুটি
হ্যাঁ,
আলু?
আমি তো সকালবেলায় তিনটা খেয়েছি, so
সেভেনের জিএসএম ডিম রুটি আলু।
ডিম, রুটি, আলু।
নাইস। তো বন্ধুরা, শুনছিলেন আমাদের প্রো প্লেয়ারদের কথা। এরকম আরো অনেক দারুণ দারুণ সেগমেন্ট কিন্তু আপনাদের কাছে নিয়ে আসবো। তো অবশ্যই আমাদের সাথে থাকবেন, পাশেই থাকবেন। আপাতত বিদায় নিচ্ছি আপনাদের থেকে।
Hello and welcome to, of course, once again, this is the finale. I mean, yes, we keep on saying it again and again because maybe new viewers are joining in, but it is the finale and the final day of PUBG Mobile National Championship Bangladesh region, all thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. We've got 3 games done. As we jump into game number 4, right now the race is on. The third game finally was won by A1 Esports, but can they repeat that magic again? Because Ankit, correct me if I'm wrong, 37-38 point lead, right, for VNM
Yep.
Legends as of now?
Yep.
So yeah, I mean that is
Close
what
to that.
what is at stake for A1 Esports, and along with that, there is 7C who are right on the tail of A1 Esports as well. So a really interesting, as me and Ankit have been calling it at moments, a masaledar is what this entire
Ooh.
saga is turning out to, right?
Exactly, it has been from right off the go, from the start of the semifinals. A1 Esports, till all these 21 games, they haven't been safe as they have been in the past. Trust me.
Right.
The quarterfinals and semifinals, and it hasn't been an easy job for them. It hasn't been an easy task for them. But we'll get to see how easy they will be making for sure as we head towards the 4th game, the last bit of the finals, of eventually the last 3 games, and that we head towards Erangel, with flight path making its way from military base towards the northern side of the map. That is going to be the western side of Severny, close to where the 50% of the total restriction is there. That means each and every team will be going towards their favorite drop silent fight, since they go towards the area of Pubg and Go and other boards. Some teams that do love to go towards the extreme corners of eastern side, just Kings of PD also loves to go to the Meta Power. They will be getting some sort of trouble, and also is an area where it's sort of untideable, I would say. But still, if you parachute early, if you have the chance to go towards the same area, you don't have a lot of vehicle along this southern island of that military base around those highways, but still it's an option where the Kings of BD, it seems like this time they are going towards their position. Maybe they must be looking to challenge 7Cs, but unfortunately it's not 7Cs going for that base. 7Cs are going on the western side, of Georgiapol, that is a the Georgiapol apartment side, the city, the main city of Georgiapol, where you get to see a lot of loot spread out there, and slowly and steadily the players are moving towards a favorite drop location, and we get to see the circle in a moment. And there we go, a centralized shift that means each and every team will be in the circle, apart from the northernmost city, that is going to be the Severny, where Post Pajamas jumps up, and sooner or later they will also be getting into frame. But it is a good affair for TRC again as they move and into this area of Premos, where they are pretty much close, where five are there, and just one sign at the end of the game. I guess it is auto aim. Some heat waves are also erupting. That means TRC right off the bat. Atomic has got the kill for sure.
Well, it is looking like, of course, TRZ Esports have lost one of the players, that's for sure. And
Oh,
not the
shit.
start that was required, or rather, not the start that was expected from the side of especially TRZ Esports. But eventually, that is what the cause and the case has been for them for the moment as the game progresses on along. Just 2 minutes in, things have certainly started to heat up. And of course, when it comes down to this time around on Erangel, a lot of teams have changed their drop location as well. We saw Kings of BD go on down towards the military base, an interesting change of play in terms of their tactics. As we can see right here, it is Rare FPS who lost his cause, thanks to, of course, a team that we, of course, did not really get to see. But it was not the kind of play that this team anticipated, and has been the case. But eventually, again, there's nothing to fret or sweat about, because after all, it's just a three-man squad can also do a lot of damage in the lobby, as we have seen in the past. And TRZ Esports, and this team is very, very capable for the same. So there's nothing separating them from the kind of gameplay that we can expect from them, even with a Tsuanami, as the points and the stats clearly showcase. Average damage is 1003 with 105 kills that they've been able to get for themselves. So a GG play on the fourth position is what that team finds themselves. On the other tangent, Silent Cloud, a team that needs to, well, do a lot more, and they are actually trying as well. They're a resilient team. There's no two ways about it, and they're slowly and steadily every single game trying to climb up to that ninth position. But as they try, the ninth position holder, which is of course Unstoppable X, are also moving away without a fret, always jumping into the action, taking away fights, taking points, and that is something that is a yin and yang situation that is happening on the 9th to the 16th position, or rather 9th to the 15th position holder is what I would say, because the 16th position holder team in Python is long ways away to be able to participate as far as the points themselves are concerned. But eventually, never mind the cause, this is the fourth game of the finals itself. After this is done, only 2 games will remain, and every single game, every single second is an opportunity that these teams do not wish to waste. For now, it is Explorers on our screens. As we've spoken about earlier, they have created themselves a pretty decent position right there on the 6th spot. We can see with 173 points, 77 total kills. So the team above them is Kings of BD that have 191 points, and that is the chase for X Brothers. So few points away, few points rather away, and not a single digit number. On the other tangent, when you talk about Bad Intentions, who are right below X Brothers, they are also a few points away. So it is a pretty neat position that X Brothers find themselves in. But on the other tangent, it is A1 Esports on the receiving end. Jax has been brought down, and it is none other than T4M who have seemingly, interestingly, seem to have found a rivalry against A1 Esports in this final day, and it is going to be Jax, who has lost his life, and T4M have been able to get that revival on their player of Bamboo, and eventually will be able to move on along. It was none other than Spidey this time around who was able to bring in that kill, and as we can clearly see, as far as the damage that he was able to get, there's not a lot of damage. So GG play and a GG fight coming into favor of Spidey, but how exactly is the game going to turn out? Let's just see.
I told you, brother, that maybe Team 4M must be looking to actually surprise one of the team in the lobby. This time it was A1 Esports on their radar. Jax. Now he is the player that actually plays the flank angle every time we get to see on the minimap. He is the one that actually gets separated and brings a lot of info for his team. And since he has, he is not part of the rest for the rest of the match, things will be getting trickier and trickier. And A1 Esports need to strategize differently, because at the end of the day, it is 38-point difference with which even esports need to lessen that deficit in these matches, at least, because after this it will be last 2 match where A1 Esports will be trying really hard. All they will be going for that placement points, no kill whatsoever, which I suppose if they want to be at the top, because if you are playing aggressively, there are chances that you will be taking down, and if they don't make that deficit look the dwarf in this match, A1 Esports, they will be certainly losing on the chance. On the other hand, it is going to be RudeDude that is on that rude approach with the flex moving here and there with the flurry of threats, we are still waiting for that A1 Esports encounter. We got one in the game of Sanhok, but Erangel is still missing in this course with bad intentions, joining at the frame and getting a stronghold into the area of Potato Hill. Counter with just trying to find himself closer to where the other players are actually. Their bad intentions is also looking pretty strong today. It hasn't been their day, of course, the way they have taken the fight, but somewhere down the line they have shown the shot of resistance. Wrangle was a game where they came second, where it was VNM Legends steel shot that was really putting him down. Apart from that, bad intentions really played that match pretty well. It was just the 2 kill, I guess, that the goal player took, but the placement points was just spot on. So similar sort of stats we can expect to see, because we still have 2 Erangel, including this today, with the one Sanhok filling the void between both the Erangel and talking about rotation. It is Boss in Pajama, Shadat, with team just finding themselves close to their highway, and we get to see a lot of fun vehicles, but A1 Esports, we were talking about RudeDude at A1 Esports contestant. There we go. There we go. Pardeep charging in with M249 and San 69 boy. You are gonna be pulled in a while. You are gonna be pulled in a while as all the 3 Estonians charges in. But where is that cover fire? Where is that cover fire from the side of A1 Esports? As 69 boy tries to find himself away, but Flex goes down. That means we got to see some different angle that has been created from the sides of A1 Esports. Flex, the player that actually created the flank angle, is completely away from the situation. This is gonna be a 3v3 affair with Flex bleeding out. It is gonna be a tough chance for RudeDude, because A1 Esports do have a cover for their compound. All RudeDude do have is just that small little hut and this Scoop RV. If they want to fly away, they have that opportunity. But the way they are charging in, they are looking to pull down A1 Esports to the death. But NRZ is also on the backhand side, and we have seen in the past that this is a team that has done that third party situation. If they sense it, they will surely do it.
They most certainly can and most certainly will try and level best, because after all, the rivalry has been created for a reason. That is something that RudeDude certainly are not going to be running away from. But it is interesting that the smoke that has been created has allowed 6ix9ine boy to be right next into the vicinity of that ball, but still not be able to actually capitalize on that situation. And it's going to be RudeDude who have had the rude awakening that they are going to be taking some fault onto their play as well. As Fardeen is all on the backhand side, Nightmare is going to fall back as well, and now the flank angle that's been created on the back end, then we are looking at NRZ. Shifa also chiming in, and this is where Sinister is being brought on down to his knees, and NRZ's team 487 is just absolutely decimating the lobby. Nightmare did take a knock right there, but Fardeen is right next to him to be able to give that cover fire, and it seems like RudeDudes are planning on running away from the position, as the smokes that they created certainly are going to be moving away from them. But eventually it seems like that's not the case. It was a flank angle that was being created by the known Levitam flank angle king, so to say, and it is going to be RudeDude's awakening, which has turned into quite a miserable one, because Leviathan has moved on along. Nightmare has still not been able to get that revival. 6ix9ine boy is trying his level, but he's burning, and eventually who will take the kill? It is going to be Fardeen, who will be sent back into the lobby, and eventually it will be 47. Once again, NRZ, what a massive turnover of events from this team. Beautiful, beautiful play being showcased from this team, and this has resulted in just one man remaining, and that is going to be Dante.
There we go. Dante tried to put the final player, obviously all the 4 players, but he was left with that last man standing. Eventually, it was not an easy task, but in all these fights, again, A1 Esports has gone down with, I guess, just 1 or 2 kills into their favor, into their name, and I guess with no placement points whatsoever, one team is getting the benefit of it. Eventually, it was RudeDude that spoiled the party completely for A1 Esports, but then again, a chance for VNM Legends that is sitting on the western side of the circle to get more and more points, and also for 7Cs that find themselves away from all these situations. But certainly A1 Esports, now they are being challenged with a lot of teams. The maps have changed, but the strategies by the team haven't changed, with Team 4M challenging them in the early stage of the game to challenging next where they were actually finding themselves. And I was saying that NRC can do the third party pretty much well. They did it to perfection with all 4 men standing. NRZ will be moving away into the circle as VNM Legends now have their second one with Hassan, with Mahfouz Whitey going down with IPG. They now again have that opportunity to give that third party tinge, with extra spice into this flavor, and it is looking good for VNM Legend at this moment. As far as the points table is concerned, they were sitting at the top, they will be sitting at the top until and unless there is some gobsmacking performance that comes in from 7Cs.
Well, right now it is going to be Unstoppable who are going to be maintaining that ninth position with the kind of kill that they're bringing in. It is going to be none other than Hassan, who has been bringing down that nade parade onto the players of IPGx. And no matter how hard IPGx have been trying in the past few games, it is pretty much all of these sort of moments that bring them down to their knees. Hassan has finally been brought down to the knees thanks to first Mahfouz YT, but he's only a one-man army. And again, when it comes down to his teammates, they are all knocked and there will be no cover for him. But on the other tangent, when it comes down to Unstoppable Claw, he is trying his level best to take on this player, and third parties being the king of the name once again, of the game once again. VNM Legends jumping into the arena to take on this third party. Of course, Unstoppable skills is something that Unstoppable will not want to give away, but for now, of course, it is going to be just a nade parade based on the smoke that they have created. But eventually, IPGx kills are going to go on down towards VNM Legends Steel Shot and Unstoppable's Claw as well as Hassan, understanding who they're up against, are going to just completely race away out of that position.
Exactly, a wise decision to be in the contestation, to be in that position where you don't want actually to give away your kills. The players are three number left in the lobby, so a lot to lose, and Unstoppable, realizing the gravitas of the situation, they have now decided to fall themselves out for where would they go, where would the silver go? That's still a question that needs to be answered. But in all these questions and answers, we have got a central shift where bad intentions that they were holding earlier, Potato Hill is still in the center of attraction, where now 7Cs will be inching their way forward to have the control of, because in all these circles it's the potato hill and some it's a potato hill that becomes the most strategic location, because there's a flat bed, and if four player gets split in four different directions, you can have an ample amount of information. And with all these said, XBROTHERS is also taking a fight against TRZ, which is making an entry from the southwest side. Not an easy task for TRZ, to be honest, because the way they are going, so it is going to be a tough affair against XBROTHERS, and also for bad intentions to actually not let their fort getting be breached, because a lot of teams will have their eyes set upon, because this is a very famous area. The downtown southern side of pushing Potato Hill is where bad intentions are finding themselves into, and slowly and steadily, and not only apart from 7C GSM, it is going to be other teams that will also would love to be at this place. But for the moment, it is bad intentions that is on the charge. Winter with the DP4X, can he just produce some very gameplay in this final day, day 4? Because till now he has been shut down in all these finals. Does he have enough of power left in him? We have to still wait for that.
Absolutely. I mean, Winter is one of those lads who has been so very good when it came down to those aggressive stances that he's been able to make. But right now, being on top of that hill is certainly giving him the advantageous position of taking on those fights. But it is 7C who are taking on those kills away from Winter, even though he has the information. He has not been able to put any lead into his opponents. On the other tangent, NRZ Esports also moving in with a lot of synergy for themselves, are looking absolutely comfortable when it comes down to the kill department, as they've already secured 5 kills for themselves. A GG play is being showcased in this game from the side of NRZ Esports, but as they move along, will it be enough is the question. On the other side, TRZ are moving on to try and get into the zone and are being caught off guard from BIP, and BIP have the safety of the compound, whereas TRZRA are going to be out in the open. There's just a small little ridge that is helping them, but that is all that there is on the other side. As we go on back towards Bad Intentions Winter, he can clearly see that there are teams over there, but sadly, he's just not being able to take all those shots because there is no clear shot for now. But again, going back to what Ankit was just mentioning, the way Bad Intentions have themselves positioned, it is looking like this could very well be a really good spray and play from their sides. But TRZ, Mamba Anu jumping into the action. What a perfect spray that was. I mean, that red dot being set up exactly on the head to bring down the player was absolutely incredible. And encounter has been brought on to the player of Bad Intentions. Indeed, all thanks to Mamba Noob. And he, again, we were talking about it. A 3-man army is what TRZ Esports is in this game, but that does not mean that this team will not be aggressively making a stance. And they have been resilient in doing so as they take a fight against the players of Bad Intentions. But now we shall have to see what sort of a cause and effect relationship is going to be created, because two heavy behemoth teams on this small little hill is certainly not going to be allowed. And on top of that, Bad Intentions also do need to be very careful of the point that there are the teams in the vicinity. But never mind that question, because after all, when it comes to the cause and effect has been showcased, all thanks to the circle certainly moving away from this area.
Exactly, so you just moved an inch away from their side, and just because of that, not only it is going to be a challenging task for TRC. How are they going to be achieving that? they have the answer for it. They must have been an answer for that. But with this, we got to see the third airdrop. It offers the with the complete set of level 3 backpack health kit and that shield into its own way, and whichever team gets handled will be loving to get it. But Bamba is still holding that angle. That means the team might be looking to go into the circle with the late sort of approach, because Bamba is just scouting the player, just getting the most info where exactly the bad intentions player have spread themselves, and this is a good strategy. You just need not to hustle yourself, because it's just a fourth circle. You can eventually make the late rotation, and these sort of circles you have a lot of compound, and if you are the lucky one, you get your hand onto the late rotation. And TRZ is certainly not going into fight at the moment, but Custom Pajama is really getting into fight, really hitting things up for TRZ, as the one knock has been secured, but the knock hasn't been able to button himself into the kill, as TRZ the player are going for that kill approach. Yes, Ragnar will give the revival, but those tap shots AKM 4x were really detrimental, as that vehicle just got blew up, but certainly not blowing up the player. That means it is not going to be an easy task for TRZRA to go for the rotation, as circle will be going into not their favor. But VNM Legends Void comes into fight and takes down doubles OP for Kings of BD, and this is looking good for VNM Legends, but not for Kings of BD, as Devil OP gets finished. One more kill already into the name. 3 kill is what VNM Legends standing at the moment, with 1 loss, 1 player. We have a lot of team with all 4 players alive, and now VNM Legends is just not stopping. Putting Shibu down, that means PD might go down in a moment. Or TRZ Mamba, on the other hand, he is on a charge, and he is giving the cover fire with Atomic charging in and getting a lot of shots on the side. With bad intentions coming into fray, and Stalker have brought down the X Factor. They're finding himself on the top of that little hut, has brought down one more player. With Atomic going down, it is all down to how Bot himself revive himself, and Mamba gave that revival into his own case. I mean, they found themselves in a position. They really scouted down the player well, but still unaware of the positioning of Stalker, where he was actually finding himself. But in all these positions, in all these fights, it is XBROTHERS that is looking to the third party situation. Get so it will be easy for TRZ, as if they are looking to charge against the players of bad intentions. Tough situations to deal for bad intentions, because it's 4 players charging against you. It might be a case where TRZ will be winning this battle.
Well, it could be the case if things play out right, because of course it is a 3v3v4 situation where XBROTHERS are trying their level best to take an onslaught, but TRZ Esports have certainly tried to take on the fight to the face of XBROTHERS, and have of course given away their information. Had they not done so, probably bad intentions could have been the ones who would have been in the crosshairs of XBROTHERS. But since TRZ tried to shoot the face of XBROTHERS in the 4v2 situation, and XBROTHERS, the way they push on along, had certainly resulted in, well, giving a lot of damage to the players of course, TRZ. But will that be enough? Because one final player is remaining, and that is going to be STFU Bot. But will that be enough to be able to get that revival as well as push on along to the players of XBROTHERS? Because XBROTHERS have 2 man surviving. So one man can certainly give the revival, whereas on the other player, which is of course this time around King GG, going to be pushing on along to try and get as much information as he possibly can. And this is when things can go horribly wrong for the side of TRZ Esports. On the other tangent, talking about VIT, they are just patiently waiting. They are waiting for the fight to be done, and that is when they will try and bring in an onslaught. But now XBROTHERS have a lot more trouble for themselves, because it is NRZ going to be pushing on along. So this is where, once again, I mean, TRZ can be pushing XBROTHERS in that place in between as a sandwich position.
And this will also give a chance for actually TRZ to again strike them back and take their revenge and redemption into their own favor, as NRZ have dealt a lot of players of XBROTHERS. And with Leviathan, MP49 in hand, it's never an easy task to defend your fort. With Leviathan taking one more knock into their own favor, bad intention is slowly and slowly going down, as TRZ are taking the fight. Stalker goes on Atomic into the fight. Atomic takes the fight into their own course and takes one more kill, and Atomic just counters it. That means bad intentions are just left with 1 player, and also XBROTHERS. King GG is the last player surviving, and he has done a big blow onto NRZ. So a lot of ruckus that has already been created. King GG getting a lot of kill, with Atomic getting a lot of kill. But on the other hand side, it is going to be 7C's bad rev that will be getting a lot of fall damage. With TRZ surviving with 2 player, it is also looking good with all these players. But Bots Pajamas all of a sudden, and also Silent Cloud, and also TRZRA, all the 4 players. These are the only 3 teams in all these ruckers that are still surviving with 3 players alive. teams from PD, in a blink of an eye, they have been sent to the lobby. 6 kills already into the name. They are just looking fantastic at the moment. Rafa 3 already into the name. I told you, if 7C needs to step up, it is going to be Rafa that actually need to showcase his X factor he brings up, because he is the experienced player among all the 4 players that plays in the lobby, and he is surely taking that experience for the moment.
Well. With that, as we move along into the second part, it is looking like T4M is trying to bring on the players of Silent Cloud. For the moment, it is going to be Loser trying to utilize as many utilities as he possibly can to bring down the players of Silent Cloud. But again, I mean, the way Silent Cloud is approaching this fight, being so clustered up, one good burst damage coming in from Loser or the other tangent of T4M could very well destroy Silent Cloud. Now they have gotten themselves split in a 2-2 situation, and 2-1 split certainly could work for Silent Cloud, because after all, this team has got to have a better advantage in terms of the way that they position themselves, and of course the points, the stats speak for themselves that they are a better half amongst the two. But recently T4M has been performing brilliantly, and that is something that we do need to of course cater to. But on the other tangent, talking about XBROTHERS, it is looking like XBROTHERS King GG is going to be in the crosshairs, and not only in the crosshairs, will be sent back into the lobbies. So thus we've got only one final player remaining, and that's going to be of course Venom. But on the other tangent, coming back to the fight between T4M and Silent Cloud are making a lot of noise. They are making a lot of noise, giving away a lot of information, and now it is just a moment before T4M actually pounces on along. Loser is so very close to the compound of Silent Cloud, whereas on the other tangent, when it comes to the flank that that T4M have created, it does not seem to be helping out the cause for now. Finally, it seems like they might be jumping into the arena. Yep, Spidey has finally jumped in. Kobilash has been brought down to the knee. Along with that, Loser is going to be setting up a perfect nade, and boom goes Rage Kid down. That leaves going to be Sparrow, and now he will have to bring in Kabiraz and Sparrow all by himself against this 3-man army that is going to be pushing on along to the players of Silent Cloud. And T4M looking pretty comfortable, but as they try, it seems like on the other side, it is TRCRA who seem to have been caught in the fire against the players of course, VIP.
Sparrow took his own. Loser. It was a game of Sanhok where Team M actually took the successful fight in its own way, but Marcos is moving towards the player, and Sparrow has been caught. Marcos was looking some different direction. I guess what he was trying to do, I was not able to understand and digest, because in all these movements, you actually need to put the crosshair onto the head of your opponent rather than trying to look into the stars and the skies. So in all this situation, it is Loser that is losing out on its HP, but in all this situation, it is T4M that has lost a lot of HP, a lot of players, and they are looking bleak at this moment as players are falling down slowly and steadily with XBROTHERS. Venom pulling down with that grenade from 7Cs. It is just a 17 players alive in all this situation, and in all this, it is TRZ Esports that is holding the edge of the circle. They are in the elevated ground. The circle one more turn goes into the favor. It is going to be their game for sure, but Team 4 and Spidey is just not letting slip away. He is making sure that he deploys the smoke in order to get the revival done. He is also mixing grenades in all these smoke, just in order if that grenade catches one player. But Evil Eye is making sure he's holding the TPP angle, is holding that advantage of ground from where he can make the most of the situation. Not giving a lot of sound cues. This is a good thing, because he have already spotted on the player. He is making sure that he will only be taking the fight. He will only be peppering the bullets when he is sure that he will be taking another player. And this is something good coming in. And now Captain will be taking the players down, and the call has already come in. Yes, that the player is in the smoke. The enemies ahead will be making sure that he gets the kill secured. But play zone takes the course. The Scorpion falls down, and with Pistol 7 players survive from side of the RZRA, hopes are looking pretty much bleak as the final layer has in the coffin has been put down. But TRZ Esports, they have gotten the advantage of the zone. They have gotten the advantage of the elevation. At any point, at any moment, it can be a game end of Silent Cloud with 1 or 2 picks up grenade follow up Molotov. They are looking pretty much strong at the moment.
Well, they certainly are looking strong, but do keep in mind that 7C are also part of the arena, even though they do not have the circle working in their favor, and that is something that, of course, can be changed based on how they make that rotation. But it's not going to be an easy one, as we can clearly see Evil Eye trying to get that smoke wall created for themselves as they get that rotation. They are jumping in an open zone, and that is what is going to be troublesome for them. The only thing that can work in their favor is of course, is going to be that small little dip that is going to be helping them out as far as the cover is concerned. But along with that, when it comes to 7-6 July, they also have the crosshair set up towards the players of Silent Cloud, and that is something that TRZ as well as 7C can very well combine their efforts together to bring down Silent Cloud, and that's exactly what seems to be happening, where MVLI is now moving on to keep and check on towards the top hand side. As you were mentioning, TRZ certainly have the hill advantage, but now it is going to be bad intentions for Dean jumping in to try and take one last kill rather, before he's jumped into the arena, and this leaves us with just 3 teams remaining. TRZ left with only 1 player. Silent Cloud are looking at 2 players, whereas 7C have 3 players looking on to tangents, and that is something that could be played to perfection if they get the information. And as of now, of course, Evil Eye from 7C is trying to get as much information retained and has been able to do so, and Kopitas has been brought down to the knees and will be absolutely decimated, thus leaving this with again 3 teams, yes, but a 3v1v1 situation, and there is nothing that can stop 7C now to take this chicken dinner.
Rather, I would say Atomic needs to reduce the number of 7Cs, else it will be too late for him to take the fight in 1v3 situation. In these sort of circles, never easy. Yes, the player is capable of doing 1v3, but you need to pay respect of the opponent that is going to be 7Cs. Kolpali still surviving from the side Silent Cloud. With the flank angle that Evil Eye has created, he can actually spot down the player in a moment or two. And since his alive rank standing must be the 2-player alive, it is for sure that yes, the player has been spotted down and Kapshi has been pulled down. That means it's all brings down to Evil Eye and Rafat, and it is pretty much evident for Atomic that there are some tree trunks, there are some cars that they have taken the gear off, and if that grenade gets connected, if he has, things can really turn nasty in all this situation. Now it is an even sort of fight with Zone going into favor of Atomic. He really needs to win it. He really needs to show his mettle out for his team and for all the Bangladesh fans that the team has made for this long tournament. It is the last day, the 4th game of the day. Obviously, the Erangel, but in all this situation, it is Silent Cloud that is sitting silently. Cole Malish is not giving any sort of sound cues, but in all this situation, it is Atomic that is holding his nerves pretty well. He just eliminated Rafat a moment ago. Not Rafat, obviously, the Kapshi. Rafat still surviving. Evil Eye slowly and steadily making way. Just imagine if Cole Malish brings one more knock, that will be an invitation for Atomic to bring final nail in the coffin. And I guess Atomic really have a good chance. But Evil Eye goes into fight with Cole Malish leaving him. And Atomic, since that location has been revealed, he knows where the exact position of Rafat and Evil Eye has positioned themselves, but grenades will now be used, and Atomic is in a deep trouble at the moment. He is in that limbo. He is in that this gameplay. He needs to find himself away from situation. Evil Eye has just a lot of shots, but still not enough to get the knockdown. But certainly, Atomic's position has been revealed. It will be 1v2 affair where he will be trying to take the fight down. Rafat has been brought on 40 HP. He tried to play one more time, brings one more dog in his own favor. Atomic surviving 40 HP, but no, that won't be enough, as he will be taken down as 7Cs gets one more chicken into its own favor, its own name. TRZ, but so close, yet so far to get that chicken. 15 kills, 30 total points, straight onto the 2nd position. And it is not looking good for A1 Esports, as now only 2 games left. Now 7C's Esports have gotten 2 chicken out of total 4. It is now also 7C that is punishing them, and that is also challenging them. And A1 Esports on the 3rd position. That means 7C's will now be challenging Venom. What we have to say about this quarter. This turned around for the last 4 matches. I mean, that has been the interesting part of it.
Absolutely, but again, I mean, Atomic, he was so close. He changed the gun, he brought the player down, brought a 2v1 down to a 1v1 situation. The initial fight that he took was so on point, did not end up getting a lot of damage as well. But then after changing the gun, as he brought it down to a 1v1 situation, it was just not possible and just not his day. But with that, he most certainly will become the MVP of this game with that sort of a playstyle, of course, with 5 kills, 1378 damage dished out. 1378 damage is absolutely ludicrous from one player, and that is what Atomic from TRZ Esports has showcased right here. And with that, we are going to be done with 4 games. And as you so perfectly said, well, now we've got 2 games, only 2 games remaining, and that is something that, of course, is going to probably haunt A1 Esports if they're not able to capitalize on the situation. We shall see what sort of a lead have the 2 teams on top created. When it comes down to the play style, of course, 7C as well as VNM Legends are just absolutely on top of it. And talking about 7C, we do find 2 players, Rafat as well as Evil Eye, on the 2nd and 3rd position in the top 4 players, where 7 kills is what Evil Eye is at, and Rafat 5 kills. Amazing play. He was like 1,000 damage what he was able to dish out this time around. And Leviathan also chiming into the arena on the 4th spot with top 4 player list, 3 kills and 750 damage in 18 and a half minutes of survival time. So GG's plays big showcase from these teams.
Exactly, an absolute stunner of a performance, as you just mentioned, with 7C's Evilai getting the most number of kill in this match, but TRZ Atomic got the MVP, and he is also featuring himself in the highest damage list with 1378. I mean, this is also find out of this complete event. If we just talk about that, it has been Mamba, it has been Atomic, and rest of the 2 players have also been in the fray, but certainly these 2 have overpowered rest of the lobby. It is the emerging talent. If we just bring that conversation towards it, but for now, it is the match ranking for the moment where 30 points. So what 7Cs will be taking away from this match with TRZ's 19, Silent Cloud 15, TRZ RA also making a comeback. So today, TRZ RA have all of a sudden have now pedaled themselves up with bad intentions, 9 point, and T4M also looking good at this moment, but I guess it is too late for them. But certainly, playing in this lobby has added a lot of confidence in their bag, and they have been taking the fight successfully well.
Well, GG indeed, because this time it seems like Unstoppable, with only 3 points that they were able to get, Silent Cloud might just be able to overcome their 9th spot in the overall ranking. But when it comes to A1 Esports and their play, they are not getting close. They are getting further and further away from the entire objective that was to be able to be on number 1 slot. And again, keep it in mind that the number 1 slot not only wins $10,000, not only becomes the champion, the national champion of Bangladesh region, but also gets a slot into PMPL Season 4. So that's a huge thing that, of course, A1 Esports would have loved to have been a part of, and I'm sure that they want to be a part of it. But these are the kind of fights that they end up finding themselves in, and especially today, the kind of third-party situations and the very hilarious situations that A1 Esports has been punished has been just not their day since ever.
Exactly, as you just mentioned, whenever they just try to bloom in the situation, there is going to be third-party situation. There is one team that actually tries to pull themselves down, and their misery is just not ending for the 4 matches. I hope it is just not too late. We'll get to see what is the point between them, but certainly A1 Esports need to make a comeback, else they just can't leave everything for the last match. But it has all been what a start for rest of the team. We talk about 7Cs, but certainly this was a team that also got the second chicken of the day. TRZ for here at the moment, their heart was in their mouth for a moment because they were being pinned down, but thanks to that onslaught that came in, else XBROTHERS could have eliminated at that point, and that match that Atomic brought down that far, that wouldn't have been possible, but it was not the case.
Well, GG plays is what was showcased from this moment on as we push on along. XBROTHERS had 2 players, King GG and Venom, as they pushed on, but eventually that was also brought down to because King GG was not able to survive for long. Now this is where T4M, they tried to actually stand up to the onslaught of Silent Cloud, and eventually, Silent Cloud were the ones who came up on top. T4M, the way they took that fight itself was absolutely never going to be favoring them, and that is something that they need to understand, that, well, you have the numbers advantage. If you don't play your cards right, fight will not be favoring you. And in that conversation, of course, we can tag along this moment right here where we saw bad intentions for Dean try and bring in that onslaught towards the final player, and thus leaving TRZ with only a 1-man army. Now this moment on and this moment forth, the push that was created from the side of 7C was wonderful, because we saw Evil Eye from the left hand side actually use those utilities and then pushed on alongside the right of Atomic and right behind the crate, and of course slowly and steadily as they moved, both the players, the final 2 players of 7C, created that push. Eventually Eli was brought down to his knees, but sadly Atomic could not deliver, could not get the chicken dinner for his team, but it most certainly was an iconic moment and a wonderful play that was created. Eventually, as 4th game is done, 7C walk away with 15 kills, 2,413 points. So a lot of points. This team and VNM Legends are the 2 teams to talk about now, because they are the ones who are going to be contesting against each other, and especially when it comes to that point, the master sheet, the overall ranking, that is when we shall, there you go, 25 points. 25 points away. Okay. This is not going to be easy for 7C as well from the looks of it.
7C is exactly not an easy task, but A1 Esports, now count the point difference between them, 13 and obviously 26. that makes a total of 39-point difference between A1 Esports and VNM Legends. That is certainly where A1 Esports need to time in this game of Sanhok. Maybe a 15 or 16 kill of chicken dinner for A1 Esports, that is certainly going to help their cause. That's what I expect, that's what I want, and that's what all the fans that are in the chat and that are sitting there at home must be praying for A1 Esports, because this is not the way A1 Esports anyone would have imagined to be pulled down. I guess it was yesterday's gameplay where they just lost the momentum, where they pushed up PRZ Esports in the last game of Erangel, if you remember, where they just lost the momentum. But before that, they were looking pretty much phenomenal, with Unstoppable still holding that 9th position with 119 points. The lead between them and the team sitting at that 10th position is decreasing slowly and steadily, and the teams are looking pretty much at the moment. But where is that A1 game? Where is that final day 4 game? Still nowhere to be seen. 2 games still left with Sanhok and Erangel to back in action. I really want a big game for A1 Esports, because then it becomes interesting. Then it becomes where more spices are added to the equation. For the moment, it's VNM Legend flying away with a lot of points.
Absolutely, with that, 2 games are remaining. But before we can jump into the second last game, we are going to have to take a short little break. We're going to be right back. Stick around.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
হ্যালো এভরিওয়ান, দিস ইজ টাইম বার্নার। চলে এসেছি প্লেয়ারদের কাছে, তাদেরকে জিজ্ঞেস করবো তাদের সবচেয়ে পছন্দের গান নিয়ে, যেটা দিয়ে কিল করার স্যাটিসফ্যাকশনই কিন্তু অন্যরকম।
মোস্ট স্যাটিসফাইং গান বলতে গেলে আমি বলবো M4, কারণ M4 এ আমি রেড ডট চালাই বা আমি 3x চালাই বা 6x চালাই বা 4x চালাই, লাইক সবগুলো স্প্রে মানে কমফোর্টেবল ভাবে স্প্রে দেওয়া যায়, এন্ড এভরিথিং লাইক মানে কন্ট্রোলে থাকে। একটা মুভিং গাড়ির স্প্রে বা নরমাল স্প্রে সবগুলা কি মানে কমফোর্টেবল থাকে।
আচ্ছা, এটা হবে M4 গ্লেসিয়ার। আই থিংক
স্পেশালি গ্লেসিয়ার।
গ্লেসিয়ার। সো এটার কিল করে ফিলই আলাদা। এটা যখন শটগুলো লাগে আর কি, কারণটা ফর হিট ইফেক্ট, যেটা স্পেশাল হিট ইফেক্ট আছে গ্লেসিয়ারের। আচ্ছা, তো ওইটাই হবে ফেভারিট গান।
অবভিয়াসলি ওটা হবে DP28, কারণ ফার্স্ট অফ অল নক ডিপি দিয়ে নক বের করা অনেক ইজি। ফার্স্টটা বুলেট মারো, নক খেয়ে যায়। এরপরে কোনো এনিমি যদি নক খেয়ে পড়ে থাকে, সুন্দর করে ডিপি 2-3টা গুলি মারতে ইজি কিল চলে আসে। আর আমি যতটুকু গেম ইউজ করি ডিপি দিয়ে, আমি মোটামুটি নিজের টিমমেট প্লাস এনিমির কিল চুরি করি সবসময়। তো এই জন্য টপ ফ্র্যাগারে আছি PMNC আপাতত, মানে লিস্টে আর কি।
ব্যান Okay, I'm remembering some things. Okay, good old times, right? Good old times. Okay, যাই হোক। Okay, thank you so much. পুরনো দিনের কথা মনে পড়ে যাচ্ছে অনেক বারবার। তো বন্ধুরা, শুনছিলেন আমাদের প্রো প্লেয়ারদের কথা। এরকম আরো অনেক দারুণ দারুণ সেগমেন্ট কিন্তু আপনাদের কাছে নিয়ে আসবো। তো অবশ্যই আমাদের সাথে থাকবেন, পাশেই থাকবেন। আপাতত বিদায় নিচ্ছি আপনাদের থেকে। হ্যালো এভরিওয়ান, টাইম বার্নার হিয়ার। জিজ্ঞেস করবো প্লেয়ারদের কাছে তাদের পছন্দের সেলিব্রিটির ব্যাপারে, যাদেরকে তারা রেটিং দিতে পারে 10-এ 10। তো দেখা যাক প্লেয়ারদের আনসারগুলো।
আমার রেটিং এ 10-এ 10 দিতে পারবো আমি এই জুসি ওয়ার্ল্ডকে, যে আমার অনেক ফেভারিট একটা সিঙ্গার। যে লাইক আমার ওর সিঙ্গিং টাইপের যে কটা মানে গান বানাইছে, ওর অনেকগুলো গান আমি ইউজ করছিলাম আমার মন্টেজে, এন্ড ওর গানগুলো আমার মানে অলওয়েজ মানে ইন্সপায়ার করে ভালো খেলার জন্য, প্লাস ওর গানগুলো লাইক অনেক হার্ট টাচিং।
আমার পছন্দের একজন সেলিব্রিটি, আমার আর কি ফেভারিট সেলিব্রিটি তারা সুতারিয়া, বলিউড অ্যাক্টর। তো পার্সোনালি আমার ওকে খুব ভালো লাগে, রিসেন্টলি বেশ কিছু মুভি করেছে, 2-3টা মতো। আমার অতিরিক্ত ভালো লেগেছে ওর অ্যাক্টিং, কেন জানি না।
আই নো ওয়্যার ইউ আর গেটিং, বুঝে গিয়েছি। আচ্ছা, যাই হোক,
না সেলিব্রিটি ওটা অবশ্যই গিয়া হবে ওই ডেইন জনসন দা রক।
আচ্ছা, ডুয়েইন জনসন। ওকে, এনি স্পেশাল রিজনস?
ওই খুবই হার্ড ওয়ার্কিং, অনেক ছোট পজিশন থেকে অনেক এত বড় পজিশনে আসছে, এখন কন্টিনিউয়াসলি হার্ড ওয়ার্ক করে যাচ্ছে। সো একজন মোটামুটি রোল মডেল হিসেবে নেওয়া যায়, কারণ ওর মতো হার্ড ওয়ার্ক করতে পারলে যে কোনো কিছু অ্যাচিভ করা যাবে লাইফে।
তুমি চাইলে আমার নামটা ডাইরেক্ট নিয়ে নিতেই পারো, সমস্যা নেই। আমি
আচ্ছা, তাহলে টাইম বার্নার ভাই।
না 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 না, এটা তো আমি বলছি অন্য কিছু সামথিং এলস, সামওয়ান এলস।
আইমান সাদিক অনেক ভালো কাজ করতেছে বর্তমানে, যে অনলাইন যে
10 মিনিট স্কুল।
হ্যাঁ, 10 মিনিট স্কুল। ওরা
ক্রেডিট দিল না ছেলেটা।
কোত্থেকে দেওয়া লাগবে মানে লাইক আমাকে তো বলতে হবে যে কোন।
তো বন্ধুরা শুনছিলেন আমাদের প্রো প্লেয়ারদের কথা। এরকম আরো অনেক দারুণ দারুণ সেগমেন্ট কিন্তু আপনাদের কাছে নিয়ে আসবো। তো অবশ্যই আমাদের সাথে থাকবেন, পাশেই থাকবেন। আপাতত বিদায় নিচ্ছি আপনাদের থেকে।
Hello and welcome once again to PUBG Mobile National Championship of the Bangladesh region. This is all thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. The journey has been continuing on for quite a long time, but now finally we are on the final day in the second last game that will be played on Sanhok. And it seems like a lost cause for A1 Esports because the journey was looking really good. But now, I mean, Ankit, you calculated what was the difference between the first and the third position that A1 is at?
That is pretty much more than 38 points. That is where they are actually standing at the moment, and it needs to be actually catered. That was actually 38 eventually. To be more precise, that was 38 or 39. And so I guess VNM Legends needs to be stopped, and A1 Esports need to actually start to performing, and that's the 39. That's where I get the
Exactly.
call from a producer. Thanks for that data. So yeah, 39 is the point difference between them and VNM Legends. Still pretty
And
much doable.
again,
Still pretty much doable, but
right.
it's Venom Legend that will
But that's
also be
only, yeah, but that's only if Venom Legend gets a 0,
playing.
right?
Yeah,
And 7C also get a 0. That's only
that's where I get
that's
pretty
not
much too
happening,
optimistic.
right? That's just not going to happen. I mean, if at all anything, throughout the entire tournament, we've seen once or twice 7C falter down in terms of the points that they've been able to accumulate, and go down towards that 0 point marker. Once it has happened for Venom Legends, but it has happened a couple of times for A1 Esports already. So, yeah, it is looking like a tough luck situation. But nevertheless, let's not be too derogative about the fact. But leave it to chance, maybe, and hope that things will work out. Eventually, jumping into the map itself, we are once again looking at through the northern side. Venom Legends are going to be going on down towards the cow and going to be getting themselves pretty much acclimated and secured in that region. A1 Esports, this time around, going back to that Paradise Resort that they do absolutely love and adore. But along with that, there is going to be a contestation that we can kind of clearly see Kings of BD's players. Devils OP is going to be jumping very, very close to that Paradise Resort. And of course, Megamind is on a mind of his own. And of course, the other two players from Kings of BD, that's gonna be Katappa and Tiger, are sticking together. So an interesting approach from the side of Kings of BD. But eventually, in terms of early contestation, a lot of teams are separating themselves in individual areas. IPG again going on down towards that Camp Alpha Island is so very segregated. I mean, all individual games is what they're playing right now. But for now, where exactly is the circle going to be pushing them is what the question is. And when that question is going to be raised, as soon as the circle is going to be drawn, we shall know what we can expect from this game and the teams. And
Same.
there we go. It is going to be, again, pretty much the previous
Same,
circle
same.
itself, right?
Exactly the same. Exactly the same. Not even an inch here or there. Maybe that could have been the case, but since by the looks of it, it seems that maybe just a meter here or here apart. Rest it all remains the same. But I'm surprised why Team 4M didn't go towards the area of Camp Bravo, where this time it is not. It is Silent Cloud. So both the teams actually have vacated the place. With Team 4M getting downtown towards the area of the western side of Lakavi. I guess Team 4M should have challenged some other team, but it is going to be Kings of BD that is pretty much in the crosshair where A1 Esports have dropped down. But till now, we haven't seen any blood drawn, and this is contrary to the last match that we got to see. Eventually, it was a 3 or 4 minute fight actually started happening. But for the moment, it is XBROTHERS standing at the 6th position with the 178 point, just pretty much 12 to 13 points where they are away from Kings of BD's point table time ranking. But their journey have been quite in and ups and downs. But one thing that has been remaining constant, and that's the consistency that they bring in. Because we have been talking about this team actually plays very much consistent. In a match, if they don't take a lot of kill, it's the placement point that helps them. In a match where the placement point is not there, it's the kill that they help them.
Exactly, and that is so very crucial as well that we've noticed and have conversed about again so many times as well. But now that consistency can be thrown out the window because now it is a YOLO approach that probably some of these teams are
Yeah.
going to have to bring in because this is the second last game, and of course after it is the final day itself. So it is just one of those moments that you play your comfortable game as you like to as a team, and that is all that you can do with that.
Wow.
Talking about A1 Esports in a
Wow.
very awesome
I want to
that's
sit
going
in
to be
that
moving on
video.
along.
I want to actually. It's so mesmerizing to see. That's so
You
cute.
just it was, but it seems like Caster's curse has certainly affected that tuk-tuk. And as soon as he wanted to sit on it, the tuk-tuk was like, "Nah, I'm not even going to allow this team to use." And yep, they've had to sadly leave that away and are going to be moving out of Paradise Resort apparently.
Definitely, slowly and slowly, Evan Esports are moving away. Kings of BD now are in a different position where they now find where RudeDude is actually there. They're in a split position, 2-2, where compounds are being held. 4 players in 4 different compounds, small little hut. That is not actually a compound, the 4 different huts, but they can surprise any other team. Be it RudeDude, be it A1 Esports or 7Cs, if they try to go here and there for that rotation, because this is not where you expect in the early stage of the game to be any team to be finding themselves, and they are literally just giving no sound cues whatsoever. And any team, if they get in the crosshair of them, they will be slaughtered for sure. But for the moment, it is going to be the bad intentions players. 7th position is where they are standing, and they have done really good in the cause for securing themselves, because for a long they were on the second half of the chart, if you remember, to the 10th or 11th position. But since
True.
the consistency that they brought in towards yesterday's gameplay, and they have actually today's gameplay, I was quite sure where they got 1 second and one more game where they actually got close to the second or third position. That actually helped the course, because there were not much of point difference between the team sitting on this 8th to 12th, and that has helped them, and they uh, realize the gravity of the situation, finding themselves now helped actually find themselves in a good position. But airdrop number 1 close to where the Paradise Resort is actually there. A1 Esports, since they have vacated, so I guess A1 Esports won't be just retracing the path to just have that drop into their hand. That is not going to be the case, as A1 Esports have moved away. But it is Team 4M with no loot whatsoever for Bamboo, as I don't see any helmet, any vest. This is not looking good for T4M to actually find themselves in a fight if they are looking to do so. There are a lot of small little hulls that they can actually find and loot, find themselves their loot into, with Accelerate slowly and steadily accelerating his pedestal into its own way with Vector into its hand. This can be really a cheeky gun in the close range, especially in the game of Sanhok.
Well, it most certainly can, but we shall have to see what sort of a team is going to be crossing paths when it comes down to T4M. The placement, as of now, not looking too good for them, but of course, they are trying their level best and they are playing their cards right, and that is certainly something that is helping them from one game to the other. Talking about XBROTHERS, another team that have already played their cards right and have found themselves in a very decent position, because when it comes to the points, I mean, when you talk about 5th, 6th, 7th position holders right now, they are looking real good because they've created some interesting points for themselves, and to climb up to those from one position to the next is going to take a huge undertaking. A chicken dinner along with good kills is what is required for the 5th position holder to move on to the 4th and 6th, and that's so on and so forth. And with that, whoa, what? Python was so quiet. Auto aim, and with that, Python's auto aim has been able to bring down the player of IPG, but eventually, of course, Mahfouz, with this much of
Whoa!
this much of health is what I was about to say, but auto aim with sliver of an HP, auto aim, literally the name working in with the fame, making it count, and what a perfect play is being showcased. I mean, Mahfouz has been brought down to his knees, or rather sent back into the lobby indeed, and Dictator has been brought down to his knees. It is going to be IPG, Censored and Sincere who will have to answer this question sincerely that Python are asking, which is aggression. Damn sure pure aggression, and Python, this is just domination from them. What a play, what an aggressive stance and play that Python have created right here.
Exactly, auto aim taking the charge into his own way. Sensei then Sincere still standing, Dictator slowly and slowly beating off. Some grenades are being used to perfection, and that brings down Sincere just to, not Sincere, Sensei just to 40 HP. One more grenade, and boom, there we go. Still surviving. The right point at the right time. He just put the first hit, but that grenade was just one, not enough. This time, maybe. This time, maybe. But before that happened, it is Hi from the back inside that actually brought the knock with Sincere. The last surviving, he will be taken down as Hi has actually spotted him down, and Hi puts him away from this match. The first team getting eliminated in this match, but Dictator the way he was pushing on to auto him, he should have taken that fight. He should have won that fight, that 1v1 affair. Eventually, it was just the 19 bullet in the UMP and that random fire from 35 to 19, and still he was giving the fire. And once he was in front of him, he actually tried to reload the gun in the front face of him, and that led to his demise. But for now, it is in the Paradise Resort where we are getting to see, where the observers are wanting us to see the beautiful and scenic view as the teams have now located that place. That means we need to see a place where the action might be preempted, and that's where we get to see XBROTHERS. We're close to where it is going to be NRZ. In a very close proximity is there. Sherlock needs to take care of it. Sherlock really needs to take care of it because we get to see multicolored markers are already present. That means it is going to be NRZ. Yes, it is the face colored NRZ. It is actually there. But Python, now they are with third party from the northwestern side. It is going to be TRZ. From Hatin, they are coming in and they are punishing. The TRZ team really needed all these skills, but in all this situation, it is Auto Game again surviving with High giving the revival. Will it be their demise or not? TRZ Esports won't be sparing them because they need all these skills. They need all these points. They're pretty much close towards them. No, it just got overshot.
Well, what a play this is for the side of TRZ Esports indeed. Right off the bat, they took on Python and slowly and steadily surely are bringing down the players and moving on along to get those points for themselves. But auto aim right here from the side of Python, still not ready to bow down, still not ready to give away the fight, and is certainly trying as much as he possibly can to resist TRZ's approach, but eventually will have to submissively give away his life. And 3 kills is what the lad was able to walk away with. And in total, Python played a decent game, but it was TRZ who were at a better advantage in terms of the pure aggression, along with which the play that TRZ ended up creating and making. Two players creating a flank and pushing on along to both the players of working towards that single target of Python, of course, resulted in Python being at the crosshairs. And once again, I mean, this is a deja vu moment right here. On the same map, we saw RudeDude pretty much in the same sort of a vicinity, and it was A1 Esports that they were trying to keep an eye out towards.
Exactly. Last time it was the same sort of affair, and this is the third time in the day where RudeDude is again in the closer proximity where A1 Esports are actually positioned. And now this is for sure that they are doing and taking the fight intentionally because it's A1 Esports closer to the Paradise Resort, and the way they try to rotate, it's the circle that actually pushes them to go down towards the southern side of Paradise Resort, and it's where RudeDude is actually finding themselves in this position. It's a deja vu moment for me too because in the day 2 of semifinals, it was again RudeDude finding themselves with the same sort of small little hut where A1 Esports Sinister was then going for the flank in approach, and again this time he is also the one who is very much closer where the RudeDudes player are actually positioned from the left hand side. From the back hand side, we can get to see A1 Esports are there, but Sinister, he just need to make sure that the players don't get knocked down. But VNM Legends at any moment can pounce onto that side. RudeDude can also be pressured if Team 4M actually decides to do. And not only that, Bad Intentions and Team 4M can together punish the RudeDude's player because RudeDude, the 4 players are in a split situation. A road, a highway is completely segregating all the 4 players. And in all these situations, if one team decides to push onto one compound, it is going to be tough affair to do 1v4 in all these scenarios. With the fight still erupting on the southwestern side, NRZs and XBROTHERS need to realize that they need to retreat from these fights and prioritize the zone first. But TRZ, Atomic, Manu, and obviously the last player that was standing, STFU bot, will be getting a favor of the zone this time. Northwestern shift. That means the 7 Cs will be in the dead smack center, and the drop, exclusive drop, that is closer towards the Kapshi. That means one of the player must have gotten the hands towards him. I'd love to see where the drop is actually there as another drop falls into the area of query.
Well, finally, it seems like NRZ and XBROTHERS are going to be jumping into the action itself. And as soon as we jump into the action, it is going to be XBROTHERS who are sadly at the receiving end. VNM, even though was at a flank angle, was not able to give too much of a cover to his teammates. And eventually, King GG is the man who is alive, but is certainly not on his feet. And VNM will most certainly not be able to jump in to take that kill for himself. And NRZ Esports, they were waiting slowly and steadily, but have finally been able to capitalize on this position and still keep all 4 players surviving. On the other tangent of the map altogether, it is Kings of BD who seem to have gotten a better half of the fight against the players of A1 Esports. A GG play being showcased where Tiger was able to get the kills, and amazing synergistic performance perhaps is what was showcased. And with that, it is going to be a certain demise for A1 Esports is the story and journey when it comes to the national championship of Bangladesh.
It seems now they are done and dusted. The hope that I actually brought with a lot of optimism, now it is going to be punctured as three players already being lost, and this is going to be a lost case for A1 Esports because this was certainly the game that they to actually strike, but one team that is surely getting a lot of points again from this match. For sure, 2 is the number that they will be getting because they were already sitting atop above them, and this is not going to be an easy task. Rather, it is going to be 7 Cs that now they have been a challenge against for the rest of the match. So VNM Legends, they have one team that they have left far behind, and that is going to be A1 Esports, but 7 Cs is also eyeing for that top spot for the moment as VNM Legends Nightwing just trying to move an inch away from the position with that buggy into its own way. Bhan is where they are positioning for the moment as they are taking cover of the large mammoth rock for the moment with Bots Pajamas calling on the players on the edge of the circle. They need to pick all these players and one actually it was not the other player, it was Shoutout that actually brought down the player, and there was an BBC with the bringing 2 knocks. Now they are going for the flank approach, that open push. Will it be advantageous? Will it be enough as it is going to be Venom Legends that will be having an eye upon on all these fights?
Well, they most certainly are, and there's pretty much nothing stopping them from doing so. On the other tangent, talking about BIP's approach, Mr. BBC out in the open running towards exactly the placement of Silent Cloud is going to be a bit of a precarious situation that he might find himself in, but it seems like right at the instant that he was supposed to meet, it is going to be a full stop completely, and a nade has been brought on, almost as if Mr. BBC knew exactly where Rage Kid is, and a perfectly set up nade is certainly going to be bringing down Rage Kid, and eventually it seems like Silent Cloud is not going to be allowed to live on for long, because after all, it is Kobliash who is left, but Kobliash, how long is he going to be able to sustain this absolutely crazy approach being brought on from these two teams? And in doing so, of course, Venom Legends are trying to take on the fights. On the other hand, it is, of course, BBC's BIP from Mr. BBC also taking the fights into his favor and trying to get those points converted. It is looking like eventually, once Silent Cloud's final player is done and dusted, it will be Venom Legends against the players of BIP.
Definitely a third party situation where Venom Legends won't just shy away to take at least 1 kill is what they have been able to secure for the moment. 3 is what they're sitting for the moment. Unstoppable, on the other hand, all of a sudden have gotten themselves 4 kills, and they need all these points to climb on the success of ladder. But Cole Balish have been left on the mercy of Venom Legends that was preempted, but still we get to see the blue marker onto the backhand side of Silent Cloud. That means the players are already there, but Venom Legends, they are retreating away. Yes, they are going away from all these fights, but will he be able to survive Cole Balish? Will he be able to survive? That is a question that needs to be asked. He won't be. Will he be? Will he won't be? Will he be? As the players are pretty much close, but Bots in Pajamas don't have the slightest of the idea that is just one player lying behind the truck. The player have crossed. Second player is crossing. No idea whatsoever. Bimo just for a moment spot down back inside, but still not able to spot him now. It is still 2 players, and he will be leaving all the 2 players pass by slowly and steadily. Just proning himself so passively in all these situations. With BBC left now, I guess he can spot him. Oh, he was so close, still not finding him. I mean, what is making all these players go so blind?
What is happening? What is happening here? Mr. BBC surely saw him, not once but twice should have been able to see him. What mercy is this? What is going on here? I am so confused from VIP. I mean, this is the reason why this team is faltering down. You know, Bots in Pajamas in the initial moments were looking really, really ferocious, but this is the reason why that team is faltering down, because they are so lackluster in terms of their play, but never mind. I mean, that is what has turned out to be. A snail certainly working in favor of our snail right there, our snake right there. But as we move on to another fight, it is going to be bad intentions right here, taking on the players of Unstoppable, and with no mercy whatsoever shown. It is, of course, bad intentions taking those kills for themselves. A GG play being showcased. They get the 2 kills, they get the compound, and they certainly do have a lot of control of this edge when it comes to the area itself, when it comes to the circle itself. With that, it seems like there is another fight being taken on, and it is going to be T4M bringing down the final player of Unstoppable X, thus eliminating them on the 12th spot with the kills that they were able to sustain, and in doing so have resulted in the lobby with only 11 teams remaining. 18 minutes in. This is looking like a crazy affair as we move on and towards the final moments of this game.
Exactly, as RudeDude is just trying to punish the player, but finally it seems that Cole Balish will be spotting the player down of Boston Pajamas. He has tried to bring one more knock, but still it is going to be tough affair for T4M to make an entry on the other hand. It's Ruffle now not down. Now that is pinning down the players of Paddington. That will be getting away from the cover of the compound as Super tries to just shift away with Accelerate. Just standing at nothing. It is going to be a tough task. Takes one player down, but just faltered down from the another slaughtering that has come in. With Accelerate is trying to bring some influential gameplay from the Blues. It is not going to be an easy task with the players getting the revival. Okay, so Flex is the one that is making sure that Accelerate will be taking care of this great connection and will be at one bounce. There we go. One bounce. One Flex goes. Flex goes. Okay, that's a good gameplay.
That's a perfect approach, That's a perfect approach. It's called barter system. And that's what the players were doing. But eventually, of course, it is going to be Flex who was who was at least able to get the kill confirmed for himself. So the point was given to him, and he still has a teammate. So the game is not yet done for the side of RudeDude, but with just one man remaining, that's going to be Nightmare. And once again, being in close proximity to another team, it is not going to be an easy task for the dude to be able to survive. But eventually, for the moment, it certainly seems like to be the case because Bad Intentions have not been able to notice him whatsoever at all as they are trying to get into the comfort of the zone itself. We are left with 7 teams remaining. 7 C's looking really phenomenal. Venom C's looking really phenomenal as well. And this is where we move on down towards NRZ47. And boy, oh boy, a lucky dude is what this guy is.
Exactly, he is the lucky one for sure. But because he was on the still in the crosshair, 7C's players are actually knowing the way he is jumping off to that grass. It seems that he knows the exact position, and he is the last player standing for the team. 3 kill is what he has been able to secure. 2 first hits advantages is helping the course and is going to help the course for a long as the circle is just shifting and tending away. And now it is going to be a tough affair at the 6th zone. The Blues, you just cannot feel the damage. You cannot find yourself, but finding yourself in the open is where Kings of BD will be punished at. Stalker takes one more down. One more down is where he is also trying to take the another player down. But it is certainly going to be a tough affair because it is going to be Venom Legends, the king of the hill situation, as Play Zone takes the last player down with Katappa faltering down and Fardeen out in the open. They don't have any other option to push in the open situation. Rather, they could have used the smoke, but from the backhand side, it is 7Cs. If they get spotted, it can be a day end, and some free kills is what 7Cs need at the moment. Kings of BD, on the other hand, they have now been pinned down in the small little hut in the extreme corner, and with this beautiful scenic view, we can get to see how teams are separated with this highway just passing with the 2 different mountains that is pinning them down with Stalker eliminating one more player. It is looking bleak for 7Cs to get closer and closer, and the team Bad Intention is really shattering and puncturing the hopes of 7Cs as Kings of BD last that gets eliminated with Atomic down. It is also not looking good for RZ in this match.
Well, Stalker right there from the side of Bad Intentions was able to actually damage a lot of teams as he was able to take a lot of knocks and along when he moved on to push spot off guard, and 7C have been able to retaliate and send that team back to the lobby, thus leaving us with just 2 teams, but eventually that also will not work out. And what a play and what a massive lead this team is creating. There's nothing that can stop this team, and it is of course VNM Legends that I'm talking about, and this team is most certainly should already be confirmed that yep, the slot is yours, the money is yours, and just play a YOLO approach in the final game.
Definitely, 1352 damage and the lead that has certainly been secured in the number. It's just down to the one formality there. Otherwise, if some sort of different approach, some losing moment, some of it comes in from 7Cs like these, because I am not going to be now naming A1 Esports in the frame because now they are left away miles apart. The difference between them and the team that second and miles apart, but still 7C's maybe puts as a team that got the second position, 12 total points. Obviously the kill will be added to its number, but for the moment it is Void that is the man of the moment with MVP title getting into its number, into its fame with 91 just speeding down, 1 assist, 613 damage, 6 kill, and this is where this player eventually shines.
Well, GG play indeed. GG play indeed for the side of VNM Legends, the entire team itself. I mean, they have been, we talk about consistency for the side of PRZ Sports and the others. I mean, this is a different level of consistency. To be that good pretty much in every single game is not easy. The amount of pressure that is being showcased and showcased as you play on along, but still be able to maintain the discipline of the synergy of the team itself is absolutely ludicrous when it comes to VNM Legend. And that is what, of course, is showcased in their play style. And of course, with that, we move on to the top 4 players, and it is Void with the 6 kills, of course. Following him is going to be 7C Scarpucci with 4 kills, 568 damage that he was able to dish out. So 7C also, I mean, another team that has been playing their cards really, really well. But Python's auto aim, a beautiful play from Python this time around.
Exactly, Python really playing at perfection and making sure that they are getting a lot of points to this. And this is where we get to see auto aim 661, and trust you would agree with me on this point, Gordon, that Python today has been on the more settled side, that we have been seeing a different Python in finals game of today, day 4 finals. Apart from that quarter finals and whole 3 day of finals, we have seen some sort of gameplay, but not in a consistent way, and just because of that we get to see the overall ranking. But still not Python in the first half of the chart. They were in the overmatch summary, some players were there, but VNM Legends 2600 points, 7 Cs jumping in with 18 total points. Bad intentions again, putting their intentions. They have got a lot of points in these last 2-3 matches, and this has been their day for sure. And they have gotten themselves to the 7th, 8th position, I guess. Maybe they might be trespassing some other teams. 3RZ, on the other hand, it is 15 points that it took. Kings of BD, a lot of teams that were on the second half of the chart and down below from 6 to 7 have got a lot of points, with Python also getting 5 kills. That means it is a team that is slowly depending upon their kill numbers. If we just talk about that, with TRZRA getting none, A1 Esports none, IPG none, the future looks bleak for them.
Yep, that can be said again. That is so very true indeed, because I mean, there was a moment where I genuinely thought during the finals itself that IPG should and will be able to make a comeback into the top 8. But now that journey and story, of course, has reached a dead end with the playstyle that they've been making in the previous games as well as right now. So, of course, nothing taken away from the gameplay that this team has and the skill that this team has. But eventually, when it comes to the national championship, this time around, it has not been in their favor. Same can be said, of course, for A1 Esports as far as their playstyle is concerned. But right here, I mean, this is absolutely bonkers. The way Python was able to create auto aim was so on point. One kill after the other. They were just so very determined to not give that kill away. And as we move on into those final moments as well, as they were faced against TRZ Esports, it was auto aim right here, who once again, I mean, from the side of Python, this team was just not wanting to give away those kills. And of course, points to the other team. On the other tangent, as we move on towards the next few fights that were showcased, this also resulted in a bit of a stalemate situation where XBROTHERS moved up against NRZ. But finally, as the game progressed along, we did see A1 Esports take an early exit as well.
Indeed, it was, and certainly not helped the case as they were being now challenged against the team. But Rage here just landed with that sweet spot, and nothing could he have done in that spot. But here it was some really hilarious moment where asking the person was played. Some boom moments were there, and their legs didn't realize it was that really landed on the left hand side, and it was for him last player that before he left the lobby, he actually deployed that grenade, and he should have actually heard that sound. Was flex, but then it was bad intention that really made it difficult for 7Cs to come and make an entry into the circle. Was not favoring them. The hill with which they have to come down, it was not an easy task, and then with this stage that they get close towards the chicken. 11 kill, 32 total damage. 7Cs also getting a huge chunk of damage, but not the number of kills as they would have liked to get.
Absolutely, and in doing so, when it comes down to the playstyle itself, XBROTHERS were not able to maintain and sustain themselves in this game, as well as they did not get a lot of points for themselves, and thus it could very well be the case that Bad Intentions might just be able to cross XBROTHERS and move on to the 6th spot that is held by XBROTHERS. We shall see in the overall ranking. But on the other tangent, as you move along, I mean, Silent Cloud walked away with no damage whatsoever, and indeed, it is not looking good for A1 Esports indeed, because, well, the opportunity has moved away from them. And again, when I was just predicting that XBROTHERS might have lost that 6th spot, that is not the case. Bad Intentions are still on number 7, so no change over here, and certainly don't expect any change in the final game as well.
For sure, the team must be looking, but I really want to see how the last game actually panned out, especially because top 4, I guess we are pretty much done and dusted because there's not much of change as we expect from the last match. Hardly we'll both be securing match 25 to 30 kills, one team, and then it will be same for pair. But Kings of BD 203 179 is where still pretty much doable, but still far away. But XBROTHERS and Bad Intentions, 6-point difference. Will Bad Intentions be just trespassing that with no chicken in their name? This is the only team in the whole chart from 1 to 8 that still is lacking with chicken. So maybe last game, finishing things off in style with Bad Intentions, and the whole lobby and the whole team must be looking so with Unstoppable still holding at 9. They must be eyeing for that 8th spot, but still is a way far-fetched approach is what I could see. Silent Cloud 118, and slowly and steadily IPG have stepped down to the 15th position. 19 is where Team 4 is standing, and they still have one more opportunity to get close to RZRA, and if that happens, they will be certainly getting away from this tournament with more bowlers in their bag.
Well, that's certainly going to be the case and certainly going to be the cause as well. But eventually, again, when it comes down to the plays, this is the final play that will be made. This is the final match that is remaining for, of course, this national championship in Bangladesh region. One final game on Erangel is what these teams have. And I have to admit, though, this Sanhok game, it was absolutely ludicrous and a lot of entertainment. So many interesting and crazy fights taken on, and hopefully that will be the case in the final game as well. But right now, I mean, GG can already be cast for the likes of VNM Legends, 7C, as well as A1 Esports. But before we take a look at the final game, we're going to go on a short little break. We'll be right back.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
হ্যালো এভরিওয়ান, আসসালামু আলাইকুম। টাইমারটা গেমিং আছি আপনাদের সাথে। আমরা চলে এসেছি নতুন একটা সেগমেন্ট নিয়ে, যার নাম নো ইয়োর চ্যাম্পিয়ন্স। এই মুহূর্তে আমাদের সাথে জয়েন করছে ভেনম লেজেন্ডস এর আমাদের নাইট উইংস। নাইট উইং, ওয়েলকাম টু দ্য শো।
Hello, thank you for the good welcome, Time Bhai.
ভেনম লেজেন্ডস কিছু কিছু সময় দেখা যায় অনেক বেশি ট্যাকটিক্যাল খেলে, আবার কিছু কিছু সময় দেখা যায় সুপার ডুপার এগ্রেসিভ খেলে। সো অ্যাকচুয়ালি হুইচ ওয়ান ইজ ওয়ার্কিং বেটার ফর ইউ?
So, as of now, our main approach is basically passive aggressive because অনেক সময় আমরা জোন প্রিফার করি। যখন জোন আমাদের ফুল সাপোর্ট করে তখন আমরা এগ্রেশন কমিয়ে দিই, বাট যখন জোন ফেভার আমরা পাই না তখন we have no choice but to be aggressive and pick the kills.
Yeah, that's really nice, and it's paying off. I've seen a lot of kills from Venom Legends lately, and এর পরে যে আমার কাছে কোশ্চেনটা আছে, that is Venom Legends এর যদি আমরা আলটিমেট ওয়েপন বলি, who's that player for you?
For me, it's definitely gotta be Steel Shot, কারণ Steel Shot একটা all time performer. সে সব ধরনের স্টেজে সেম পারফরম্যান্স ক্যারি করে, and he's a great asset to our team.
Okay. So that's really nice. You are really supporting your teammate Steel Shot on this one. এর পরের যে কোয়েশ্চেনটা থাকছে, বেশ অনেক কয়েকবারই আমি দেখেছি Venom Legends is the center of attraction. They are always going to the center of the zone. So জোনের সেন্টার প্রেফার করার ক্ষেত্রে কি কিল বেশি পাওয়া যায়, বা এমন কিছু কি তোমার কাছে মনে হয়?
So zone center ক্ষেত্রে we actually don't go for kills. We just like to hold the zone. কারণ জোন যখন সেন্টার পাই আমরা, when জোন সেন্টারের টাইমে যখন এগ্রেসিভ হয়ে যাই, মানে অনেক সময় আমাদের ম্যান লুজ হয়, which is very harmful for the later zones.
তো বন্ধুরা, শুনছিলাম প্লেয়ারদের কাছ থেকে তাদের পিএমএনসি এর জার্নি সম্পর্কে। তো অবশ্যই ফাইনালের জন্য তাদেরকে সমানভাবে চেয়ার করতে থাকবেন, যাতে তারা তাদের বেস্ট পারফরমেন্সটা দিয়ে বের হয়ে আসতে পারে। এবং অবশ্যই পিএমএনসির অ্যাকশন দেখতে ভুলবেন না পাবজি মোবাইল বাংলাদেশ অফিসিয়াল ইউটিউব চ্যানেলে।
Hello and welcome once again to PUBG Mobile National Championship Bangladesh region. All thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. It has been a wonderful journey throughout these weeks, from the quarters into the semis, into the finals itself. But now we reach the final hour, or rather, not even an hour. I mean, 30-minute game is what most of the times it ends up becoming. And again, Ankit, am I wrong in saying that well, VNM Legends has taken this
No,
victory? $10,000
no,
is going to be theirs. The slot for PMPL Season 4 is certainly theirs.
you're not wrong. We're certainly too right about that, as Venom Legends have flown away with the points. Two chicken in the game today. 7Cs really counted them well, but just not enough with the way Venom Legends starts dominating the lobby. They have come this far. Semifinals, quarterfinals, they were not looking this much in the grooves, but certainly when they stepped forward in this finals, they had the other plans B, C, D, if whatever you say. But at the end of the
Right.
day, result is what matters, and they have certainly proved. It has been amazing casting, to be honest. I mean, the every sort of thing. I mean, the fun that we have created, and a lot of matches that we have casted from quarters, semi-finals, and finals. That I've been constantly saying the three stages. I mean, together it has been a hell of a journey. We have seen a lot of ups and downs, and a lot of team actually shining. And then we are getting to see the last flight part of this national championship. I mean, how do you feel about it?
Again, it's absolutely exhilarating, you know, to be able to jump into a new tournament. It's always fun because you come across teams that you don't know about. And when you
Exactly.
completely reach the end of that journey, right? Like, for example, Mamba Noob, the way that dude is playing, he is creating legends and shockwaves in the Bangla region, I would say, and is going to be doing so as he progresses on and learns a lot more and more. So, again, the more they participate, the more synergy will be created. And that is something that we all want to be able to see. We all want to be able to see these peeps grow and bring in the best of the best play that can be expected. And entertainment, of course, is on to another level altogether. With that, talking about the game itself, we do see once again 7C going down to their known drop location of no reply, and absolutely no team for the moment that's going to be contesting that region. But on the other tangent, it is TRZ Esports who have moved away from their known drop location and are going to be going down towards Milta for this game. And this final game, Circle is going to be again going on to move in towards the northeastern side of the game of the map itself, where Yasnaya pretty much being the closest in the center. And of course, so many of the teams are going to be absolutely comfortable with this zone being a very well known and again accustomed zone for so many of these teams. But the rotations is what I am going to be keeping a keen eye towards as we talk about A1 Esports, as we talk about VNM Legends. Pretty close for the moment they are, but in terms of early contestations, early aggression can well, I don't see any team that's probably going to be bringing in that early contestation, at least for the next few minutes.
Exactly. But some shots are being fired from XBROTHERS. That means unstoppable whenever these sort of circles are actually panning out. They are in the precarious position. City is where they loot, and Insane is pretty much away. He will be congregating with his team slowly and steadily as a circle will be also forming. Not for them for the moment after 5 or 6 minutes. But before that happened, it is going to be TRZ Esports, as you perfectly mentioned. They have not gone towards the area of Lumos or not Yasnaya Poliana, and this sort of circle is actually favoring them because they are already sitting on the edge of the with Mitrai to hand. RudeDude is pretty much closer to where they are at the moment. They might face a brunt of Kings of BD, as Kings of BD love to travel to the area of Milta Power. The pass that the player play the two to split, even in order split, the player charges toward the area of Milta, and that's the first objective. And since they know that a lot of team actually jumps toward the same area, it was Team 4 and that really loves to drop to the same area, but this time it's going to be a different team. PRZ now is in a cut cast split where none of the team can be actually spotted on, but till now it is going to be a truce that is settled in the school area. We get to see that tensions, and this is also going to be a last opportunity where a moment ago we were talking about will they be able to trespass one team that is sitting ahead them, and that is going to be obviously XBROTHERS with just 6 point deficit. Will they be able to do so? We have to still wait for that. But for them, it has also been a day to actually cherish and a mini day, to be honest, because from 10th position they were constantly trying hard and still not able to do so. But all of a sudden, 10 to 9, 9 to 8. Now 8 to 7 is where they are standing. I guess if I'm not wrong, they are at 7, and they might be looking to jump one more table point ahead, which is pretty much in their own hand. Apart from that, if they were all preserved, there is also a chance and opportunity that they might just climb multiple ladders, multiple basement points. But that is where things can get trickier and trickier. And next weather's challenge is pretty much awaiting for them, as will they be able to sit down or not. We have to still wait for that because they are sitting in a good position for the force of the moment. With players floating into the area of Sanhok, they are pretty much comfortable. And this has also been a player. King GG, we need to talk about this team. Fazal, Venom, King GG, Sherlock. Sherlock has also been a good touch whenever we see in a fight, whenever the team has actually shined. It is Sherlock, it has been King GG, if I'm not wrong. Whenever the team has been pulled down, it's King GG that survives till last.
It certainly is, and most certainly always does try and bring in some aggressive instances as well whenever they try and jump into a fight. And that, of course, has been reflecting in terms of the play that has been showcased from X Brothers, the entire team altogether itself. And now it seems like IPG find themselves in close proximity to once again Python Esports. Now, last time in the previous game, we did see what an amazing play it was from Python Esports' auto aim and the likes, and who they were able to just completely dominate against IPG. But this time around, it seems like Mahfouz Baiti might be at a better flank angle and might just be able to take a better control of this fight. But sadly, was not able to bring Bad Cell down. So there was given a lot of damage, Bad Cell, but eventually this has resulted in IPG Mahfouz Baiti giving away his information as well, and that is something that he most certainly did not want.
Chances lost, multiple chances lost. This test slipped away. I mean, he got a lot of chances to actually took him down, and Batzel is completely pinned at that position. He doesn't have any idea. But on the other side, it is gonna be RudeDude that tried to bring the player down. Rudro was the one that got for the charge approach. I don't see any other player in the same vicinity. Now players are on the back end side, but there is not a complete congregated push, and that is what I would love to say from the sides of RudeDude. But constantly, this has been the banter. This has been the healthy competition between RudeDude and A1 Esports that still lasts in this last match of national championship that started in the quarterfinals, went down to the semis, and now in the finals, last match also that is still going on. Be it with the Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar, the fight is going on as IPG dictated burns Batzel down to death. Some grenades, Molotovs are being used in succession. That means Python are on the back foot at the moment. A lot to lose for the Python, but not much for IPG.
Well, again, I mean, they are on 15th and 16th position respectively, right? So there's certainly not a lot to lose between these two, and there is a point difference between the two as well. So Python trying their level best to try and stop IPG in their tracks, and same, of course, is the case from IPGx as well. With that, of course, Batzel has been lost to the cause, and it is going to be leaving Python with 3 players. On the other tangent, it is going to be Bad Intentions taking a fight of their own against the players of XBROTHERS, I believe it was. So a wonderful turn of events is what this game is turning out to be, where just 6 minutes in, and a lot of fights are already being showcased from this lobby.
Exactly. I mean, right off the bat, this was expected to happen. The teams that are on the bottom leap, they might be looking to take up the fight in its own way, and this is a way to actually finish of the tournament. Either you take the other player down or you go down, because the end of the tournament, last match, you don't have much to lose. You're already on the position where you've lost a lot of. All you can get to see is check the gun power, just challenge your team, and because of that, now it is the first time, I guess, X Brothers are being challenged by Bad Intentions. This is the first time where X Brothers are being challenged in the city of Rose Rock, where Bad Intentions are really having their eye intention set upon. Till now, the fight in which Bad Intentions should have been on the even side, one player has been knocked down. Revival has been the key. Revival has been given. What next Bad Intentions has there in their mind? We have to still wait for that.
Well, again, I mean, Bad Intentions certainly are trying their level best, as we can clearly see Stalker going down to create a flank angle, and is most certainly going to be hopefully able to bring it down to a perfection. But will it be too late? Because Winter has already been lost to the cause. When it comes to the counter has been lost as well. This has resulted into a fight that X Brothers seem to be absolutely dominating, even though Stalker went out there to give that flank angle, to give that back covering fire. Eventually, it is X Brothers who seem to be in a better situation of this fight, and eventually, even if Fardeen is able to get that cook nade onto the perfect spot, it is going to be a 4v2 situation that is not looking good for the side of Bad Intentions for the moment. X Brothers Faisal has been lost to the, as Fardeen tried to take on this fight, but eventually was not able to confirm the kill, and thus leaving Bad Intentions with no point whatsoever, and X Brothers with almost 3 for the moment. This is looking really, really good, because X Brothers, as we've been talking about it again and again, whenever they do take a fight, they are pretty synergistic. Fardeen, mate, where are you going? Your teammate has already left you be, and there's nothing that can be done now. And eventually, again, Bad Intentions were the ones who took the fight, but sadly, it is XBROTHERS who walk away with those 3 points.
So if Stalker gets the placement points, it's the only way they are going to be trespassing each other for sure. But on the other hand side, it is VNM Legends still pretty much close to where A1 Esports are there. But NRZ really dealt a big blow onto A1 Esports again, but the circle tended to go onto the northern side. But TRZ Esports, it seemed that they went towards the area of Novorupna because they are on the bridge. That means once they dropped down to the area of Vilta, they then went to Novo and then they are going for the rotation. The sort of strategy is completely blowing my head, not able to understand, to be honest, not able to digest. But A1 Esports, all the 4 players intact. 1 kill already into the name sentence. They're trying to lobby some of the grenade in the face of NRC, but NRC are in a split approach. And if A1 Esports does the mistake, finding themselves and aggressing themselves on the top of the hill of the cliff, he might be taken down and realizing the gravity of the situation. Jax is going away. He is going away. He is not for the flank angle has been created. One thing that A1 Esports that they burst up there and then they take 5 seconds. That's the reason he is going for a different approach, and that's the reason the Bison and AKM combination comes into play. But Jax has certainly fallen down. Some grenades are being used onto the player of A1 Esports, but still not able to take some more knock. Or rather, it's the smoke that is being used just in order to create that double mine situation, just in order to perplex the situation. What sort of victories are being used? But since A1 Esports, all the 3 players at that point will be getting on the field, it is an impossible task for Leviathan to take the fight. But he has created a flank angle. He is on the backhand side as Jax goes down with NRZ 47 taking the fight in his own way, with Leviathan still not realizing that A1 Esports has gone completely away from him. He is still throwing that grenade. He's still throwing that trees, but Dante will be hunting him for sure. He will be hunting him for sure as he is now charging onto the players of the rest of the players that is in the same front. But it is seeming that NRZ's players have left him abandoned in situation with other players trying to rotate from the backhand side. It is going to be a tough task to take this big giant down.
Well, it certainly is on the tangent when we talk about a fight that is taken on to a compound which VNM Legends were trying to take on. It is Unstoppable X against the players of VNM Legends. VNM Legends have already lost one of their players, and now Kings of BD chime in as well. And it is going to be Katappa and Tiger for the moment as they try and bring themselves. It is a 4v2v1 situation where Katappa is going to be going to try and take a flank angle along with, of course, his teammate, and his teammate is busy taking a kill by himself. It is Tiger who is knocked down. Frypan from the side of VNM Legends. Again, I mean, VNM Legends, they've already created a wonderful lead for themselves, so they're not really losing quite a lot. But NRZ's 47 and Leviathan trying their level best to bring down A1 Esports has not been the cause, has not been the case thus far. 47 was able to bring down Jax, but that was it. On to the tangent as we move on along. Leviathan has been able to bring down Sinister, so quite a curated fight being showcased from both of those sides. And now, as we jump back to another compound that we were a part of initially, it is Unstoppable X's 4v2 situation that has been showcased right here. That has turned into a 4v3 where Tiger and Devils have both jumped into the arena, but Merciful, not knowing that Devil is right behind you, is going to be capitalized and certainly be conquered upon. But still, it is not the play. Kings of BD did not result in confirming that kill for themselves. They have left him be and not take the point as of now. It is now back on down towards Hassan, and Hassan is going to take that jump and will be able to give a punch to the player, thus resulting in everything going down to Tiger. Will Tiger be able to retaliate? No, he will not. And boy, oh boy, Kings of ED, they tried. They jumped in, they took the fight, but have left Megamind with just a big headache now because he's all by himself. Sad.
Just because Katappa was not finished, I guess it was Merciful that was left on mercy on the mind of King of BD. But a jump shot comes in, and this time he will be finishing things off before he goes down. As it seems that Kings of BD is still surviving. He's still surviving on sliver of an HP as he tried to give the revive. But IPG Dictator now comes into fight and takes down Sub-Zero. But in all these fights, it's Python PZ that has left the lobby. Sadly, this is going to be the demise. The last time we get to see all these teams aggressively fighting their stance forward. Megamind against Golden Fleet, trying to deploy one more grenade. If this gets connected, it can be a no, it is gonna be game end for some other players at Katappa is still surviving. Megamind this time is going down. There we go, there we go, there we go. One grenade does the business and seals the deal for Kings of BD.
Perfect. Wow, that was unexpected. That certainly seemed like a case where Unstoppable X were looking in control. They were able to get their 4 players working on along, but seems like Megamind's perfect headache has worked in his favor, and Kings of BD are going to be walking proud with 5 kills. Even though they've lost 2 of their players, they are 2-man army, looking pretty certain with the kills that they've been able to get. and of course been able to send Unstoppable X back into the lobby. With that, as we talk about the zone itself, it is going to be T4M coming in from the Savoni towards the northern side of the region itself, and the zone is going to be theirs for the taking because there is absolutely no team around them. Talk about Kings of BD's positioning right there, where we did just see Katapa and Megamind break that fight, and that has resulted in them being in a really good position when it comes to the circle itself. But down south of the circle, Yasnaya is absolutely been bamboozled with so many teams so very close to each other.
Exactly, as you just mentioned, same thing happening for sure. But A1 Esports still 2 players surviving, pretty much in the cluster where even RudeDude are actually positioned. It's the Yasnaya circle that we get to see. Can we get to see one urban finish? I would love to see if the PUBG God actually allows us to have that fortune to witness urban finish, and an urban warfare is every time so chaotic. We get to see a lot of approach that comes in, but RudeDude Fardeen is also making sure that he doesn't get a lot of shots. For the moment, it is completely peace in Yasnaya Polyana until and unless a lot of players joins into the frame. And I'm sure that slowly and steadily, if the circle, the fourth circle, if it again constricts into the same area of Yasnaya Polyana, it will be the team, other player, because you get to see a lot of compound, a lot of apartments that is pretty much tough to push, but the players would love to be on the other hand side. It is Yasnaya's Ridge, northern side, complete northern, where TRZ is giving a tough competition to XBROTHERS. PG on the left hand side, Sherlock is on the back hand side, and Faisal and Venom in the mid, just trying to create in its own situation. But TRZ, they have made sure that they won't be finding themselves, or backing themselves away. I would rather say away from this fight. The players have been spotted on. They have that opportunity where they can get close towards the area of Yasnaya Polyana main apartments, but this was certainly not the case. T4M, it is dead smack center of the circle, holding that ridge where they are positioning. T4M can really get more and more kills and can shatter a hope for a lot of teams, be it BD getting close towards that 5-6 position, be it be XBROTHERS, be it be TRC. For the moment, it's Atomic on the charge to XBROTHERS.
Atomic looking really good as they try and bring in those utilities, but eventually being a bit too overconfident and being too not cautious, rather, I should say, has resulted in him being sent back into the lobby thanks to XBROTHERS' aggressive approach. And in that, it is going to be XBROTHERS' point, but TRZ's lost one of their players. Now they are at the back foot of this fight, and most certainly seems like that is the conversation as CFU as well as Rare FPS are going to be moving that fight, or rather moving away from the fight, and of course looking on to the future of the zone itself. And the zone is of course that what they are going to be prioritizing for the moment. On the other tangent, XBROTHERS looking pretty neat and comfortable in terms of their play style. They've been able to accumulate 4 kills already for themselves. 13 teams still alive with 16.5 minutes in the game. It is going to be TRZ from one fight to the next. Now they move on into the arena where it is T4M's Spidey Senses as well as of course Loser and Bamboo who are now going to have to take on this onslaught, and it is a 4v3 situation. No correction, it is a 3v3 affair where indeed Loser has been sent back or brought down to his knees thanks to of course all the nade parade that has been showcased from both of these sides. Eventually of course for now no shots have been taken, but it is of course the nades that are making in those perfect knocks for the side of TRZ, and sadly against T4M.
Mamba, watch to the left. It's the 2 players that are getting the revival from the left hand side. They are still not looking up to the left. Bamboo has given the successful revival, but on the cost of Spidey getting lost. And Bamboo, in all this situation, is just watching the footsteps and getting the players away from solution. But now it is the moment that they try to spot the player down. They will not only spot, he will sting to its best as Mamba Noob comes into action and saves the complete team from getting eliminated and secure a lot of kills. But Mamba is also getting a lot of shots, has been brought down a sliver of an HP. Thanks to the onslaught that is coming in from the top ridge advantage, where now IPG is being pinned down by 7 Seas.
Boy, oh boy, what a game this is turning out to be. The final game of the National Championship Bangladesh region, where these teams are not leaving any stone unturned. We move on towards IPG, who have lost one of their players, but now are still not absolutely committed, or are certainly absolutely committed and are not wanting to resist any of the fights. They do have crosshairs set up towards the players of the first 7C right here, and 7C are also very much confident in terms of the appeal that they've been able to create when it came down to these games in the finals, and find themselves on a very comfortable second position, and for now are just going to be slowly and steadily moving on along the chart to get those kills. For the moment have only been accumulated 1 kill, but Kapshi, this is going to be a very sad affair if Kapshi is not able to sustain this push coming in from IPG, because it seems very good for Badrev and Evil Eye to be pushed along, and IPG were in the back lines, but eventually again Dictator was able to bring on an onslaught to the players of battered, but eventually teams like Rafat and Kapshi are going to be able to sustain that push and send IPGx back into the lobby. So a perfect approach. It was a bit overextended from the side of 7C is what I would say. It wasn't necessary for them to overextend like that, but eventually again they have their players alive and they will be able to get that revive. So it works out fine and nothing lost in the cause.
Definitely, just trying to smoothen themselves up and just trying to pacify the gameplay as expected. But now RudeDude is trying to give a lot of looking to do so. But in all these fights, it is going to be tough affair for the team that is on the any team that is on the lower ground. But Bots Pajamas certainly looking to get those where the top range advantage is going to help them. But certainly RudeDude is on the lower elevated side and also doing some PD. But the main blues are in the center line of the circle, but one more turnaround A1 Esports TRZRA have just slaughtered them down. A1 Esports bids goodbye to this national championship with this last match. 5 kills and a lot of points to actually add to their tally. Not eventually they're on the top, but for the moment it is Boston Pajamas that are fighting and battling their way out against the Dean has been knocked down, and in that small little visit tower, the players are just trying to throw the grenade, but the trajectory would be enough as the distance is pretty much higher.
Absolutely, and Bad and VIP right here are trying. They are most certainly trying. They've got the information, and of course, they've got the King of the Hills situation as well as these teams find themselves at the edge of the zone. But it is Kings of BD onto the backlines that we can clearly see that might just try and get into this as a third-party arena. And VNM Legends is the ones that they are actually pushing on against, and that seems to be a very interesting play from the side of Kings of BD because they have taken on the players of VNM Legends one by one by one. They are bringing them down and have lost but one player. VNM Legends down to just one man surviving, and that too in the middle of all of this crosshair is not looking good. King GG on one side, from the side of XBROTHERS, Basil, Venom, as well as Sherlock, and on the other side, it is going to be, of course, Kings of BD, Megamind, and Katappa as they push on along. A wonderful play and a showcase of skill from the side of Kings of BD throughout this national championship, and now finally, as they jump themselves in the top 9, this is looking pretty neat as they are going to be probably dominating against VNM Legends final pair.
Definitely, Nightwing completely pinned in the situation. He doesn't have to do much and is not left with much option to actually practice upon, but just survive on the mercy of the player that is surrounding him down, but onto the inside. It is not XBROTHERS that is living any hours. They are now making it inside. They are now trying to pin down the player, but it seems that Nightwing is having a lot of smokes, and just because of that, he is surviving for long. But the question still remains: how long will he be able to survive? As the team hasn't been able to secure a single point from this match in terms of kills. Placement points will be certainly helping their cause, but since they have already been at the position where they don't actually care, but obviously, anytime in any single day, point is what all the teams play for. Eventually, if you are at the top spot, that's where things get trickier. But TRZ Esports, all of a sudden, they are again getting favorable circles, and not only that, there are small little where they can take the shield at, but TRZ are getting a lot of shield. Kings of BD again pinning down the player. Nightwing is not able to do so. So still a stalemate situation, and Kings of BD here are just not over it. Just making sure that let the smoke dissipate, just let the smoke getting done, and then Nightwing, when he will be open at that point, at that moment, he will be making a push. But here it is going to be BBC that will be putting that grenade, but still he survived with just 20 HP. And Mr. BBC knows that well, that he is surviving. He will try to take him down. He will be taking him some shots, and but before that happens, BBC will be taken down as Flex brings one knock into his favor, but then it will be a charge into Charlotte and off him the rest of the pack and doing and sealing the business in style.
Wow, what a play that was. I mean, almost at the edge, but still not wanting to give up. Of course, VIP will be able to get Mr. BBC revived, and they'll be able to get away from that situation. And now, right here, it is XBROTHERS pushing on along, very close to actually the players of TRZ, and this has resulted into a Faisal versus, of course, yeesh, that was quick, and that was done and dusted. TRZ Esports have been eliminated thanks to XBROTHERS' amazing push. Now, as we move on along to the next formation of the fight, it is going to be 7Cs, but Raven Rafat who are going to be pushing and taking in an onslaught, not only to, of course, XBROTHERS, but also to Silent Cloud. So this team of 7C is taking on two individual teams separately, looking absolutely ferocious doing it in all of this ruckus. VNM Legends Nightwing is still alive. Kings of BD moved away from that position, yes, and thus resulting in VNM Legends player to slowly and steadily keep into the edge of the zone, trying to work on to just those placement points, and eventually will be able to do so. But the first states, there aren't that many for him. But when it comes to his loot and the kit, it is looking pretty comfortable. In all of this conversation, it seems like XBROTHERS have taken care of Silent Cloud, and now it is a conversation where XBROTHERS are looking really dominating with their kills, and King GG is not yet done. He's going to bring down Rafat, but in return, of course, it is Kapshi who will bring him down. So it is a trade with both of these affairs, and both of these teams looking really confident with 8 kills each. So nothing separating them, but Kings of BD is still part of the arena.
Exactly. Kings of BD is still in that fight, going all in all. But finally, Kapshi has been brought down to its knees. And not only Kapshi, it is Rafa that has gone down. And Evilai is the player that is standing, player that is still taking the fight with one last player. Badrev will be going for the revival. Revival is going to be the case, but the best part for them is that they are holding the ridge, they are holding the center. Not the center, they are holding the edge of the circle. And obviously, the disadvantage will be favoring them. But Kings, XBROTHERS, this is certainly their game where they have actually stood upon. I mean, never in this whole tournament they have been this best where they are actually at.
That is so true indeed, and looking really comfortable. It seems like teams have gotten themselves in a bit of a stalemate situation, as we've got 5 teams remaining, 24 minutes in. When it comes to Kings of BD's players, we can clearly see that Megamind and Katappa are going to be 24 to 25 meters away from the center of the zone itself, and that is something that 7C find themselves, as well as XBROTHERS for the moment. And this is where it seems like Sherlock is going to be jumping into the crosshairs of Kings of BD's players, but who will be the one that shall come up on top? For the moment, it certainly seems like it is going to be a rough cause for Katappa, because he's going to be burnt into this situation, and as he gets down to that hill, it is not looking easy for him to be able to come back up and get that revival, because the information has been given away to the team. And when the information has been retained, it is then when, of course, the players like XBROTHERS, teams like XBROTHERS, they do not let go of it, and they are most certainly going to try and absolutely destructively bring that team down. On the other tangent, it is going to be 7C's players trying to take on the players of BIP, where Shoutout has been brought down to his knees. Bimo is the only one who's looking pretty good when it comes down to his health, but on the other tangent, Wipeout is also not looking good and will be brought down, and thus it is going to be a confirmed kill for the side of BIP, and 7C get that numbers up. VNM Legends final player has been sent back thanks to XBROTHERS push, but eventually Badrev and all of that stuff is against BIP has been brought to his knees. Eventually, of course, when his teammates are still around, so he should be able to get that revival. But in all of this onslaught, Kings of BD have been sent. We've got 2 teams remaining, just 2 teams remaining, XBROTHERS and 7C, and both of them are looking dominating, if yes.
Definitely. What a fortune to actually watch this match. XBROTHERS finally chiming in the very last match, and this is the way they are actually taking the fight. Everything till now they have done has been just mesmeric to watch. Beat with the fight, beat with the rotation, beat with aggression, with strategic tone into its own way. Now it's all down to surviving the aggression. With Kapshi down, I guess it is going not to be easy for 7C to take up this fight. With Evilai also going down, it is the main right that XBROTHERS are getting the better half of that M249 in hand, and will be finishing the deal of getting the last chicken of complete national championship Bangladesh region.
Wow, what a play. What a wonderful play and showcase of skill it has been for the side of 7C. With that, they will of course be finishing on the second spot, because VNM Legends had created a lot of lead already, but that was already done and dusted and written in stone for these top 2 teams as we move on along. 16 kill final game is what 7C have been able to showcase, but 31 points is what they walk away with. 2,462 damage in total. So amazing stats spoken in this team's favor. And well, tough luck for A1 Esports. Nonetheless, it's not like no team is a winner, because when it comes to the $30,000 prize pool, it is going to be distributed amongst all the 16 teams. First chicken dinner, first team on the overall will of course be walking away with $10,000, and as the story progresses on along, we'll talk about that. But right now, MVP coming in is none other than Kapshi, and a perfect start for the lad. 6 kills from this game, 1,048 damage, 25.5 minutes of survival with that 1 assist done. GG play is what 7C in together showcase, and Kapshi of course was the man of the hour who so many times was able to actually help his teammates as they were knocked down.
Exactly. And twice it has been for today's gameplay that Kapshi gets that MVP rank in its own number and the title that every player plays for in a match. That we get to see Kapshi, the top player of this list of card with 1048 damage, and then comes Fazal, and Fazal has also been very in terms of the gameplay that we talked about. And when we were talking about XBROTHERS, when they were including the result, this was a player that we were also talking about along with Sherlock, and he has been an absolute honor for XBROTHERS. The success has certainly been his own courtesy. 7C's Rafat also comes in the fight with a lot of kills, a lot of numbers, and match summary heading towards that. It is going to be Mamba giving the maximum assist, with Sherlock losing most utilities with 19 total in number, and Fazal getting the highest number of kills. But Kapshi, this has been a standout performer for 7C's. Him being with Evil Eye, these two has been the deadliest duo I've ever seen in this whole NC.
Absolutely, and along with that, you have to mention Mamba Noob right there also coming in with the assists. And as we move on, 7C get the final say. They are going to be completing with a chicken dinner, so an amazing turnover ends. XBROTHERS also perfect strategy being applied from their side, as four of them just completely pushed on along as a team together and were able to accumulate 11 kills with 12 placing points. Of course, will walk away with 23 points. So certainly seems like they're going to be maintaining that position and will be walking away with a lot of moolah.
Definitely a lot of things to take away from all these fights and all these experience. But T4M again, zero is what to sit for the moment, but a lot of experience, aggression that this would show towards the last part of the final. That was just mesmeric, and it was sort of lackluster at the start of the game, but then they found themselves in a good groove, in a good position where they started dominating the lobby, and when they were looking too much aggressive, it's where they started charming it. It's where they started showing the prowess and the brute force that they are known for. And I hope their future is bright as for the rest of the lobby, rest of the teammate as we head towards that. Get to see the OPO and moments where you get to see the fight breaking out in the 12th and 11th minute, where it was a third party situation where Kingdom BD finally had a better half and the last laugh.
Well, this moment it almost seemed like it was all lost, but eventually again Megamind jumped into the action and tried to get the absolute perfection being showcased against the players of Unstoppable, and of course Kadapa and Megamind just completely decimated both of those teams. But moving on along into the final 3 moments of the game itself, it was TRZ that was looking very much in control in the station of this hill area, and of course did showcase that prowess for a long time as well, as they were making in quite a lot of points. They were looking at this moment with 5 kills already, so GG play was being showcased. But after this, things completely changed, where 7C came into the point and XBROTHERS came into the point from the other side of the zone itself. Both just completely hungry for those kills, absolutely moving on along as a flow, and of course getting those points for themselves.
Definitely, and then we head towards the fight, the big fight between them and Pajamas, where they were keeping shut down. It was Shoutout that was last place surviving, and he was also taken care of soon as possible. But here at the last moment, it was rougher with that that really dealt a massive blow onto the complete 7C's, onto the complete XBROTHERS squad, and then it was there took 2,462 the damage that they were to secure, but XBROTHERS also reaching the tally, especially in terms of the total damage. It's 302. So the two teams that completely dominated this match, that was of XBROTHERS and 7C's 11 kill. It's what XBROTHERS secures from this match, but also don't forget it was Kings of BD 18 17 total damage. TRZ Esports 69 before they left the lobby. It was also an RZ. A lot of team actually chiming in. IPG 979 and Probable 824. So a lot of team that secured that 1500 2000 damage, and a lot of teams that were close to 1000 damage. So last game everyone gave their best.
They most certainly did, and this team of course performed the best in this overall standings. There's no two ways about it, because the lead that they were able to create, 352 points plus whatever this team's result is going to be, just bonkers, just absolutely bonkers. The difference between the first position team, which is of course VNM Legends, to the 8th position team on that same page is so much that it clearly showcases the start with which VNM Legends moves on along. You can see the KPM right there from Steel Shot to KPM Void 1.96. This team is a bulldozer of destruction when it comes to Battleground.
Definitely, a lot of metal has already been added as we just try to add the objectives to it. And there we go, the overall ranking after 24 total matches for what the team has been playing for more than 150 to 200 matches. And after the end, it is Venom Legends that are crowned champion with 358 total points. Venom Legends 7 season last match. They made sure that they lessened the deficit, and just 8 point is where they just fell short. A1 Esports 292, TRZ 274, Kings of BD 220, and Bad Intentions in the last match. They really tried hard to make a push onto Expert and to stop them, but they were on the fifth gear because they were the team that got the second total baseline points, and with the 2-2-139, it's phenomenal the first point. But Bad Intentions, it was no chicken in all these 24 matches. The only team to still stand top 8 and winning out. Unstoppable, getting 128 total points still on the 24 chart. It really looked.
Absolutely, and as the games progressed on, it seems like BIP was able to bring themselves up a little bit from the 11th to the 10th position. But overall, when it comes to the position itself, 10th to 16th position holders will be given $500, right? So they are fair and square, and of course, a GT play was showcased from the side. But eventually, a wonderful, wonderful showcase of skills from all of these teams, especially the teams on the second page, who were so very good in terms of what they do and what they were able to bring to the table. When it came down to from the first day till the final day, it has been a wonderful journey. And all of these teams, I certainly do hope to be able to see again real soon as well, because well, the journey has started, but it only gets better and gets that much more with finesse, I guess is what I want to say, as these teams keep on playing and building up that rapport between themselves.
Exactly, a lot of things that we take away from these, apart from the money that they will be adding. I think it's going to be a lot of experience to share for the future as we get to see the overall leaders. Where we have already seen the teams like Steel Shot, which gets to that title of the overall leader for the maximum kills scored. Tapshi 46, Evila is a lot of clues for if we talk about that, because in this last game, 7 season was completely dominated the lobby, and just because of that, we got to see 3 players from PMNC and 2 from Venom in the top 5. But then it was Mohammad that was looking phenomenal in the day 2 and day 3. But then the team actually, the damage is certainly pretty much high, 9,008, which is he is sharing. But in all these situations, it was also Kings of BD Devil's Ruby that absolutely just ferocious, and he was a destructively beat a lot of players who got shattered, a lot of players who, if we just talk about the way, the gameplay, the style that he was actually doing. And then it was A1 Esports, Sinister and Dante. Sinister's damage is just overpowering, 9113, and survival time, I guess, not the least, but still the second least, 17 with 57 seconds.
Absolutely, and that of course confirms the overall leaders, the kill leaders, the stats working in these teams' favors. But Kapchi's damage also something to talk about, because 11,100, I mean, just bonkers play for all of these 10 bloods. And of course, this is going to keep on improving and getting better as we progress on along with that. 7C's card being showcased right here, where we talk about the KPM right off the bat, we talk about Evil Eye, Kapchi. I mean, these are the 2 cards that, of course, Ankit just spoke about as well. And they were just absolutely phenomenal in terms of the way they created that synergy amongst themselves. But in moments, it was, of course, on to Badrev, and at times it was also on to Rafat to be able to help out. And that is what this team does perfectly well. No matter who is in trouble, they are always there together, taking care of it. And with that, the day's report card, of course, well, it is going to be 7C. And 7C have just been absolutely proving the point that this is a team to watch out for, no matter what tournament, no matter what stage. This team is most certainly a thing to watch out for.
Exactly, and just because of that, we get to see them obviously dominating the whole of the day report card being damage. Kills, knockouts, total points. It is 70's 125 total points in a 6-match per day. I mean, it is more than 20 total points per match. In that consistency, adding the pressure that is added on the last year's finals, adding more pressure that A1 Esports is trying to perform, adding more pressure that Venom Legends is also trying to perform, and in all these situations, 125 total points. I mean, no words to say, just no words. They made sure that they are on that second position and have also gotten a lot of lead above A1 Esports, but certainly it was not a day for A1 Esports to win.
Absolutely. I mean, that was just a lost cause, sort of. But eventually, again, I mean, we do know the skill that A1 Esports possesses. And of course, as the days progress on by, that team is going to be coming back stronger. And along with that, a huge congratulations to VNM Legends. I mean, $10,000, yes, it's theirs. They are the champions, the national champions, along with which they also get the PMPL slot for season 4. So, overall, an amazing, perfect turn of events and synergistic approach that was showcased. Another team to talk about is going to be TRZ Esports, right? Because of that team, we were introduced to Mamba, and Mamba Noob, a player to watch out for. And I'm sure as these tournaments keep on increasing, the frequency of these tournaments keeps increasing, that player is going to be coming back again and going to be showcasing to the lobby that, yep, all right, we've got 7Cs, yes, we've got A1 Esports, yes, we've got VNM Legends, but now you also have me to be a part of it. And of course, that is what this entire thing is about, to find those dark horses. That ends up becoming the cause. And well, again, it's thanks to all of you guys that participated. We started off with what, 32 teams, moved on to 24, and then the 16. So the creme de la creme is here, but it is going to get that much more better as the days progress on.
Definitely, as with this, just got to see all the 6 matches for today's gameplay. It's going to be VNM Legends. A heartiest congratulations to the teammates, and obviously the fans that are just spamming down in the comment section. You can get to see the hearts that are flowing in. But it was also a good day for 7C's A1 Esports TRZ, as you just mentioned, and you were talking about TRZ. Still, I will also want to talk about a little bit, just atomic. I mean, with the Aman, it was also a topic that started flourishing the way he wanted to. So yes, as you perfectly mentioned, a lot of frequency of these tournaments that is lined up for in the future. I mean, a lot of talent is already buried there. It's just a tournament that actually carves out their potential, and we just got to see a beautiful, a stunner of a tournament.
Absolutely. With that, again, thank you all so very much who have been able to tune in throughout the entire saga. Of course, do not forget to click that subscribe button, whatever channel you're joining on, either it's PUBG Mobile Esports or PUBG Mobile Bangladesh Official. Alongside that, keep in mind that there is a new channel that has been launched for the side of PUBG Mobile Esports. That's going to be South Asia. So search for that and click on to subscribe that as well, because there are streams that will be streamed over there, and there are a lot of opportunities for you guys to, of course, win in-game rewards and actual rewards as well. So do not forget to once again go ahead and subscribe to the channel, which is just recently launched, PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia. With that, I've been your host, Master Analyst Floro. Joining me, of course, is going to be Ankit, and we hope to see you guys real soon. Until then, take care. Bye bye.